Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Owen Mason here at Oughtibridge War Memorial Cricket Club just outside Sheffield. We had a few technical difficulties this morning in our videos. Apologies for that. We had some nice previews, but we'll just go through everything that's happened this morning. As you can see, the national anthem's just behind me there. So, Australia won the toss and elected to bowl first. So that'll be the first time this summer that we will see Australia bowling first. So it's going to be interesting, especially on a pitch like this, how they'll do. They've had an unbeaten summer so far, of course, winning against the Northern 11, Midlands 11, beating the Lions last week at Cheadle Cricket Club, only by 9 runs though. It was a valiant effort by the Lions in the end. So Australia, of course, drawing first blood as well on Monday at Littleborough in the Grey Ashes. So that'll be really interesting to see what goes down here at Oughtibridge today. Of course, as well, the pitch is looking in fine condition. It's slightly windy conditions, but it's a clear day. And that is great for both sides today, both batting sides, as they'll look to try and, the England Lions looking to rectify that defeat last week at Cheadle. So we'll be live in a few minutes to get you all the action, ball by ball commentary of Rash Mahmood, Matt Evans and myself, Owen Mason. But for now, thank you very much.
Well, welcome everybody to Oughtibridge War Memorial Cricket Club in the northern suburbs of Sheffield for this match between the England Lions and Australia. The second of 3 meetings between these sides this summer. The first meeting last Friday at Cheadle Cricket Club in Manchester. Very, very good game. Australia getting home by 9 runs in the end. England reduced to 41 for 4 in their pursuit of 205 to win, but a 153 run partnership between Timur Alam and Simon Routh got these lines oh so close. 8 changes to the team today. Apologies, we're just running a touch late here at Oughtibridge. It's my local club. Rash Mahmood here with you. Owen Mason alongside me. Matt Evans just taking a break at the moment. We'll get onto the history of the club and the various bits and pieces that people have done. Nice little crowd building up. Australia winning the toss. Peter Judd putting the opposition in, and it's a really, really good wicket. I think the bowlers are going to have to bend the back to try and get anything out today. And it's Stuart Ridge from the far end. Oh, big inside edge. Tony Burbeck of Durham. Good to see Tony back. He's been away for a few weeks. Neil Brathwaite, his partner from Essex at the non-strikers end. It was a beautiful day here in Sheffield. Really, really proud day for me. My local club in the village of Oughtibridge. Everybody's mucked in. And to be able to commentate on an England team playing against the world champions, it's a real privilege. I just hope we have a cracking day's cricket, Owen.
Yeah, thanks, Rush. Good to be here. First time here in Oughtibridge. Really enjoying it so far. Like you say, it's a lovely little village and a lovely, great spirit here at this local club. Everyone really friendly. As you'll know too well, Rush, it's lovely to be here. But yeah, it's a nice day of it as well. Lovely sunny weather here in Oughtibridge. But yeah, we'll just go through the teams just quickly as we just have a bit of an overbreak. Jason Corn, Gary Joyce, Graham Shaw, Tony Burbeck, Neil Braithwaite, Mel Dobson, Monty Douglas, Steve Hunt, Nigel Moore, Nick Newman, Martin Watkin, Kevin Watson. You mentioned, Rash, with Jason Corn, Graham Shaw, quite a last-minute addition, isn't it, into Jason's side?
Yeah, Graham Shaw obviously played on Monday in the first one-day international at Littleborough. He then played for Yorkshire against, I think it was Cheshire on Tuesday. Sanjay Berry from Surrey, good player is Sanjay. He played earlier in the season against Scotland. For whatever reason, I haven't managed to find out why he's not available today. But Graham Shaw, a more than adequate replacement, comes into this side. And I've got to say, with the 8 changes that they've made from Friday, this is a very, very powerful England batting lineup. It's going to be interesting to see, because a lot of these Australian players won't have seen these players before, of course, Owen. But they are quality players in their own right. Tony Burbeck has just been a standout player for years. He's right at the top of the county batting averages year upon year. Had a wretched World Cup though, did Tony, out in India in Chennai. But he bounced back, and we were there to see his unbeaten half-century against Wales at Stratford. Yeah. I think that was your first commentary gig, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah, goodness, yeah, I remember that last June. But yeah, say Australia as well. We'll just get the side to there for you. Peter Judd, Bill Blair, Graham Pavey, Stuart Ridge, John Adamson, Paul Matthews, Terry Betts, Alan Muddleton, Glenn Pearce, Dud Murphy, Stephen Butler, and Jeff Patterson. It's a good one for Australia because they continue in their unbeaten summer. They had a nice day, albeit a bit delayed, in Scotland on Wednesday, didn't they, Rash?
They did, yeah. They thoroughly enjoyed the time up there in Stirling, and congratulations to the Scotland team and everybody connected with the seniors cricket in Scotland. Of course, being admitted a couple of weeks ago actually, as the 15th recognised team in the International Masters cricket fold, so that qualifies them automatically for tournaments and gives them more exposure. And I know they put a lot of work in for a lot of years, but the boys had a great time up in Stirling. So Terry Becks. Brathwaite just plays out into the offside, and there's no run. The umpires today, Noel Ford from Australia, standing at the end where Bex is bowling from, and at square leg, representing the South Yorkshire League, but an Aussie native, a big mate of Sam Davis, who hopefully will be here later on today. Sam, not in the touring party, but a wonderful cricketer from Western Australia. Jason Garrick, the square leg umpire. Your scorers, Roger Bryce from Australia and Alan Murray, who will be on duty at Fairburn on Monday for that second one-day international, Owen, between England and Australia. If you're in the Fairburn area, go along to watch that. It's just played out into the onside by Brathwaite, and there's no run. Jeff Patterson does the fielding at mid-on. So we were a bit rushed this morning, a few technical difficulties, but hopefully it's all tickety-boo now.
Yeah, England currently free for the loss of no wickets. Almost coming up to the end of this second over. Yeah, it's a lovely day here in Oughtibridge, and as Rash mentioned, Fairburn coming up, but the games are coming thick and fast now for England and Australia. That second ODI to come on Monday, the 7th of July. And then next week we'll also be having a look at another Lions game to come in Stratford on Thursday. Before that, we'll be watching Australia take on a Midlands 11 in Loughborough. So that'll be a nice few games, and see if Australia can continue so fast. We mentioned we had a word. Me and Matt had a word with Cheryl Blair earlier, and she mentioned it's been a whistle-stop tour after whistle-stop tour. A few days in Scotland, now they're back here in Oughtibridge. So yeah, really enjoying their time of it in the UK. And as we mentioned, an unbeaten start so far. Obviously beating that Northern 11 and the Staffordshire 11 last week in their first games here in the country. Cheadle Hume, 204 for 4, won by 9 runs at Cheadle. And of course, Littleborough, a 44-run victory on Monday. They were really pleased with it when they rash on Monday. But almost, unfortunately, in for England, it come to that, as we said, we mentioned it in commentary, that 20-minute spell, wasn't it? And they'll be really looking to put that right, even today, come to last week's defeat, and on Monday. But the Lions had a valiant effort, didn't they, in defeat? And even Jason Corn was happy just how his team performed on Friday.
Yes, the Lions, I thought, for 30 overs, fielded magnificently. And I said it on air, I think, it's the best performance I've seen in the field by an England team by far since I've been associated with the team. They were on point. They were cutting off the scoring lanes for the Australians. We know what the Australians like to do. It's rotate the strike, knock and run, turning ones into twos. But the fielding was unbelievably good. They went slightly defensive for the last 15, which allowed Australia to get probably more runs than they should have got. But to keep that powerful Australian batting line up to 204 was a magnificent achievement. Batting-wise, well, they were in such a hole. 41 for 4, and under the blitz from Stuart Ridge and Bill Blair. Wonderful opening spell by those two. Bill Blair bowling with a lot of pace. And the wicket to Paul Radage just did him for sheer pace. So 41 for 4, you thought, oh dear. But a valiant effort by Timur Alam and Simon Routh, 153 runs. Ultimately, they just didn't get there. Missed out by 9 runs. And then, of course, the first one-day international on Monday. 250. Australia posted, batting first on an absolute road of a track. Beautiful pitch at Littleborough. And England were cruising. 106 without loss. And it was easy batting, wasn't it, Owen? They were untroubled. The Australians were looking a bit ragged. They were a bit crestfallen. And then you go from 106 with no wicket to 130 for 6 in 7.3 overs. So, 6 wickets for 24 runs. It was, well, we couldn't believe it, could we? Myself, you and Matt. And then the crowd, 30 minutes previous, they were all jumping about and shouting and bawling, and they were crestfallen. It was an amazing turnaround, and England ultimately paid for that 30 minutes of madness. Self-inflicted, really.
Certainly so, Rash. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how England get on at Fairburn. But, just a note on, obviously, you mentioned how well Timor Allen did, that 90. And it shows, doesn't it, in terms of how crucial these Lions games are for selection for Ed Dorden-Leonard. He's in the squad come Monday, isn't he?
Yeah, good point, Owen. And that's what they wanted. They wanted those players on the fringe playing in the Lions game to assert themselves. Now, Timor Allen, he's just missed out once, but he's had, I think, 2 half-centuries and a good 90 knock last week. So he's forced his way into the picture. It's good for England seniors cricket, and it's good for these players because they know it's just not, you're turning up and I'm never going to get a chance. If you perform, you are going to get a chance. And so that should spur every single person on. The likes of Tony Burbeck. Tony coming back into the team. That's a good delivery from Terry Becks, just forcing Burbeck onto his toes.
Yeah, that's 2 overs gone. We're coming into the 3rd over now. We haven't got it on screen, unfortunately, at the moment. But sits for the loss of no wickets at the moment for England. Third over commencing then. Apologies. You can't see the score on your screen. Just trying to rectify that for you. But yeah, lovely day here in Oughtibridge. That's another delivery in from Terry Betts. Oh, that was a cracker of a delivery. As Rash mentioned, it's a perfect pitch at the moment. And there we go. Score is on. That's brilliant. Thank you, Benny. Technical mastermind there. Sits for the loss of no wickets there. And, in terms of, as you say, Burbeck and Brathwaite starting for England. But no, this, we mentioned now, that'll be the first boundary of the day. But yeah, it's a good thing is with this, Rash, it's a good test. For Australia, this is the first time we're really seeing them, against England anyway, seeing them bowling first.
Yeah, Peter Judd obviously winning the toss. You got your options, but he wanted to see what his bowling unit could do first off. So he batted first out this tour. He's always thinking, Peter, but it's going to be a good test. This is a lightning fast outfield. You just saw that shot from Burbeck a couple of deliveries ago. Beautifully timed, but as soon as it got past that ring and it's Graham Pavey in the covers, it was gone. So there are runs. That's a beautifully timed shot, but straight to the fielder at mid-on, and there's no run. It's a high-scoring pitch, this one at Oughtibridge. Beautiful track prepared by Roger, our groundsman. End of the over then. 4 overs gone. England 10 without loss. Tony Burbeck is 5 not out. His partner Neil Brathwaite is 1 not out. Stuart Ridge going to be continuing from the far end. Number 8 on his back. We've been impressed with him, haven't we, Owen? He's bowled really well on this tour so far.
Yeah, he's looked really good. There's been some real good standouts, hasn't there, for Australia so far. But as you mentioned, Rash, Stuart Ridge looking really, really good. And that's positive to see from Australia. Because they're able to, as we mentioned, they're able to rotate, especially with these games fast approaching, really keeping themselves fresh ahead of these tests against the Lions. And of course, against the England over 60s, of course, games still to come for them against Wales. Obviously, a 3rd Lions game at Stratford, and a few more regional 11s to come for Peter Judd's side. And that's the element. I think that's what we've been really pleased with when we look at Australia, Rash. It's just how they're keeping themselves fresh every few days. As not giving themselves much time to rest or recuperate. They're really, really just getting in there, and that's how focused they were, especially for these sort of games, and especially how come Monday, it's really good preparation, isn't it?
That's a great shot. Well, a wonderful shot by Brathwaite. Stuart Ridge just drifting down the leg side and whipped off his hip, And I mentioned that outfield. It is lightning fast. Doug Murphy, I think it's Doug Murphy out there at fine leg. Didn't have far to go, but had no chance of stopping it. So Brathwaite with his first boundary. England move on to 14 without loss. Yeah, these Australians, you know, they're a tight, compact unit, but rest and recuperation is absolutely key. And they're rotating their squad.
Yeah.
There's 16 players on tour, but they're rotating them well. They make sure that they turn up to every game. Fresh as a daisy. Some big names not playing today, of course. The likes of Claude Orlando, the Aussie stumper. John Adamson taking his place, a more than able deputy. Tony Panicasio, the IMC over 60 World Player of the Year. Tony sitting out today. That's a lovely shot. Full toss, and Brathwaite, well, he's just nonchalantly flicked that. It's gone racing away through the mid-on region for 4. So 2 boundaries in the over for Brathwaite. He moves on to 9. England 18 without loss. Beautifully timed shot.
Yeah, it was lovely. As you say, 2 boundaries in a row from Brathwaite, and yeah, that just looks, you know, that's, as you say, it's a quick outfield, and it's a fantastic shot that was. Oh, but we say that. Oh, goodness me, that was a call, wasn't it? Umpire unmoved though, Rash.
Yeah, umpire Jason Garrick standing at the far end. It was a full delivery from Stuart Ridge, and Neil Brathwaite didn't get very far forward at all. It just hit him outside the popping crease. I can only presume, and where Neil Brathwaite's batting, where it sort of the deep point boundary. So it's very difficult for us to actually to see whether that was just drifting down leg. It was a confident appeal though. End of that Ridge over. 5 overs gone. England 18 without loss. I'm going to have a little wander around the pitch. Owen, I'll catch you in a bit. And in my place will be Matt Evans.
Great stuff, thank you, Rash, for now. Yeah, Matt Evans will be joining us very, very shortly. But yeah, really, really pleasing start from the England Lions. 18 not for the loss of no wickets so far. And Matt Evans just joined us in the commentary desk. Now we've been enjoying ourselves at Oughtibridge so far. Really nice village club, as we mentioned. Rash's home club. And it's nice to be back here. Another game, England, Australia. And joining me alongside me now is the incomparable Matt Evans. How you doing, Matt?
Incomparable. I won't go that far. But yeah, nice. We had a couple of days off. We're back at it now here at Oughtibridge, like Owen Mason says. Rash Mahmood's home club. And I was a bit busy with setting up there as Bex just flashes one past Burbeck's bat. I was a bit busy with setting up, so I haven't heard what Rash was saying, but certainly for me it looks like a quick wicket. And I think these Australian bowlers are going to revel in this. I think they're licking their lips at this. Certainly just had a good old chat to Smithy there, Darren Smith. And he's on a rest day, so we're going to get a little interview with him after my spell here. And they had a great time in Scotland. Just seeing that half LBW shout. I don't know what did Rash say about that LBW call?
Yeah, it was fairly, you know, it's a tough one to call really in terms of where we are in position on the pitch, but yeah, it was a call, and especially after his two quick boundaries for Brathwaite, would have been a shame if he would have been bowled out on the next ball, but for Australia, like you say it's 18 for the loss of none now, so they just want to try and catch that early wicket, try and, as we were just mentioning, that crazy 20-minute spell, it went from 100 not out to like 134 for 6. It was an incredible spell, really. Shame for England, because at one point they really looked like they were going to take this game to Australia, and that's a good shot. Spinning up there.
He's edged that, and they've just taken that second slip out at that end, haven't they? He would have had that if he'd stayed in position. Yeah, I don't know if you let the listeners and viewers know about our little inside information. We had a lovely little chat with Darren Smith at the end of the Littleborough game, and just for the viewers to notice it here, how tight the Australian field starts. And Darren was telling us they've got so much belief in their bowlers that they're really confident on a tight field, and you'll look how close they are. And it certainly keeps the run rate down, and they're very economical And this is their belief in their bowlers and in what they're doing, and they're so precise. We said how professional they've been. I stood there chatting to Smithy there by the microphone, and number 7 is the first time he's kind of fielded here at kind of backward point, deep gully, and he was instructing him because he's braced himself in a. How's that? He's gone. Yeah, he's given it. That's gone then. That's Stuart Ridge takes the first wicket. It's Burbeck. He got lucky a bit earlier. Oh no, I think that was Braithwaite actually. Yeah, he's gone LBW, and they were sniffing for that. And I think these quick bowlers, the Australian quick bowlers, are going to do well on this track. It's one of those wickets, cricket, as we say, it comes onto the bat, Owen, and that's what it does. It's got a bit of pace to it. But so that's Burbeck taking a walk with 5, just in the 7th over. So maybe I'm going to be the commentator of the curse today as the wicket falls as I take to the microphone. Yeah, Smithy was saying number 7 there, his first time he's played there, and he was shouting instruction from the sideline, just saying, walk in, don't use it as a catching position. And he was saying that's the detail they're into on this tour, how serious they're taking it. They were always so saying they were always going to field today, regardless of what the wicket was doing, because they're trying to mix it up. They're trying to do a bit of both. And he just heard you say on commentary, this is the first time they fielded. And as you said, he said it's me, yeah, correct. And we were always going to field because we want to mix it up, do a bit of everything, different sunlight in the air. You know, they're thinking of everything. You know, the sun's in a different position in the sky. We haven't experienced that yet. We're starting a bit early at 11 o'clock, so we were always going to field and give ourselves a different day. And this is all in preparation for the next at Grey Ashes, Monday, I believe, isn't it? And yeah, just the lengths they're going to cover all the bases is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, they're incredibly well drilled, aren't they? It's in terms of just, you know, every game we've seen, almost only the Scotland game we've missed so far on the Australia's UK tour. Each game they've come to it with that air of professionalism, and it's a real tough test for the Lions. Of course, the Lions, as we mentioned, valiant effort. You know, getting almost a grandstand finish, wasn't it, at Cheadle Hulme last week in that first Lions game. So week's flown by. I can't believe that's a week ago actually. But yeah, even so, that was a valiant effort from the Lions, really testing this Australian outfit. And, you know, he spoke to Peter Judd after the game, and he said, you know, that's a test that we needed, really. You know, and he said no disrespect to the counties that they did face throughout the week last week as they arrived in the UK, but they really enjoyed having that test, and that was a great metric to see where they were ahead of Litterborough on Monday. And of course, they then get that first win on the board, 1-0 in the series. Of course, early days in the Grey Ashes, but it just makes that Fairburn game ever so crucial for both sides. You know, Australia could take a 2-0 advantage, or it could be even Stevens if England fight back.
And again there, Watkins just taking one on the hand there from the Stuart Ridge delivery. Just coming on a little bit quicker than they're expecting, which is exactly what me and Rash expected, having looked at the wicket. It's a very dry outfield here. The lovely lady behind the bar, I didn't catch her name, who's helping us set up, was telling us it's been 1 day's rain in about a month. So we've seen it already, how quick you get past this inner circle of Australian fielders. And I guess that was England's tactics, having said what Darren Smith said about fielding tight, believing in their bowlers. If they can penetrate that inner ring and get towards the boundary, it's going to be over the boundary in a flash. So Ridge comes in again, last ball over, looking for a wicket maiden, delivers it, and he has to, it's wide. He's bowled a wider, that's a shame, that would have been a wicket maiden, but he's just chucked a wide down there. Watkins saw it past his stumps, and he's going to have to deliver another one, so that's most unlike the Australian bowlers, Owen.
Yeah, you mentioned how quick that field was. You know, we saw it in training, didn't we, in terms of just in the warm-ups, how quick it was leaving, how quick it would come off the grass. It was incredible, really. But yeah, the end of another wicket then, 19 for the loss of 1 wicket, as we say. Tony Burbeck, the first to go for the England Lions. Bit of a blow for Jason Corn's side there. In comes, of course, as we say, Martin Watkin to start us. He's the 3rd batter out for England. And as we say, bit of a wider world of cricket. Matt, at last glance, England were 84 for 5 against India. So it's a busy day of cricket all round, but here at Oughtibridge Cricket Club, here in Sheffield. Great to have you with us on the YouTube live stream. It's just coming up to 11:30. As we say, you've just joined us. 20 for 1 now, England, as they're batting first. on this beautiful day in Oughtibridge. Terry Betts comes in again. Yeah, the Lions getting familiar with Australia now, as you mentioned. We'll see them again in action at Stratford-upon-Avon Cricket Club on Thursday against this Australian side. Almost a little mini-series in between the Grey Ashes series. Yeah, Matt, for England, they don't want to end up losing another early wicket. They just want to start up a partnership, don't they? As we've, it's so crucial in a game of cricket. But they need that bit of synergy, don't they, between the batsmen, just so they can reach quite a hefty target this morning, I should say.
So Terry Beck charges in, throws one. Ooh, again, he's put that right in the block hole by his feet. And Watkins has done well just to turn it around the corner. Another cracking over by Becks. 1 run from it. Have we decided on the end names?
Oh, good point.
We're clubhouse on the side here today, so we've got the Forest End and the Houses End. How does that sound? Housing Estate End and the Forest End. So that was the Housing Estate End for Terry Beck, who is, well, they're both bowling really well here. There's just, again, holding England back to a really low run rate. Ridge has gone 1 wicket, 12 runs, 4 overs, and he's on again. That's just 3 and over. If my maths is correct. We're starting the 9th over here. Braithwaite on 1, having faced 4 balls. Watkins on 0, having faced 7. The run rate is right down at 2.63. So with this quick flat pitch and a quick outfield, they really are doing a job here. That's a nice little push there. And again, one of those runs there that the Aussies would probably take and get a single, yet the England Lions weren't quite on their toes enough there as Ridge starts with a dot ball.
Yeah, it was the two boundaries in succession from Braithwaite, but since then, that Nets ball, Braithwaite was almost, there was a few massive calls for it, but he was almost called out.
That's well stopped there by the skipper, Peter Judd, as that was smashed towards him by Braithwaite. Certain 4 on this outfield if he hadn't stopped that, just driving it through covers towards the practice nets there. And the little scoreboard we've got, that's probably the smallest scoreboard we've had so far, isn't it? Owen?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little outside edge there. Again, Ridge just great line and length, good pace, and he just, Braithwaite's leant forward, poor defensive, and semi-edged it down into the ground where Terry Beck's picked it up at kind of 3rd slip position, I guess. And again, the Aussies showing real faith in this bowling attack with this field. Bit over pitch there. But again, they're very lively in the field, aren't they? Clapping, shouting, jeering each other on. It's a real positive teamwork.
Yeah, certainly are, Matt. Me and Rash mentioned it, just the synergy between this Australian side. They just really seem up for it. That's a nice one. That'll be a boundary. First one in a little while for England. And it might be well needed. 25 for one then now. And that was a nice shot, wasn't it, Matt? Lovely to see another boundary on the board. They need that really, England, at the moment. But it's Australia. Yeah, this bowling unit really making it tough for England at the moment.
Yeah, again, more the same. And as Rich comes in for his final ball, just gone for 4 there, which is unusual. But again, really looking forward. The first time we've seen Australia field first.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
And really looking forward to how they go about it differently in the field and when they come out to bat. And seeing what the Lions can do really against this formidable attack. You know, we've got Beck. He's only gone for 7 runs or 4 overs already. So he's been as economical as he always has been every game we've seen him. And Ridge backing him up at the other end. And there'll be no let up for this England Lions team because I'm sure Bill Blair will be on next. He can really throw it down at some pace. So we're into the 10th over. England 25 for 1. As Terry Beck charges in from the Housing Estate end, and oh, lovely. He's got a little, sounded like a little edge to me there, but it might have just been pad. The Australians certainly didn't look too excited. And again, look at this field here, Owen, for those laymen in the cricket world. You've basically got 1 fielder, 2 fielders leg side, 1 down on the boundaries, and he's just resting. So it's the 6-3 field with really just the Stuart Ridge down there resting at fine leg. So they really are confident that Terry Beck's going to keep these deliveries on the offside. And then again, we've got keeper, first slip, third slip, point. Mid-wicket covers the kind of mid-off. And then someone just backing up, the skipper just backing up bowler there at long off, I suppose, short long off. And yeah, really, really attacking field. And that's up in the air. Oh, he's dropped it. That is very unusual. And that's the skipper, Peter Judd. He's actually got to that. He's driven it through covers there. Watkins, you see on the replay, and Benny's almost picked it up. It's just behind the bowler there. Number 2, Peter Judd, the Aussie skipper, has got his hands to it, and it's just bounced out. And that's most unlike this Aussie team, and hopefully that'll give the England Lions a bit of inspiration here.
Yeah, we're almost a second wicket there, but you know we had a great conversation. You might have already mentioned it, Matt. Oh, we say that?
Bowled him.
Look at that.
So they just dropped a catch, and then second ball, Terry Beck's probably a bit fuming of the skipper there. Got that on camera, just straight through, and yeah, smashed the bails off. He's not seen it at all, and Watkins is walking for naught, having only faced 10 balls. And what a formidable start this is by the Australian bowlers, as one of their backroom staff ran out with the drinks. So 9.4 overs gone, 25 for 2. Watkins making his way back to the clubhouse again. Really impressive bowling by this Australian setup. Terry Beck, who's been my favourite bowler this tour. He hasn't maybe got as many wickets as he should have done, but I love his action, and his pace is probably, I'd say, probably slightly quicker than Blair. Get myself in a bit of trouble there when the boys catch up with me and tell me who's quicker and who's not, as I normally do. We've got a couple more overs left as Shaw comes to the crease. Not the best of starts here for England. Graham Shaw from Yorkshire going to face Terry Beck for his first ball.
Yeah, I was just about to mention it before that wicket was lost, Matt. You know, we had a great conversation, didn't we, post Littleborough with Darren Smith, and he spoke so confidently about this fielding lineup. They have faith in the fielders. He kept repeating that, didn't he? You know, it's as shown, isn't it? 25 for 2.
And that's gone down leg side by Beck there. That's going to be... Oh, bit of sloppy fielding there by the... No ball. Oh, dead ball. Okay. So... Beck's going to have to bowl that one. Yeah, I was just saying about it. You know, he came over to us and gave us a little tactical nuggets about how tight these fielders are when they're fielding. and they have this inner circle really tight. You wonder why and that's the only danger of it there. You get a shot away on this outfield today, I think. That's actually closed down really well by the Aussie fielder, but he's telling us how their tactic is to have a close field, and it's very attacking and a lot of trust in their bowlers. But on a quick outfield and ground like this today, pretty risky, dangerous tactic for the England batsmen to get it going. But so far, after 10 overs, it's 27 for 2. Time to welcome back Rash Mahmood and let Owen Mason have a little break.
Thank you, Matt. Morning, everyone, wherever you may be. Please get in touch with us on the YouTube stream. Endeavour to read out all your comments. Well, a good start by Australia. Martin Watkin in that previous over from Terry Becks. We saw Peter Judd take an absolute worldie on Monday, Matt. But put one down, but no harm done. Very next ball, a very, very good delivery. I think from where I was, and I was just walking around the pitch, it looked like it definitely seemed in to dismiss Watkin. So tough going for the England boys here. So we start the 11th over, 27 for 2. Neil Brathwaite, 14 not out. And on strike at the moment. Just turns that into the leg side. And there's no run.
Yeah, just another formidable bowling display really by the Australians, as we talked about, Rash. Ridge and Beck keeping it really tight and putting the pressure on from the word go. Another great delivery there from Ridge. Take the weight off, lift it, and do that. So yeah, Ridge comes down, just a little back foot drive there from Braithwaite, just out into the cover region. And fielded by the Australians. Oh. No? No, I can't hear me either. That's, I'll have to speak to Ivor about that. As that just wrapped the pads there from Ridge again. 5 dot balls in a row. He really is bowling very economically here, Rash. And bar the wide that he bowled last time I was bigging him up on his last ball, he's going to chuck that one down for a dot ball, and that is going to be a maiden for Stuart Ridge. 6 overs, going for 16 runs and just 1 wicket. Superb pressure bowling is what I'd say here with Beck and Ridge. What do you reckon, Rash?
Yeah, wonderful opening. Wonderful opening spell from Stuart Ridge, backed up by his partner Terry Becks. He's just exerting pressure. And they do this very, very well, the Australians. And these boys will be looking at the scoreboard. You know, 11 in, just 27 on the board, but 2 wickets down as well. There's Graham Shaw, just plays it off the back foot. Straight to Peter Judd, and there's no run.
That was a nice shot there by Shaw. Don't expect that was that easy. He does. Do you know who's faster? I think Beck looks a little bit faster than Blair to me, but I don't know the official stats.
No, I would. He's rapid enough, is Terry Becks, but he's not got the pace of Bill Blair. But very, very useful in his own right, and backed up by Stuart Ridge. And you know what you're going to get from Stuart Ridge. It's normally very, very economical. It's right on the spot. It just concentrates your mind every single ball as a batsman. He gives you absolutely nothing. Wants to make you play. And in these early exchanges, Australia well on top for me, Matt.
Yeah, very much on top. I mean, run rate of 2.35 is as low as we've seen on all these games we've done this summer. Again, I don't know if you caught it, but Darren Smith sat down and had a chat with us after the Littleborough game and told us how they'd like to have a really tight field. Oh, is that out? I thought he hit that into the ground. It's caught. He's popped that there, Shaw. He's just gone to drive. He's even pictures, and Benny's got the camera angle there. Just caught at covers. I don't know who took the catch, but that's another bowlers there. Rash, and that's going to be 2 for 9 for Bex. Great figures and a brilliant start for Australia.
Yeah, just very weird.
Yeah.
Shot by Graham Shaw. I mean, from the naked eye, it looked like it was a bump ball, and it just looped into the covers where Graham Pavey did the fielding. Just a very strange way that the ball came off the bat. It just looped up, simple as you like, and someone on the ilk of Graham Pavey is not going to spill that chance. Well, England in a real hole here. 3 wickets down, just 27 on the board, as Monty Douglas makes his way out into the middle. And a wonderful year last year, Monty, particularly in the World Cup. 3 consecutive centuries in the pool matches.
Yeah, same as you, Rash. I thought he'd defended that into the ground, Shaw, the batsman, and it popped up. But then when they all cheered, it's gone straight through the air to him. I think very, really strange delivery. But again, it's just pressure from the bowling, isn't it? The bowling, the fielding positions. We had another, well, a 6-3 field it was, with Ridge having a rest down at fine leg. We've got a streaker on the pitch here. What's that? Oh, maybe sound spotted a bit of litter. That was dropped by the drinks break. So 11.4 overs gone. Beck at the Housing Estate end. Fantastic figures. 9 for 2. 5.4 overs bowled. He's gone ... wicket. And it really does look like he's got the bit between his teeth here today as he charges in towards Monty Douglas. You know, I do enjoy watching Monty. He's got a pair of shoulders on him, and he does like to hit it. He's one of my favourite Lions batsmen we've seen this summer.
Well, he's due some runs, is Monty, by his impeccably high standards. He's going through what all batsmen do. He's going through a bit of a sticky patch. Let's hope today's his day then. It's a full toss. He misses out, just plays it straight to the man at mid-on, and that's the end of that Terry Beck's over. Wicket.
Yeah, what pressure, Rash? I mean, yeah, this is the stuff that dreams are made of. Really, they're bowling very, very economically. That's Ridge again getting something rapping on the pad, but I think I heard a little bit back myself. But either way, the umpire wasn't interested. You see the scoreboard there, 27 for 3 off 12 overs. They're nearly doing as bad as the real England team down in Edgbaston there this morning. Unfortunately, I've got a couple of friends going today, so let's hope it's not too much of a disaster. Nice, that's better. Just a little push forward there from Braithwaite back to Ridge. And another dot ball on the card there. They've got to find a breakthrough here, England. They've got to... Well, is it too risky to start playing shots yet, Rash? Or they've got to start doing something, haven't they? You can't just trickle along like this and kind of be weak.
It's game management, Matt. Okay, you've lost 3 early wickets, middle of the 13th over, still plenty of time. You build your partnerships, don't you? So you set, we've talked about it, just set 5 over targets. Where do you want to be after 5 overs? Where do you want to be after 10 overs? And just build and build and build. But these Australians, they're certainly not going to make it easy. And it's just a question, can the England batsmen be disciplined, trust themselves, the talented individuals, but as talented as they are, they're under enormous pressure already. And this pressure is not going to let up.
just strays a little bit leg side, but a good shot played there by Braithwaite. Just wrapped it off his hip. Charging from the forest end there, Ridge. Single for a little bit, again, we've mentioned already, that running that Australia tend to do and get those extra couple of runs. We already had a couple where they've said yes, yes, no, and not gone, and there, could they have really pushed there and got two? Was it not on?
I think there was probably a two, Matt, but with the best will in the world, Monty Douglas isn't going to be running twos like that.
I knew you were going to say that. He got shifting there on the little misfield, although he's hobbling at the end of it. But that's end of the over. They've squeezed a cheeky little run off there. A very unusual Australia misfield. 13 overs gone, 29 for 3. Definitely Australia with the upper hand. You can hear them clapping and cheering and cajoling each other on as it's gone really well. Beck's 2 for 9 of 6 overs. Fantastic bowl. You see Rocky the Roo enjoyed himself at this cracking Oughtibridge clubhouse. Oh, he's getting blown over there. It's quite blustery wind, but maybe he's having a little lie down after his trip to Scotland. But great crowd on the balcony here, all enjoying it. Beers flowing, and Liz behind the bar's really looked after as well already this morning, so thank you, Liz. As Braithwaite just has a little stretch here, and again Beck's going to come in from the Howes Estate end. He's completely missed that. That's gone straight past Monty Douglas's outside edge. He's gone to play. He's had a little prod at it. Bit fishing there, I think we call that in the game, and he's completely missed it. As you see, Beck gets back to his mark and charges in the game from the Howes Estate end. And Monty this time just forward defences his back to forward short leg, just picking it up, which is skipper Peter Judd. A couple little fishy that first one there, Rash outside, just a little bit of fishing by Monty.
Yes, he's the type of player who likes to get on with things, and the Australians know that. They did a number on him in the World Cup. He'd gone a run of ball during that tournament, but they properly did a number on him. I think in the final he scored 40 odd, but it was off 70 something deliveries, most un-Monty like. But now and again they'll just drop one out there. Let's see if he has a go at it. And 9 times out of 10 he will, just like that. Uppish by Douglas. But, cut away through the gully area for 4. Right on cue. Anything with a bit of width, he's going to throw the kitchen sink at it, and he does hit a very, very hard ball. But the Australians won't be too phased with that. They want to see him play his shots. Gives you a chance as the field inside. 33 for 3 then England, with that boundary to Monty Douglas. He moves on to 5 not out, his partner Neil Brathwaite. 15 off 36.
Oh, what an effort that was, Rash. He smashed it. Douglas straight back at Terry Beck. I don't think you'll get this on the replay. It was too quick. He smashed it there. Terry Beck's jumped up, stopped it, and then the ball's just dropped in front of him. Well done, Benny, there. Getting that in range. Cracking half effort, that.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a bump ball. I think back looking at the reactions of the Australian fielders, Monty Douglas played it straight into the ground and it popped up. But tremendous bit of fielding off his own bowling by Terry Becks. This one, Douglas just watches it go outside the off stump. That was not very far away at all. Well, it goes down as a very, very good leave by Monty Douglas, but oh, that was close.
Yeah, I was hoping for a replay because judging by Terry Beck's reaction there, he left that a bit tight, Monty Douglas. So 14 overs in, nearly a third of the way there, and we're 33 for 3. Bit of symmetry there. Okay, cracking bowling by the Australians here, putting real pressure on, restricting the English batsmen. Braithwaite 15, Douglas 5. They're just chipping away this really attacking field. We mentioned Darren Smith told us they like to stay in tight and really trust their bowlers. Braithwaite's going to be facing him. We've had a change, have we, Rash?
Ooh, now then.
Bullet Blair, isn't it?
Well, I've been waltzing around the outfield and talking to the locals, and I've mentioned Bill Blair. And so you watch out when he comes on. because for seniors cricket, he is rapid. There'll be some oohs and ahs. I can tell you that much. It's a good pace pitch as well. A good pitch like Littleborough's, but it's got a bit more pace in it, Matt. It'll be interesting to see what Bill Blair does on here as he comes in from the far end then for his first delivery.
I feel that was leg by. A great diving stop there by Doug Murphy down there at fine leg, and he's not signalled leg buys, he's got a bit of bat to that. Yeah, the first thing I said to you, Rash, was that looks like a quicker wicket. I mean, you've been the local boy, said, yeah, it does come onto the bat. And then I said in the clubhouse, as like you said, I said, I'm really looking forward to seeing Beck and Blair bowl on this, because he does get it going, and I fear the England batsman might struggle if he finds a bit of rhythm.
Well, we were there last Friday, Matt, at Cheadle-Hulme, and the delivery that you got Paul Radage out with was just sheer pace. It moved a bit in off the seam as well, but it was a very, very quick delivery. Well taken by John Adamson.
Miles above his head, he stretched up and snaffled that up, didn't he? That was probably 4 runs if he hadn't stopped that. Or 4 buys. Nice little crowd of locals rocking up here, Rash. You must be proud.
Yeah, I'm very proud, Matt. Everybody here at Oughtibridge War Memorial Cricket Club. It's their 150th anniversary this year. We've got a load of events during the summer. That's just nicely played by Brathwaite. Into the onside. Go through for a single, but good fielding by Australia, keeping the English batsman honest. Yeah, everybody's put a tremendous amount of work in. It's a real honour to host the England national side. An even bigger honour to have the world champions and current Ashes holders come to your local ground. So everybody here at the club has pulled out all the stops. We've been looked after fantastically well since we arrived this morning. I was down here at 7:30. But the crowd will continue to grow. I know a lot of people I was speaking to during the last week, they're taking a half day, so they'll be here just after lunch. For a nice crowd. Not many seats left on the pavilion balcony. As you see, going all the way round. Some nice vantage spots. Enjoying the sunshine as Blair comes in. Oh, beaten. Good quick delivery.
They're enjoying the sunshine more than Monty Douglas is enjoying Blair's bowl. As you see the replay of this, Whistles passes out, but and again he has a little prod on a fish, and he is really posing a new problem here. Bill Blair, as I'm just going to watch this last ball and have a break, and I'm certainly going to stick around the boundary and watch this, because I think this is going to be a really interesting battle with Blair chucking it down as he does, and a lovely cut shot there, just straight to the ground by Monty Douglas. But we've had 15 overs. My turn for a break, leaving the capable hands of Rash Mahmood and Owen Mason. It's 36 for 3.
Thank you, Matt. So, drinks being taken at the 15 over mark. Australia's session, first off, no doubt about that. Getting those 3 wickets. Tony Birbeck, LBW. Off the bowling of Stuart Ridge. Looked a good shout. I've just been having a word with Tony. It looked a good shout for me. And umpire Jason Garrick took his time, but eventually the finger of doom went up, and Tony Birbeck is on the way back to the pavilion. And then Martin Watkin, he got a good one. He definitely got a good one from Terry Becks. Looked like it just moved in and off the seam. He was beaten as the ball clattered into his stumps, and then a very strange dismissal, Owen, of Graham Shaw. You know, 45 of 45 deliveries on Monday, a 60-odd not out for Yorkshire against Cheshire on Tuesday. I thought initially it played the ball into the ground and it just popped up to Graham Pavey, but obviously it didn't. It must have hit right at the bottom of the bat and it just looped in the air.
But yeah, I just about missed Graham Shaw's dismissal there, Rash. But yeah, it's come at a time where, for England now, this really is food for thought at this drinks break. 37 for 3. It's 36 for 3, I should say. But it's a really interesting mark, isn't it, at the moment? You know, for Australia, they're really, really, you know, as you just mentioned, Rash, it's their session so far, isn't it? They'll be really pleased with this.
Yes, they will, but the England boys have not got to panic. You know, you've still got 30 overs to go. It's all about game management. I was mentioning to Matt while you were walking around, Owen, look, the England boys are in a hole at the moment. They're a talented bunch. They can get themselves out of it, but you need to bat sensibly. We don't need to see what we saw on Monday, which I'm still trying to come to terms with what I saw in that 7-over spell. England will, even though they'd lost a few wickets, they were still in the game. You know, this game is not lost for England now. Yeah, they're in a bit of trouble, but sensible batting. It is a warm day here. You know, it is going to take its toll. These Australians, it's a very, very brutal schedule for them. They played on Monday, of course. Then a coach trip up to Scotland, playing in Scotland, then coming back down. They've moved their centre of operations from Manchester to Leeds, so there's all that to contend with. And playing today, they've got a weekend off, of course, after this game, before they go again on Monday at Fairbairn. But England, listen, yeah, just apply yourselves. Do the basics and the fundamentals and do them properly, and the score will take care of itself.
Yeah, that's right. As you say, Rash, 30 overs remain for them. Sensible batting, as you just mentioned. That's the key for them so far. You know, you don't mind if you keep plodding along with a few singles. You're accruing more runs on the board. That's the main thing at this stage. Just like that. But it will be prevented a boundary by some good fielding there on the far side.
It's about rotating the strike as well. It's recognising it. Now, these Australians are going to give you nothing. But there are gaps in the field. And of course, if you get it past 30-metre circle on this lightning quick outfield, the ball should travel. That's a good bit of fielding again by Terry Becks off his own bowling. We saw it in the previous over. Hit very powerfully back by Monty Douglas. Did well to get a hand to it. I fancy this might be Terry Becks' last over. Might keep one up the sleeve, but someone like Jeff Patterson, Darren Smith.
Yeah, Terry Betts has looked really, really impressive. You know, as you say, only debuted just recently, and he's looked really, really, really good so far. Thank you very much again to the kind people at Oughtibridge who've just provided us with another cup of tea. That's brilliant. As we say, great hospitality here at Oughtibridge, your local club, Rash.
Yes, it is. I've got a lot of thank yous. Oh, here's the wife. Hello, wife. What are you doing? Oh, thank you. Here's a glass of water. Thank you very much. I mentioned Darren Smith, but he's sitting out today, so I fancy I'm going to go for Jeff Patterson, I think. Owen? Jeff Patterson will be my bet to replace Terry Becks at the Waterside Gardens end. All played uppishly by Douglas, but no harm done. Straight to Graham Paviour cover. That's the end of another very, very good over by Terry Becks. Just the one coming from it. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14 for him. England 16 overs in, 37 for 3. Monty Douglas 5 not out off 17 deliveries. Neil Brathwaite, wow, 19 off 40 deliveries. And John Adamson, the Aussie stumper, calling for the hat. And it's a bowling change, but not the one I thought. It is Jeff Patterson, so I was right on that score, but he's replacing Bill Blair at the far end. Very strange. I don't know whether Bill's picked up a slight niggle. He looked in good fettle on Monday, but while he was fielding, he did just have a tweak of his knee. I don't know whether he's sort of any adverse effects of that, but it's going to be Jeff Patterson then from the far end. Neil Brathwaite on strike.
Yeah, really good spell for Terry Betts there. Looked really, really impressive. Yeah, 2 wickets for him. As we say, if you've just joined us here on the YouTube, thanks for joining us, everybody, on the England Over 60s YouTube channel. Currently, England Lions 37 for 3. Monty Douglas and Neil Braithwaite currently batting for England. Those early wickets lost, as we mentioned in the drinks break, Tony Burbeck, Martin Watkin, and just most recently at 27 for 3, Graham Shaw. Early blows for England, but they won't mind that at all. That's another nice boundary. They want a very, very nice indeed. That's another 4 on the board.
Yeah, very, very nice shot by Brathwaite. Recognised the length very early, just rocked back. Just a punch through the covers for 4. And once it got past that 30-metre circle, it raced away to the boundary. Just watches that one. Outside the off stump, and there's no run. Oh, uppishly by Brathwaite, but that's going to run away to the boundary for 4 as well. Got down early. Bit top edgy. It's nobody behind square on the leg side. So another boundary for Brathwaite. He moves on to 27. England 45 for 3.
Yeah, that's more like it for England. They want to build this partnership now. That's the crucial element of this now for England. They want to build this partnership between Monty Douglas and Neil Brathwaite. But as I say that, commentator's curse or what, Rush? Crikey.
Oh, Neil Brathwaite is going to be absolutely furious. It's a full toss and low full toss. He's trying to whip it away through mid-wicket. He's completely missed it. He's out for 27 off 45 deliveries with 5 fours. Bowled by Jeff Patterson. England lose their 4th wicket with 45 on the board. But Neil, oh, he's walking. You can see him chuntering. It was a full toss, a low one. And he was trying to dispatch it through the leg side. Completely missed it. The ball smashed into his stumps.
Yeah, it's a real shame for him, Rash, after those 2 boundaries in a row. But, goodness me, I might just pack up and go home after that commentator's curse, Rash. I'll tell you what, that was just spoke about building a partnership. But Australia are making it so difficult, aren't they? This fielding performance from them so far. You know, England just haven't been able to get out. And it's unfortunate for them at the moment.
Well, I'm surprised you got out of Littleborough at a live view. And the locals were coming for you with pitchforks. You're going to get the same treatment here. Not as friendly as them folks over the hill in Lancashire. You better go into hiding. Yeah, listen. It should come as no surprise to the England boys that the Australian boys are going to be right on point in the field. It doesn't matter who's out there wearing the baggy green cap. They're always going to be committed. They're always going to make you work for every single run. But Steve Hunt, the new man in. He's played some good knocks for the Lions this year. Very combative batter. So you've got two people out in the middle for England who like to get on with it. But, like Owen said, partnerships. No need to panic at all. Just play your game. 2, 3, 4 runs and over for the next 5 or 6. Reassess.
Yeah, you only panic when it's 10 overs remaining, Rash. We've only just gone past that first drinks break, 28 to go. So as you say, you don't mind it if you're, trickling over with singles here and there and a few boundaries. Just then by the next drinks break, you're looking at a decent total there if you haven't lost another wicket by then.
Yeah, you are. You've just got shy of 13 overs for the next drinks break. 4 and over from there. 50 odd runs takes you up somewhere near the 100 mark with 15 overs to go with 6 wickets in hand. If it's that case, it's decent enough. Oh, that's wide down the leg side. Good take by John Adamson, but signalled a wide by umpire Nelford. But I wrote in my match report from Monday, Owen, that yeah, cricket is played on the pitch, but the vast majority of cricket is played between the ears. And you can't teach that. It's an individual thing, but it's recognising the situation that the game is at that moment in time. These are both naturally gifted strikers of a cricket ball. They want to get on with it. It's just recognising that, tempering it back. Just ease yourself into it. The runs will come.
Oh, certainly, Rash.
Yeah, Terry Beck's probably getting just a bit weary. Another wide signal by umpire Ford, this time wide outside the off stump. 2 for 15.
And he comes again then, Betts. Monty Douglas just palming it away.
We saw last Friday, Owen, didn't we, when the Lions were playing Australia at Cheadle-Hulme Cricket Club. 41 for 4. The Lions were chasing that 205 to win. And it was just really, really sensible batting by Timur Alam and Simon Routh. They didn't do anything flashy, and we were sitting there thinking, oh, what's that? And then we looked up at the scoreboard and thought, oh, how have they got up to 95? Yeah. It was just very, very good batting. And these two were more than capable of doing that. That's nicely turned into the onside by Douglas. Trots through for a single. One more to the total then. 48 for 4. He moves on to 6. His partner, Steve Hunt, won't get a chance.
It was slightly unfortunate in the end, Rash, in terms of the nine runs off, but there was a few scoreboard mishaps, wasn't there? And the England players towards those final few overs thought they were a lot closer than they actually were.
Yeah, the score was really unfortunate. They thought they judged it perfectly. The scoreboard was 9 runs out. So they were looking at it with 3 overs to go. I think they needed 18. I'm attaching no blame whatsoever to the scorers or the scoreboard operator, but that's the way it was. And then it changed midway through that third from last over. And it just knocked them out of kilter slightly. But it was still a fabulous effort to get within 9 from where they were at 41 for 4. That, you didn't think they were going to get to 100. So to have a partnership of 153, batting really sensibly, And as they got more confident, you could see what was happening, that they were pushing the Australian fielders back, they were taking quick singles, they were rotating the strike. They had the Australians rattled, and Peter Judd said as much. You know, we got away with one, I think he said to you at the end when you interviewed him.
Yeah, that's right, Rash. They were really, they were pleased they had that test in almost a perverse way. It almost got them really prepared and ready for Littleborough on Monday. They were, they said no disrespect to the county sides who, put them up brilliantly, the Staffordshire 11 and that Midlands 11 last week. But that was that first real big test of the tour so far, and they were really pleased they had that and came out of it with a really crucial win ahead of Littleborough. And then, of course, came with that 50-run win. Sorry, 44-run win at Littleborough Monday just gone to go 1-0 up in the Grey Ashes series. Looking to just continue that here today. 49 for 4 then now. Crucial point now for England. Another delivery to come in then to Monty Douglas. Smashes it past there, and him and Steve Hunt will be able to get a run on the board and get to 50 for the loss of 4 wickets then now. As you say, this is what they need for a few overs. Sensible batting. Just so they can start ticking over on that scoreboard. That's nice.
Yeah, nice shot by Steve Hunt. Doug Murphy wasn't far away for it. He's just backwards a square on the 45 on the leg side, but flew past him, stuck up his right hand, but it was so well timed by Steve Hunt. Raced away for 4. So England past the 50 mark. 54 for 4 then. Hunt off the mark.
Steve Hunt then, with his Red Lions cap on. Comes to the end of the over then. As we say, 54 for 4 at the moment at Oughtibridge. And as you say, Rash, your local club, it was nice to come down that hill. It was a lovely picturesque village. And all of a sudden we're here at Oughtibridge Cricket Club. It was a nice little drive. And, really nice. As you've mentioned, you've been here many a time. And we saw the clock in on the corner, where we'll be later. But yeah, you've got some good memories here, Rash.
Yeah, wonderful memories of this club. Big part of the community. So Bill Blair, he's going to replace Terry Vex at the Waterside Gardens end. Just a 1 over from the far end. He was replaced by Jeff Patterson. Yeah, Oughtibridge goes back to the first part of the 12th century, when there was a ford over the River Don that flows through the village, and it was managed by a man named Oughtred, and he lived in a nearby cottage. And when the bridge was built on that spot, about 1150, it became known as Oughtred's Bridge, or by his nickname, Oughtie's Bridge, and hence the name, Oughtibridge.
Brilliant, isn't it? Fascinating how history comes about like that. Like you say, almost coming up to 900 years ago. That's incredible.
Yeah, there is mention of places around here in the Domesday Book going back, what's that, the 1080s or something? You've got university education. I mean, when was it? 1080 something? A long time since I were at school. Good shot by Douglas. Bit of extra pace from Blair, but he just rocked back onto his heels. Nicely played. Backwards a point for 4. 58 for 4. And with that boundary, Monty Douglas moves on to 11. Yeah, a lot of history in this area. And this cricket club, and then just about 2-3 miles away, the beautiful, picturesque Bradfield Cricket Club. Strong tradition of cricket in this area. Oh, rinse and repeat. He's just stood tall, Monty Douglas, and he's smashed that through the point area. Back-to-back boundaries for him. Yeah. 62 for 4 than England. Just stood very, very tall. Bit of width offered by Bill Blair. Ball came at a nice pace for Monty Douglas, and batsmen do like it when the ball comes on to him, Owen, and he just stood tall and smashed it through point.
Yeah, really, really impressive from him. As we mentioned, you know, as we've been accustomed to him last year, when he gets going, Monty Douglas, he can really start purring, can't he? Wants to go again, doesn't he?
Well, this time just rocking back on his heels, but there is a man out there now in the deep point boundary. Does the fielding, keeps it to 1, so 9 off the over so far. With that single, Monty Douglas moves on to 16 from the 29 deliveries he's faced. Brings Steve Hunt on strike. He's on 4 not out from the 4 deliveries he's faced, courtesy of a boundary. In the previous over from Jeff Patterson, that he played backwards of square on the leg side. And 3 more balls of this over, and I'll be taking a shot. We'll welcome back Matt Evans to the commentary area. But a really proud day for me, as I've been saying. It's great to have these 2 teams playing at my local club. Oh, that's risen. Well, Steve Hunt will wait for the umpire's signal, umpire forward. I think it's going to be, yeah. Well, that ball just took off. And Steve Hunt got an edge to it. Flew between first and second slip. And raced away. So another boundary, this over. 3 boundaries so far on the first 4 balls of this Bill Blair over. 67 for 4. No, it was a bit of a puzzler. He bowled the one. I was mentioning to Ian, I fancied Jeff Patterson was going to come on to replace Terry Becks at this end and keep Becks with 1 over up his sleeve. It's nicely played by Hunt. Backwards a square. I don't know. It's a strange one. Well, but that single off the last ball of the over. England move on to 68 for 4. 20 overs gone then, so these 2 rebuilding quite nicely. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Owen Mason and Matt Evans.
Yeah, Fans rash. Good spell for England then. They needed that. After losing Neil Braithwaite a few overs ago at 45 for 4, have now reached 68 for 4. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Rash Mahmood, Owen Mason, Matt Evans here on the England Over 60s YouTube channel here at Oughtibridge Cricket Club, just on the outskirts of Sheffield. Matt Evans has rejoined us in the commentary position. Matt, just a bit of respite for England. Just when they needed it, I say that, it's almost commentator cursed it again. I did it when Neil Braithwaite came out and it almost happened again. Crikey.
It was your fault again, was it, Owen? Yeah. Well, I have to say. Yeah, cracking start by Australia. Obviously, they're really on the upper hand here, but England are making that little slight fight back now. Walking around the ground here, the smells are just gorgeous. I mean, just started frying up some onions, which smells absolutely beautiful. And just behind us here is the most incredible cake stand I've ever seen. Ruth and Scarlett are running it. Give them a shout. If you're in the area, come, that's up in the air. It's not quite going to get there. He's cut it. It's running for 4, but I think the Aussie fielder's going to make it. Oh, good fielding. Yeah, he dived in front. Nearly took Benny, the cameraman, out there. Dived at his feet, and what a throw into the keeper that is. Sums up the Australian efforts this summer, that does.
That's that valiant fielding, isn't it? Because he could have just let that, that was almost running away from him. He really could have just left that. He, as you say, he almost charged into the tripod, and Benny almost had a bit of a shoulder tackle there. But, yeah, that just shows, doesn't it? Because it's like preventing a 4 there,
Inside edge.
It's
very
fantastic.
Lucky. Yeah, it's gone for runs. Yeah, so as I was saying, Scarlett and Ruth on the cake stand. I mean, I'll tell you how good they are. Don't tell the management this, but all the Australian substitutes were just there buying cakes. TP on his day off, which I think is his first rest. Dougie Murph was telling me it's his first day's rest. I think he's just spent his week's pocket money on a Victoria slice and all that. But it looks absolutely beautiful. If you're in the local area, get down to Oughtibridge Cricket Club. It's a fantastic day. The smell of hot dogs and burgers and a table full of cakes is going to do nothing for my waistline. Young Mason, there's a bit of sloppy fielding there from, I think that's Blair, is it, number 30? Chucks it in. Monty Douglas puts one on the board. As we've just lost our scoreboard again, but I've got some info here. So Douglas on 17, Hunt on 12. We've got Patterson bowling here from the Forest End. And again, it's not really in the balance. It's obviously Australia got the upper hand at 72 for 4, but England have just steadied the ship a little bit here with Douglas and Hunt, and they've stopped the blood flowing. They're getting some runs on the board. And they just need to push on now. We're at 21 overs. That was the 21st over, I believe. So there's 24 remaining. More than enough time for them to put some runs, especially Monty. And like I said to Rash, he does look like a set of he's got a set of shoulders on them. He can soon get the scoreboard ticking over, and he is looking to open up. I think he's gauged that this Australian field is really attacking, really up, and if he can get past that first inner ring like I talked about earlier, Owen, he can see that there's a lot of boundaries on offer.
Oh, certainly. That's what we've just seen from the likes of Monty Douglas. And I just said to Rash, when he gets going, he really can start accruing some 4s, and sits is on the board as he looks to go again. Trickle towards the boundary again. It won't get there though. That's just some nice fielding, but they will get a few runs out of it.
That's 2 runs, and that was quite fortunate. I don't know if you know there, Owen. He was trying to drive that through covers. He's got the inside edge. It's gone between him and the wickets, and squirted out kind of short, fine leg area. Well, obviously there's no one fielding, and given a long run for the fielder again. Really committed, stopped the boundary. And I've just spotted where the barbecue is there, and it's on your right hand side there. Look in the car park. Look at the good old fashioned oil drum cut in half, smoking away. So we're obviously going to be well fed and watered here today down at Oughtibridge as Patterson comes in again. That's better. Douglas has just back foot driven that to mid wicket. No run taken. Tight fielding. And again, we've got some, it's going to be a tight game. England are obviously going to have to up their game on the run rate here. Is at 3.47. We're in the 22nd over, but it's no time to panic, Owen. There's plenty of time left.
Yeah, me and Rash were mentioning that, mate. It's, as we said, no time to panic, and especially when shots like that come from Monty Douglas, will be another boundary for him. There we go. Good from Monty again. As we say, just at a time when England really needed a bit of stability, and if they can build this partnership now between Monty Douglas and Steve Hunt, then they really can get going here this afternoon. As you say, Rat, no time to panic because there is plenty of overs in hand and plenty of wickets in hand, of course.
That's a wide down the leg side. Well, I fancy Monty looks like a man who likes his food, and I reckon he's, that was fielded, that boundary, by the lad on the barbecue. So I think he's just giving a little hint to chuck a couple of shrimps on the barbie, mate. He'll have a couple of cheeseburgers. Mind you, all the clubs have been doing cracking tea, don't they? Between innings that we've enjoyed. We say every day we're not going to have cake and sandwiches, and then we get a massive plate for me and Owen. So, sorry, wife, diet's not going well. Oh, that's up in there,
Beautiful.
But he's absolutely gunned that straight over mid-wicket. It's going to cross the rope at deep mid-wicket. Fielded by One of those Aussie subs still lingering around the cake stand. That Victoria sponge is attracting a lot of attention. TP still stood there with his drinks holder. That was a 4 by Douglas, and he's moved on to 27 off 34 balls here. So if he can get and really start swinging. He has a swing and a miss there. Go. That's bouncing up, isn't it? That's past kind of chest height, just outside off stump from Monty Douglas there. Real height on it, but yeah, if he can keep smashing a few of these boundaries around, they'll get some sort of score on the board to defend.
Yeah, if Monty has a day similar to the likes of, Timo Allam's 90 last week at Cheadle Hulme, you never know. Monty could be in contention for a future ODI game in the Grey Ashes, just as Timo Allam is on Monday at Fairburn. He's in the squad. Really, really good to see him in there after his good performance. Him and Simon Ralph really did well, didn't they? I think Rash said it was about 150 between them. Really good partnership between them two.
Well, that was Cheadle Hulme, you said, wasn't it? Yeah, that's the reason Allam's in the squad, isn't it? From that innings, I think, and thoroughly deserved as well. Like we've spoken about a couple of times, they ran the Aussie side a lot closer than the England over 60s did in the first Ashes game. So all credit to them. And as the England boys we've spoke to over the summer, I've talked about. I like the B team, as we see the Australians' sponsors are Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sport, Exotic Cricket Tours, Solomon's Flooring and National Tiles are what make this happen for the Australian team. And without them it wouldn't happen, as that bounces viciously over Blair there. Just dabbed it into the ground and it popped up over the fielder's head and allowed them just to get the single there. So 83 for 4 in the 23rd over. Patterson's charging in from the Forest end. He's 45 for 4, so gone for a few more. Sorry, that was the wrong thing. He's 18 for 1, so again, he's chipped that up. Oh, that was nearly taken by mid-off. That was just in the air, a little bit too long for Monty Douglas's liking. But fortunate for the England Lions, it just dropped before it made. And Patterson comes in again. Chucks one, that's a bit over pitch. He's half appeal. That was leg side. Monty's had a swing at that to flick it off his hip. Totally missed it. He's wrapped his pads. And I'm pretty sure umpire is going to signal leg byes. I've not seen it yet. Or maybe he just got a little dab on the pad to the bat to that. And again, we've got Noel Ford and Jason Garrick umpiring for us today. I think that's Jason Garrick at that end. It's a new name on the sheet. That's a lovely played shot, that. Hunt just let the ball come onto the bat there and prodded it through extra cover area. Didn't get a run, but it was a really pretty looking shot there, played.
Yeah, it certainly was, Matt. In comes Steve Hunt again then for his. Then just prods it. But no, this is nice from England now. If they can just keep this partnership going. And if you reach that 100 run mark with these two still in bat, then that's where you can really look at things. And like me and Rash said, if you get to that next drinks break as well, depending on where you are when you've hit 30 overs, then you can really start to go gun-ho if needed for those final 15. That's the end of the over then. 85 for 4 now. Can England carry this on? Second of 3 internationals for the Lions against Australia. We'll see them in action again. This coming Thursday at Stratford-upon-Avon, where we made our England 60s debut at Stratford last year. We're back on Thursday, Matt. It's going to be nice to be back there. It's a lovely ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, delightful. Gone full circle. Our course leader, Brendan, obviously lives adjacent to the ground. I wonder whether we'll see him. As we've got Blair coming here from the housing estate end. And as I talked to Rash about, he just had a change of ends after 1 over, obviously fancying something else. To me, it looks a little bit downhill from this end he's coming, and slightly uphill from that end, so maybe he just chose the easier run up. I doubt that's the reason. Oh, he's had a swing with his edge. He's gone. He's gone. Monty Douglas has had a flash outside off there. You'll just see the back of it here. And he's just nicked it there on that shot.
That's a shame.
He's nicked it and it's gone straight to keeper's gloves. And that's another wicket for Australia. Obviously a great shout by Blair to switch ends because he's taken one. England 85 for 4. And the England Lions are a little bit under the cosh now, Owen Mason.
Yeah, that's, again, commentator's curse once again. We will just break off just ever so slightly and talk about the England 60 sponsors. A big, massive thank you to Stonehill Sporter Tours.
The speed that this Bill Blair's got on his deliveries, slightly down the slope there from his run-up. I think he's obviously made a good shout. He's taken a wicket on his first ball of his 4th over there. So looking very, very dangerous, this Australia attack.
Yeah, this gets to a point now. I just mentioned if they could get to 100 runs or maybe to the next rinse break without losing another wicket, as I mentioned with Rash.
Yeah, we were just having an off-air discussion there about how quick this Blair looks. It's very, very impressive, and the oohs and ahs that Rash foretold are certainly happening. And Jason Kant's had a couple of swings outside off there, which ain't going to do the cause any good.
No,
it's just a very attacking and aggressive Australian field, and he's pulled out of that one again. Jason Kant. Blair really putting the cosh down here. W. ...
Yeah, as we've just mentioned there, Matt, just this looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Even before they've, they won the toss, elected to bowl first. I've got to say, this is very, very interesting stuff. Ed Gordon-Lennox will be tuning in to this, and the rest of the England side looking ahead at this, and they'll be thinking, goodness me, we've got a game in our hands at Fairburn on Monday. This Australia side just seem to get better and better every time we see them, Matt.
And I'll tell you what, that is 6 absolutely gorgeous deliveries from Bill Blair. He's taken a wicket on the first one, and 5 of them have just flashed past Jason Kant's off stump, and I don't think he knew a lot about half of them, but that's opinion. Yeah, just dangerous. I mean, in their defence, England really should have won the first game, as we were there witnessing, and I'm sure they feel the same. There was a bit of a mid-order batting collapse. Bar that, they were flying, and they really had the game in their hands. So I'm sure there's been a inquiry about all that, and they will sort that out next game, and probably be licking their lips at facing this. I mean, we've been looking forward to this for months, weeks, days, and if they can just tighten up that middle order batting and collapse and not allow it to happen, we would have had a cracking game on our hands, and I think it would have been really close and really exciting. But yeah, every time we see this this Aussie team, they just look dangerous. And again, the word that always comes to me is professional. The stuff Darren Smith was talking about, I just had a lovely chat with him in the clubhouse there, my little break. Hopefully we're going to get a little VT out for you for lunchtime, for you to listen to him. He's a really, really good talker, gives us lots of insight, and they've just got faith. But then you've said, Owen, the way they warm up, you know, the things they think about there, they really are taking this as serious and professional as you can imagine. As Patterson comes in, oh, he's had a swing there, just got bottom edge of the bat there. Hunt's had a swing, and I fear the ball's just struck the bottom edge of the bat. As England are on 85 for 5, we're in the 25th over.
Yeah, rather ominous, as we say. That we just saw a maiden, and now we're at 85 for 5. Remain at 85 for 5 after those deliveries to Jason Cornt. There's him and Steve Hunt at the moment. Hunt still in 13 off 20 deliveries. Now for him. If you've just joined us, Monty Douglas, the latest player to fall, 85 for 5.
And just coming back after these 2 balls, I think, is Monty Douglas. He's got an exciting, not Monty Douglas, Rash Mahmood. And he's got an exciting guest for you, which I shall let him introduce, someone to talk to. Giving me and Owen a little bit of a break, and it's on the tenterhooks here for England. They're 85 for 5, coming to the end of the 25th over. So they need to get a bit of a wriggle on. That's a great little cut shot. It was in the air for a little bit, but Hunt's just cut that third man area, and it's gone for 4 runs. That's a bit more like it. As you see the 4 graphic flash up on your screen, that moves Hunt on to 17 and England on to 89 for 5. Got 1 more ball left in this 25th over. A pity for Patterson that, because he'd bowled 4 dot balls. But again, this for me, I said to Darren in our little chat, which you'll see in the video, that's the danger of this tactic. There are gaps, and once the ball's penetrated that inner ring, it's quite quickly over the boundary, especially with this quick outfield. And that's end of the over. It's 90 for 5, and we'll welcome back Rash Mahmood and allow him to introduce his very special guest for you.
Thank you, Matt. 90 for 5 then. 20 overs to go. Bill Blair from the Waterside Gardens edge end. He's going to continue. 4 overs, 1 made on 1 for 28. But his last over, as you heard Owen mention, wicket with his first delivery, and then 5 absolute jaffers to Jason Corn. But I'm delighted. We've got our first guest of the day on. He's sliding into the seat to my right, Mr. Paul McFarlane. Paul.
Welcome, thank you.
Good to have you here.
Great setup, this lovely ground, lovely day. Fingers crossed that weather stays away at the end of the day, which will be coming over from Lancashire.
There's no good that comes over from Lancashire. Paul, I know you, of course, through your connection with my wife, Mel, who's an umpire in the South Yorkshire League. But for those who don't know you, and I can't believe there's many people in the cricketing world who don't know you, you're ahead of the umpires for... Oh, he's bowled in with an absolute beauty. Well, I don't care what standard of cricket you're playing, you are not keeping that out. And you see on the replay, Yorker delivery, Steve Hunt, nothing he could do about that. England lose their 6th wicket, score on 90, and Steve Hunt, the man to go, bowled by a very, very good delivery by Bill Blair. He's out for 18 off 24 deliveries, 3 fours amongst it. Oh, this is a good spell of bowling. Yes, Paul, you're the head of the umpires in South Yorkshire, but you're an umpire of some note yourself.
Well, I've just retired this year due to triple knee operations. So I'm now mentoring people and going around passing on my experience from the 30 odd years I've been umpiring. I first started, well, in Lincolnshire where I live, and then went into the Lincolnshire ECB League in the first year. But obviously I came from West Yorkshire, so I went back to the Central Yorkshire League and umpired in there for many, many years, then got approached to join the Old Yorkshire League, which I did. And then, of course, that then changed to the new divisions as they are now, and continued there until last season virtually. Then that's when I decided to put my feet up and help other people.
So you've umpired up and down the country.
Yeah.
Career highlight for you umpiring wise then, Paul?
There's a few actually. I think the first one was back in 2003 when I used to be involved with the Heavy Woolen Cup, which is one of the oldest competitions it is the oldest competition in the country. It's coming up to 140 years. And I did the final at Liversedge in those days. And that was the first major final I had. And then a few years later I had a Yorkshire League Cup final up at the Academy, which when you've seen all the players like Rooty and Bairstow, Rashid, they've all you've known them and I've even before that when I umpired in the Yorkshire League umpired people like Richard Kettleborough, which still have a good rapport with Richard. But no, I think in the Yorkshire League it was a final at the Academy with a guy called Donovan Koch, who's now in Australia, and he's one of the 4th international umpires out there. So whenever we go out to see my son in Brisbane, we always try and meet up and have a beer together, or even have a bite to eat.
Well, the game can't take place without umpires, Paul, but I know South Yorkshire, like many of the counties and many of the leagues, that's nicely tucked off his hip by Nick Newman. Paul Matthews does the fielding, just keeps it to 1. It's struggling to get umpires, and it's struggling to get umpires through at an early age so they can have a prolonged career. I mean, there is a pathway, it's clearly set out, and I know there's a lot of work being done. Just give us some of the idea of some of the benefits of being an umpire. And I know that sounds a silly question, but you can have a very long and productive career.
I mean, basically, if you've played the game and you know all the stuff that goes on the field, it's a really good environment to play in. But when you're an umpire, and I've said to people coming on, it's the best seat in the house. You're there, right? And you can still have the banter and the chat with the players when you played. So, for me, it's the best seat in the house. The only thing is we got all the criticism from the side. They've all seen the LBWs from down at in front of the pavilion, and I said to people, I can't tell. The only person that can tell is that guy in the middle. And even with all these cameras they've got now, they're not straight behind the bowler's arm. They're either at an angle, so you can't tell. But no, it's a difficult one, because the other thing, of course, is that players like today would make good umpires, but they're still playing cricket at 60, and next week I'm going over to Cleethorpes to watch them play the over 70s.
Just break off there, Paul. Lovely shot. Backwards a point by Jason Corm. Just opened the face of the bat, guided it, and it flew away to the boundary for 4. Welcome boundary for England then. 95 for 6. Jason Corm gets off the mark. His partner, Nick Newman, a wonderful innings that he played in the World Cup together with Monty Douglas. Sparkling century against South Africa. Oh, beaten. He's dropped it. Well, I fancy that was an edge, and looking at the disappointment on John Adamson's face and Paul next to me, we certainly heard a sound and there was definite movement of the ball. And John Adamson normally very, very sure-handed, but that went very, very quickly indeed. But chance. But another good over from Bill Blair.
Especially, Paul, in terms of, as an umpire, if you're out there for a 45-over game apiece, that's 90 overs you're out there, especially on a warm day like this. How do you deal with that? It's quite a, it's one of the toughest jobs on the pitch, as you say.
Well, you've got Jason at the other end, who was umpiring today, and he's a Kiwi, by the way. I mean, I appointed him because I thought it brings a bit more international cuisine to the game, but he did a game a few weeks and he says, he says, I've had a hard day today, 100 overs. I says, 100 overs? I says, the old Yorkshire League, they used to do 55, 110 overs. and then you have to drive back from Scarborough. You know, I says you leave early morning or you went the night before, and then you had to drive back. I said 110 overs we were doing, not 100. I mean, we're doing more than doing the test matches.
Yeah, it's a long old day, isn't it? And I suppose, you know, you get some, you know, you've been in and around it for many a year. So how, it's still a great element of pride to be an umpire for that long, you know, for, you know, how, as you said, you've had many highlights in your career, as Rash mentioned, but even just every time you know, go out and umpire, like you say, it's just so much pride, isn't it?
Yeah. No, one of the other things I'm doing is mentoring, but I also do some of these developments with umpire. In fact, I'm doing one this weekend, and you know, I'm trying to push umpires forward. And where I go to games, I'll look at them and watch them and just see what they need to do or what they're not doing. You know, so.
Jason Coates' hat's blown off. He looks thoroughly nonplussed as he has to trudge to retrieve his red hat.
Good job it didn't blow on the wickets. I wonder what they'd have done then.
Oh, yeah. What is the ruling on that, Paul?
It's only out if he's actually playing a shot. And but there's a bit of confusion at the moment because apparently if the helmet did it, it's not out. So the other thing where you could run it is that if the ball's hit the hat as he's done it, then you can maybe call dead ball, because with this new percussion thing, you know, we call dead ball straight away.
So as a result of the ball striking a batsman's head, so it's concussion protocol, and that's right. It's ruled dead ball.
Yeah. I'll tell you something else that's cocked up this year. Because the IPL have brought this, they're letting the players put saliva back on the ball.
Yes.
And I went to a game a couple of weeks ago, and the umpire gave 5 penalty runs, which was the correct decision. And the fielder at the boundary said, "Well, that's ridiculous. They're doing that on telly." I says, "Yeah, they are, but it's in the IPL, not in the ECB leagues. And until the ECB tell us different, we're following the old COVID rules, which is, you know, saliva on the ball."
I was having a conversation last week, Paul, obviously with the IPL and its success and franchise cricket around the world. Somebody said to me, well, they've got an easy job, these umpires. They don't even have to make a decision now. They're not looking at the front foot. They're doing nothing. And all they do is make the magic square and off you go. Yeah. I mean, innovations in cricket, we all want to see that, and to the benefit of the game, and you know, the ball tracking and things like that. Are they making the decisions now, or are they afraid to make decisions? Bearing in mind the scrutiny that they're under with the global audience and your thousands of replays and this, that and the other.
I remember many, many years ago doing a game at Castleford that were playing Barnsley, and a couple of guys, the committee came, and Dickie Bird came, and Dickie was always first in the tea room, you know. And when we went down into the tea room to get his tea, he says, "Come on, lads, these only you buggers are actually counting to 6. Them on telly don't even count now."
Oh, Dickie Bird. Goodness me. Legend of cricket, of South Yorkshire and Barnsley in particular. But it was a point that I really couldn't answer. I just went, well, they're there to aid them. He says, yeah, but they're not making decisions. They're afraid to make decisions. And if you're officiating a game, you've got to have the courage. Oh, that's out. That's out. Patterson gets Newman. You see on the replay, little thin edge. Yeah, nice take by John Adamson. Well, the 7th wicket to go for England. Nick Newman, the man out. Caught John Adamson, bowled Jeff Patterson for 2 off just the 4 deliveries he faced. And it looks like it's Gary Joyce coming out into the middle. The England stumper from Kent. Well, England, it's imperative that they see their 45 overs out. Get a score on the board. They do not want to be leaving overs out there. But it's not going to be easy for them with these Australians.
Yeah, good this mean, Rash. They've made it, you know, Australia fielded brilliantly so far. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Paul just said if they'd held the catches, it would have been a lot worse for England. But the skipper out there, Jason Corn, Just having a word with Gary Joyce. Just got to knuckle down. Don't think that delivery did particularly much. Nick Newman just playing down the wrong line. A genuine edge and well taken by John Adamson. Stood up. So how do you see...
Well, going back to the other question you asked me, I think it works two ways, that, because you look at the number of times that teams refer it when they don't agree with the umpire, and the umpires prove right. Yeah, we will. We all know we will not get everything right. We know that. But I bet we get more things right than we get wrong. But, you know, and as I say, on the TV, and the number of times they actually review it, and the number of times they lose the review. Now, if that had been a game without that type of facility, the umpire would have got blamed for not giving it out or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. There is still a train of thought that the umpires in the United Kingdom are the best in the world. I don't think I'm going to argue with that too much. But there's so much cricket played nowadays, Paul. You know, we were looking here today with a seniors international, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, the juniors. I mean, the call for umpiring,
don't forget the ladies game
and the ladies as well. The call for umpires. I mean, how do you fulfil the fixtures? There's just so many games.
We can't. That's the problem. I mean, I do the appointments for the Yorkshire Cricket Southern Yorkshire Premier League, and I do the Championship and down to Division 9 with the help of one of my committee members. But we're about 50 or 60 short every week. So, you know, one of the things you've got to watch is any big games at the weekend being, I know it's not promotion yet, but the teams near the top, they're going to be there and thereabouts come the end of the season. And if there's a big game, you want to make sure you've got umpires. And it's same for the relegation teams near the bottom. They're fighting for their life, so they don't want to have a situation where they've got two of their players doing the umpiring.
Yeah, and does that happen regularly? I mean, 9 divisions in South Yorkshire. It's a very, very healthy club cricket scene. But are we talking lower down the divisions that the games are unofficiated?
No,
Great shot by Jason Corn, straight down the ground. Big foot down. Nice swing of the bat. Straight back over the bowler's head for 4. Brings up the England 100. A very welcome sight for your England supporters.
No, we have. There's certain ones in top Division 1 might not get an umpire because we have a rule in South Yorkshire that we want clubs to put umpires into the system, and certain clubs just don't seem to be bothered. So we're trying to encourage them to do that. So whether it's right or wrong, that's open to debate. But unless they've put club umpires in, they will not get an umpire. I mean, one particular division, Division 7, out of the 12 teams, there are 10 of them have not put umpires in the system. So therefore, it's only 2 games a year when they roughly will get an umpire. Those 2 teams that's put umpires in the system.
And one thing I do want to touch on, Paul, with the advent of franchise cricket, and you see how some of the players react to the umpires' decisions, that transmits itself, of course, because people watch it to the younger things. I know there's been a recent edict from the ECB about players' behaviour towards umpires, and thankfully we don't have the instances like we do in football at grassroots level where officials are getting, you know, seriously assaulted. But the attitude of players, and particularly younger players towards umpires, it's noticeably on the increase. That well, it's not as I remember playing it, because what you said to the umpire, I used to take my guard and say, middle stump please sir. You know, there's a bit of that has gone out of the game, and it's a bit of a worrying trend.
I just don't think it's just cricket. I think it's everything. I mean, there's no respect anymore. I mean, the police, the doctors, the nurses, the ambulance people, you know, nobody's got respect. And I just think that comes also onto the cricket field. So if the parents are not showing respect to the kids and showing what respect means, then they just go out there and think they can do what they want. But going back to the other point, I mean, we did have a situation last year where one of our umpires did get assaulted. And we've had a situation this year where two players have been banned for a long time for level 4 offences, which is the highest they can go. So I thought they got off lenient with what they've given, but I'm not the disciplinary officer. But you know, and that's another reason why we want to try and make sure we've got two umpires at a game, so they're being supported on the field of play and maybe off the field of play.
So Jeff Patterson continuing from the far end. Oh, that's just looped in the air. It's over Bill Blair's head. He's backwards a square on the 45. Just helped round the corner by Gary Joyce. He's off the mark. England 106 for 7 then. 28.2 overs gone. And as I said a few minutes ago, imperative that they bat out their 45 and try and post a target 150 plus if they can. There's still plenty of overs to go. What are your impressions of this seniors cricket then, Paul? Is it the first time you've seen it live?
No, I went, I think I started last year virtually. I went up to Cawthorne, because I know one of the players for England, Kevin Watson, known Kevin for years, and so I went up there and I was really took in by it, and then did a few more. On Tuesday I went up to Outcast to see the Riding second team. They were playing Lincolnshire. I'm going over to Cleethorpes next week. The over 70s are playing, and I enjoy watching it. I think it's a case of the mind's willing, the body's not able anymore. But no, it's great to watch them.
They are. I mean, these boys put themselves out. I think just when I was walking around on my break, people particularly were watching Bill Blair bowl. Well, he's quicker than some of our first teamers, and he does commit a fair lick, does Bill Blair. He's, I think, comfortably the quickest in seniors cricket. But you just see what these boys do. There's no little skill and talent out there, and it's great that the public of South Yorkshire, and particularly my village of Oughtibridge, have come down and supported it today. And okay, it's going Australia's way at the moment, but it's good to see these boys out here. The world champions, of course, and current Ashes holders. End of that Patterson over then. 7 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 32 for Jeff Patterson, operating from the far end. England 106 for 7, 29 overs gone, 16 to go. Can these two build a partnership, get England at least up to the 150 mark, give them something to defend? Well, Paul, it's been great chatting to you. Thank you ever so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day and look after that knee.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Cheers, mate.
That's Paul McFarlane, head of the umpires here in South Yorkshire. Thanks for joining us, Paul. So, change of bowling from the Waterside Gardens end. Bill Blair. He's going to take a break, and it's going to be Alan Muggleton to replace him. 195 on his back. And the England skipper, Jason Corn, the left-hander to face. I was having a chat with Alan Muggleton, Muggo, as he's known by his teammates, on Monday at Littleborough. Really, really nice fella. So, as the wind just picks up a touch, the few thicker clouds come into view. His first delivery. It's just smashed back straight to him. By Corn, so there's no run. Oh, wide. Yeah, I was just waiting to see if umpire Noel Ford would give that as a wide. He did. Passing outside the line of leg. Oh, that's just smashed straight back down the ground. There is a fielder out there. Oh, Jeff Patterson. Oh, well, he got there, did Patterson. Decided to go one-handed. Flicked off his hand onto his boot and trickled over the boundary for 4. 1-1-1 for 7. Oh, Owen, you come back. Oh dear. You, I'm not getting blamed for this.
Crikey. Yes, it's interesting now for England. 111 for 7. And that's a good shot. Can it trickle towards the boundary? No, the fielder will just about get there on this near side. But yeah, great chat with Paul about umpiring. Great to have him on board on the commentary. I tell you, Rash, in my short little break, I got distracted by the cake stand. You see, I had a fantastic chocolate flapjack. Come on down before they all go. They're fantastic, Rash.
Yes, just to our left there is an array of cakey bum. I've been very disciplined so far. I've managed to walk past it. It does look very tempting indeed. But barbecue off to my right. Oh my goodness, look at that.
It's all kicking off today. It's great here at your local club, Rash. But yeah, it's interesting point now for England because as you mentioned, and I just caught it before you were just midway through your chat with Paul there, they really need to be able to play out all their overs. That's imperative for England, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crucial, Owen. It does two things. A, it's obviously going to increase your score, but B, though it's just clouded over a bit, these Australians have been up and down the country, so you want to try and tire them out as much as you can. And we saw that on Monday, didn't we? In the 27-degree heat with the England boys. You know, the first 30 overs, they were very, very good. And that's an appeal for OBW he's given. Yeah, took his time, umpire Ford. But Gary Joyce looking to sweep that. Got himself in a bit of a tangle. And I think that's a pretty good decision by the umpire. And I think Gary Joyce knew it himself. He's LBW. Alan Muggleton strikes. Gary Joyce out for 4. England lose their 8th wicket. Score 112. Gary Joyce LBW. Bowled Alan Muggleton for 4. 9 deliveries he faced. Just a 4. And drinks are going to be taken here. I don't know where. Oh, Matt's spelling Benny on the camera, is he?
Yeah, this we said, didn't we, Rash, when it got to this next drinks break, really interesting to see what England are at, where they're at, sorry. But now it comes to it now, they're at 112 for 8. And yeah, they really need to play these overs out, but the way Australia are fielding at the moment really makes you wonder, doesn't it? They might not play out all their overs. The fielding has been exceptional from Australia so far.
It's been a very, very competent display by the Australians. They bowled wicket to wicket. Don't think the pitch is doing particularly much. Martin Watkin might disagree with me. I think he got a genuinely decent delivery that possibly seemed in a touch. But it's been on point, and Matt mentioned it, that over that he was waxing lyrical with Bill Blair, taking a wicket off his first and then 5 absolute belters to Jason Corn. I mean, it's high-class bowling. High class indeed. Well, Matt's done his spell on the camera. Good job as well. Drink's been taken here, 112 for 8. Just over 15 overs to go. Can England bat their way out? I'm going to take a little stroll around the War Memorial Cricket Ground and meet and greet. And a word from Owen Mason. And then it'll be Matt Evans sliding his way back into the chair.
Thank you, Rash. Yeah, it's a very crucial point in this match now for England. We said that a little today, but it's an interesting point now because at the moment, with 15 overs remaining, 2/3 of the way through, got my maths correct, it's 112 for 8. And Matt, England now are in a bit of a sticky position with 15 overs remaining.
Yeah, I thought it was joining Rash on comms. I thought he had another five to go, but he's thrown me in at the deep end. Lovely insight from the old referee chap there from Yorkshire umpires.
Yeah, we broke it up ever so slightly because of the umpire chat, but got to be back for another 5 overs.
Yeah, it's just, well, it's all Australia at the moment, isn't it?
I know.
They've just got to try and get out of this what they can. 112 for 8. You're looking for a bit of a miracle back end of the order stance here. I mean, we've only played 30 overs, so there's 15 to go. That's 2/3, Owen.
Yeah, I got it right this time.
Yeah. We only played 2/3, so it's a pity really, because I've had a lovely interview with Darren Smith, and I'd lined you up for a chat with TP on your break, but you'll have to do it next time you're away.
That's all right.
2 little chairs in the corner of the clubhouse with a dartboard. Nice little chat to get his insight on being IWA World Cricketer of the Year last year.
That's right.
I'm not sure what's happening here, because Terry Beck's having quite a lot. Is he having a break there, or is he just standing back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I think he is fielding. Oh no, Dougie's fielding there. Let's Terry Beck's on a break here. But yeah, it was good bowling that, wasn't it? They'd set him up here for the new spin bowler, Muggleton, and he fell for it. He went for the sweep, completely missed it, and it wrapped his pads, giving him his first wicket LBW, and there you go. Beck's back on.
Yeah, Kevin Watson now in for England alongside the captain Jason Cornt. With 15 to go. Imperative, as we just mentioned before, they lost that last wicket, that they play out all their overs. But the way this is going, Matt, I can't see that happening at the moment. Australia really fielding well.
Yeah, dominant display, isn't it? We feared it really. Let's be honest. When we heard they were going to bowl and field first, we kind of feared it. I've looked forward to it because you might be down the pub early, but this dominant display in the field and the bowlers was always on the cards from what we've seen from the other games. And again, even a great position here, 112 for 8, starting the 31st over. They're on top of everything. I think this is me old. Who's this coming on to bowl here? Patterson again, isn't it? Yeah, Patterson. Looks like he was being expensive at the start, but he's now 2 for 32, which isn't bad at all. He's moving the old mate Dougie Murphy round. And like I say, even in this dominant position that they find themselves in, they're still being so precise about the field positions, where everyone is. They're not letting up. We've seen it in every game we've witnessed this summer so far. Very professional. Very precise in everything they do. And again, Patson's still there with the skipper, Juddy, directing the flow of traffic. And again, a lot of confidence in the bowling here, because they've got... Is that 6-3 field again? And again, the hospitality, Oughtibridge, second to none, should we say?
Oh, it's been fantastic. That
The
chocolate.
ladies come over again and offered us a drink. Sorry, Owen.
No, as I say, that chocolate flapjack I had was fantastic. One of the best I've ever had. That was quite extraordinary. That, like as we say, we mentioned it with Rash, that cake stand. It's very enticing to our left, and that was lovely. £2 for one of those. Get them, as I just mentioned. If you're in and around the Oughtibridge area, or if you're get my words out, or if you're in the clubhouse, because we're live in the clubhouse right now on the big screen. Get down and have a cake, because they're going to all go, because they're lovely.
That's how good they are. They give you a sugar rush so you can't speak properly.
That's right. Oh, fantastic.
And you'd be straight. If there was a bookmakers next, I'd have had a £5 on you going straight to that cake stand at your break last time. As Cornt just prods that away.
Sorry, Matt, you're interrupting you here, but in terms of what do you think's going through Jason Cornt's mind now? You know, in terms of 15 overs to go, really, England need to... You know, Peter Judd will be well impressed, won't he, with this fielding performance, but...
That's a nice cut-down shot there from... it's not even running, look.
Yeah.
Watson got all the way to his end and he'd taken 2 strides. He knew he'd middled that, and it's a square cut that straight past deep extra cover. Giving himself a... sorry, point, wouldn't it, for a left-hander? Point. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's just... you've got your backs to the wall now. I mean, they've got to give something to defend, haven't they? What game is it when we thought they were in trouble? They were like 40 for 4. I think that was the Lions game, wasn't it? Yeah. And they plugged away, and it was a lamb, wasn't it, that just got them something to defend, and that's all they need to do again here is, I mean, it's incredible bowling and fielding. It's just top notch. But the England Lions have to go right again, like you were saying. It's landmarks, isn't it? Let's get to 150 without losing a wicket. Let's get to 175. Let's get to 200. And from the position they were in, to make 200 and give their bowlers half a chance.
Oh goodness! If they can get to 200 from this stage, Matt, with 2 wickets remaining, my goodness, it'd be a fantastic achievement.
You give your bowlers something to defend, but it does rely on let's say lesser abled batsmen at the back end of the order to be very sensible. There's no point coming out here and swinging. We've seen how good this Aussie field is and how good the bowling is. I think they've got a really kind of nerdle singles and twos just like that. That's Jason Corn doing a really good captain's performance there. He's just backward cut that down to the third man area, and that's what's going to happen now. They've just got to keep the scoreboard ticking over, singles and twos all the way. Singles and twos, keep the scoreboard ticking over consistently, and like I say, landmarks 150, 175, 200, and if they could by any stretch of a miracle get kind of a 225 on the board, then your bowlers have got a fighting chance. We know the quality of the England bowling is good. They've got a chance. I'm not sure it'd be good enough to defeat this Aussie lineup in the bat, but it's better than kind of, if they have a swing now and all get out for 120, you've got no chance of defending that against this lineup. As my beautiful cup of tea is just delivered by Kerry there. Thank you, Kerry. Again, the girls in the clubhouse really looking after us.
Yeah, brilliant hospitality here at Oughtibridge Cricket Club. Great to be with you here on the YouTube stream this afternoon. They're coming thick and fast now, these games. We'll be live at Fairburn on Monday. 12 o'clock start for that. Up in Yorkshire again. Be great to be back near York on Monday. We've got games in Loughborough and Stratford to come next week.
Yeah, and just for me there, you've got to put the bad balls away. That was totally overpitched there by Patterson. And for 1 second I thought, yes, Kev Dawson's going to do it. He's going to smash it out here, kind of on the offside for a boundary, and then he just checked himself and didn't do it. Sorry, Kev Watson. Who's Kev Dawson? Doing this, yeah. Kev Watson has just checked himself and ended up just tapping a defensive shot. Well, it's a bit late in the game for that, I'm afraid. You need some runs on the board, and he's got to start taking those bad balls. As soon as the bad ball's sent down, you've got to take it, because Australia have certainly taken all their chances so far this morning / afternoon. As you see the balcony, there's Rash chatting to the locals at his club. Really full patio. Got the Aussie flag shining in the background. I think Rocky's still there, Mason, or someone kidnapped him.
Well, he is there. I can just about see Rocky. We'll get a word with him at half time, see how he's getting on.
Oh, hello. He'll be absolutely ecstatic, won't he, Rocky?
My pad's just on flying.
The pad's
My
just been ripped
goodness
apart
me.
by the wind, and again, Oughtibridge ladies to the rescue. Yes, thank you. Cheers, thanks a lot. Wow, that's a gust of wind. Just as we see a boundary, I think, there by the England boys. Yeah, just driven down there. Sorry, it's just a backward cut, sorry. Forgot. 4 runs for Jason Cont. And it's Muggleton bowling here. He's just gone for 4 for the first. So just a bit more of that needed, really. If the skipper can stay in and do a real skipper's roll here. He's on 22 off 26, so he's getting the message and chipped that one up a little bit, but he's avoided the field. He did play into the gap. The bowler had a little sniff of it for a minute, but he's got himself a single. And we need someone like this, Owen. Kevin Watson or some of the lower in order have got to stick around and allow the skipper to put some runs on the board.
Oh, certainly so, Matt. That is what England need, as you mentioned, if they've got any chance to be able to defend this target. What they'll get to all depends, as you've just said. If these two can stick it out, have a sort of Timor Allen, Simon Ralph performance, like last week at Cheetah, that's up in the air, and that's really good. That'll go for 4. And go straight towards one of the fielders in the deck chair there.
Big cheer there for the lady. Well, one bounce and she picked it up without hesitation. No fumbling there. She might get a game for England up at Fairbairn on Monday, fielding like that. Didn't even have to leave her chair.
That was good, that was.
Yeah, great shot there by Whetstone. That's what we need. You need to just play sensible cricket. Look for the gaps and stick the ball in those gaps. Muggleton comes in again. Watson just prods it back to him. Good delivery, nice line and length.
But yes, it's that's more like it from England, and that's what they need now. Just as we mentioned, plenty of overs remain here. Oh, Watson, that was almost a bit risky for him, but that's what they need to do. Keep, if they bat well, bat smartly here. Ones and twos off every ball, or as much as they possibly can. If they can get to that 200, as we said, it'd be a hell of an achievement if they could reach that come the end of their innings, if they get to the end of their innings. But that's another over done then. 126 for 8. Just need to keep ticking away now. As we say, that final wicket, that last wicket was took. If I can move my pad out of the way. At 112 for 8, that was the loss of Gary Joyce. So just need to stop the rot a little bit there, Matt, and just see if they can get a respectable target on the board.
Yeah, we've got Matthews again at the Forest end. Good old mate Dougie Murphy here, just eyeing at the barbecue. He's positioning at deep square. Deep square to forward square leg, really, as Matthews lines up skipper and he's driven that. Oh, I think that was a catch, wasn't it?
Close, isn't it?
Just dropped before Peter Judd and he's just walking down there. Jason Kant, the skipper, just prodded it past the fielder there. I think it was in the air for a little bit, but he put it down and there's a single on the board. Jason is on 24 off 28. Kev Watts 4 off 6. And the 33rd over. It's 127 for 8 England. Lions, just a bit of a struggle so far, but a really dominant, aggressive, great little flick off the hips there. Kevin Watson. He's turned that round the corner, which I think is certain for. Yeah, no, it's 4 runs there.
Yeah.
He timed that really well. It just ever so slightly down leg by Matthews. You'll see here. And very proficient shot by Kevin Watson. Just flicked it off his hip. Nudged it down. Fine leg and 4 runs. That gets him onto 8 off 7.
Yeah, this is what they need now. A bit of a hero's performance from Kevin Watson. Can they do it? 1-3-1 for 8.
He's top edged it. The fielder's underneath it. This could be trouble. He's low. He's struggling to get there. It's bounced. I think he lost it in the sun. He's gone for the hook shot there, Kevin Watson, and it's top edged off his bat. Gone high in the sky. Come down very high mid wicket. But as you see from the replay there, it's Terry Beck just lost it a bit in the sun. Didn't quite get to the mark, and Watson gets away with one there, Owen.
Yeah, number 2 on the board then for Watson. 133 for 8 now. Well fielded this time. But yeah, as you mentioned, Matt, a great crowd forming here at Oughtibridge Cricket Club. Just coming up to 1:30. Again, Watson had to be careful there.
You look at the replay here, how much he's just dug in and popped up. I think he thought he was going to get one in the face there. Yeah, see how he pulls his head away. Yeah. That just really rose up, which will encourage the bowlers. And don't forget, England's still got to bowl the Lions, so stuff like that will encourage them too. We were seeing the new chap out there, weren't we, this morning, having a bowl. We both said he looked a bit like Rod... What's the comedian, the Welsh comedian? Rod Gilbert. Who was that, Martin Watkins, was it? I think he was having a bowl. Anyway, it's it looks very, very decent and handy, and the he was really getting that ball to turn and finding the footholds amazingly. I mean, the movement he was getting off it was brilliant. So things like that ball just digging in will give the England fielding team a little bit of hope as the skipper just lets it drift down leg side, and umpire has signalled a wide. That's Australian, isn't it? Good bowling, Mago. It's about as Australian as we've heard of this tour, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, Muggleton's nickname, young Alan Muggleton, known as Muggo.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's the delivery's come in
Oh,
for the
good shot.
captain.
Straight to the fielder, unfortunately. That's TP, and it's shouting with the old Muggo shouts over there, chatting away to Rash next to us. We won't offend the whole nation by hearing your Australian accent efforts there, Owen, that we were given over the campfire last night at the old camper van. Oh, good shot. Driven that straight back through covers. Fielded in the deep there. Deep cover. Jason can't. And he's on 25.
Yeah, 25 off 31 for him and 10 off 11 for Kevin Watson. This is better from the Lions. If they can just keep this going now till the end of their innings. Easier said than done though, as I've cursed them twice today. That's nice from Watson, but it's again to a fielder, unfortunately. Won't go towards the boundary.
Yeah, Muggo totally overpitched that one and gave him a full toss, which I thought he'd done the job for a minute, but didn't quite middle it and get the boundary.
Yeah, Dud Murphy was on that, wasn't he? On it like a flash before it reached the boundary.
So this is Muggo coming in for his sixth delivery because the wide. Ooh, and he's left it. He was looking at the umpire there as if he thought that was expecting a wide, but the umpire wasn't interested. So seventh delivery and hopefully the last from an Australian point of view. Muggleton 1 for 18 off 2.5. That's over pitch and surely. Oh yeah, just opened his face of his bat up there. And he's misfielded it there. He went down for it and missed it, the Australian fielder. Just get it in nice and quick. A very clever shot there. Just opened his bat up there. Jason Cornton sent it down to third man and got himself a couple of runs. So it'll be Watson on strike. As we get the bowler coming in from the Forest end, which I presume it will be the same, or we can have a change.
Oh, it's possible. Bit of shifting going around the fielding.
We're having a change now, but I'm totally confused. It's my turn to go, isn't it? Because you went last time, or were you off? So rock, paper, scissors it. What are we on? 35 to 40. I'll be back 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you go, because you haven't done the end of the game yet. Yeah, we'll let Owen have a little break now because he's not called the end of an innings yet. That's if they make it there. So we all got a bit mixed up with the old Yorkshire umpire coming in through our breakage, but Owen's not called the end of an innings yet. Oh, that's well over pitch. He's given him an absolute full toss, almost a baseball shot there by Kevin Watson. But amazingly, he hasn't put it away. He's only managed to go for a single there as we start the 35th over. 139 for 8, so fair play to England. They're ticking away here and pushing the score up, and a bit like that game Cheadle-Hume we've just been talking about, Rash, they've just got to give something for the bowlers to aim at now. The skipper needs someone to stick around with him, and a bit of a Jack Leach, Phil Tufnell, Shane Warne effort at the end of the order.
Yeah, good afternoon, Matt. Good afternoon, everyone. That's spot on. Don't have to add anything to that whatsoever. It's been good from these two, I have to say. Kevin Watson, more than useful with a bat, and we all know the qualities of Jason Corn. That's nicely struck down the ground. Just the one, though. Fielded out in the deep. 140 for 8 England. these two came together. I think the score was 112. So 28 added, just what England needed. First target 150, and then see if they can bat the remaining overs out. It's imperative they bat the overs out, Matt, and obviously if they do, the score will go up and it gives them something to defend, like you say.
Yeah, we've been discussing all the cliches, Rash, of you know, hitting milestones. Next one's 150. Let's make 150 without a loss of a wicket. Watson has a big old swing there, doesn't quite get hold of it. And then you try and make 175, and then, you know, dreamland at the moment is make 200. But like I said, you know, the last recognisable batsman, I think, is Corn, the skipper out there, and he's got to just have someone stick around with him so he can put some runs on the board. But to be fair to Watson, he's had his own little dabble, got a little bit lucky with that hook shot. I don't know if you saw it off the top edge, and I think Terry Beck just lost it in the sunshine a little bit.
He did, yes. Terry was. It's always a difficult one, of course, Matt. He was running backwards. He was looking up, and just a bit of swirly wind, and the ball just drifted away from him. So fortunate for Watson, as you said, but at this rate, if they carry on going, they'll reach a score of, I'd say, something like 180.
And they've steadied it with some sensible cricket, which again we didn't see early enough, and a bit like the Cheadle-Hume game when a few threw their wickets away, and a bit like England at Edgbaston this week. They just need to find the gaps. No heroics of smashing the ball. This field and bowling attack of Australia is too good to be swinging hallelujah balls around the place. They just need to find the gaps and run those ones and twos.
They do, mate. It's game management. We said it on Monday, didn't we? We saw the England side in that one-day international. You know, taking my England tinted glasses off. It was poor game management from England. They were on top. I think they did well to restrict very, very powerful Australian batting line up to 250 on an absolute belter of a cricket pitch. And on 106 for no wicket, we were all, well, certainly the England supporters were all smiles. Went a bit pear-shaped after that, however. That's a nice shot by Jason Corn. Just whipped it round behind square leg for 4.
He knows when he's caught one, doesn't he? Didn't even cross his mind to run there.
No, the Sheriff is my colleague, Mark Cambo, sports commentator out in Perth. He called him the Sheriff. So with that boundary, Jason Court moves on to 32. England 144 for 8, inching ever closer to that 150. Which in the circumstances is a pretty decent effort.
Shot.
So a single off the last ball of the over. Another single to Jason Court. 33 for him, then England 145 for 8. Losing the toss and being put into bat. It's been good disciplined bowling and fielding from Australia. As Paul Matthews, it's going to continue from the far end. Jason Corn's on strike. Some change into the field as Doug Murphy trots past us. Takes up a position at D, mid-wicket on the boundary. Oh, big swing by Corn. He's not looking for 2, but he should be. He really should be. Yeah, He finally decides to trot back. It was 2 all day long.
Too much hesitation there, Ash, wasn't there? Like you say, it was 2 all day long there. Especially when you need as many on the board as you can get.
Yeah, every run vital, Matt. 147 for 8, 2 more to Jason Court. Then the England line skipper, he's 35 off 42, so he's going along at a good clip. Oh, just in front of the man at backward point. Terry Beck's there.
I think he thought he'd made up for that drop catch for a minute there. That's a clubbed shot there, but straight to the fielder again. I'm sure the Australian camp will say this is fantastic field placements, because quite a lot of shots they've hit, Rash, have gone straight to the fielder. I'm sure the skipper will claim the glory. It's very delicate from such a big man, that. Jason Court just dabbed one down to third man and kind of point had to scurry around there, or deep backward point had to shuffle around to pick it up. Yeah, I'm sure the Aussie camp says great field positions, but should the England batsmen be a little bit more skillful in finding those gaps when the shots are on? I've said to Ern, you've got to take these chances now. These bad balls have got to be put away.
Yes, from an Australian point of view, Peter Judd will be saying, well, that's exactly where I told my bowlers to bowl it, and that's why I put the fielders there. Yeah, you do have to be a bit cute. That's a full toss. Oh, misses out. Just like you said, it was a full toss. Hit powerfully back by Watson. But no run. End of that Paul Matthews over. 37 overs gone here at Oughtibridge War Memorial Cricket Club. This match between the England Lions and Australia. Their second meeting of 3. They played last Friday at Cheadle-Hulme. Australia winning by 9 runs in the end. One more game to go in this series. 148 for 8 England.
Yeah, that was the exact same ball that started the discussion with Owen. I mean, that was completely overtossed by Muggleton, was it there? Or no, it was
Paul Matthews.
Pat Matthews at the other end. And that's the ball for me in this situation that Watson's got to put. And I'm not saying hit a smashing 6 through the air, but he's got to find a gap along the deck and get a boundary off that, just to push England as close to 200 as they can get. This partnership is doing fantastic. They've steadied the ship, like you said. 112 was the loss of the last wicket. Easy for me to say. So they've done a great job, but the bad balls have got to be put away now. And I think Watson's just missed a couple of chances.
Yeah, it's the art of batting now, Matt, isn't it? It's recognising it when you do have that bad delivery. You really must take advantage of it. It was a good bit of fielding, actually. I mean, he hits it back forcibly. It was a good bit of fielding from Paul Matthews, because it came back at him very, very quickly. Did well to get his hand on it, but is England inch ever closer to that 150 mark.
So this is Muggleton at the Housing Estate end, 5th over. 2 dot balls to start. Again, not bad figures either. Normal circumstances, 5 per over is pretty good. It's only that they've been so frugal, this Australian attack at the start. It doesn't sound so good when people were going for 1, 2 and over. But he's making Jason Court, the England skipper, think about it. 3 cracking line and length balls there, Rash.
Yeah, well, Peter Judd, the Aussie skipper, knows Jason Court very, very well indeed. He's got the 2 men out long on, long off. He knows he likes to play in that area. Tossed up by Muggleton. Court just plays it down the ground, straight to that man at long off who does the fielding. Trots through for a single. 149 for 8. Yeah, you can see immediately. So the left-handed Jason Court gets down to the other end. Kevin Watson, the right-hander. Immediate changes in the field.
And Watson ran that first one quite hard there. He would look to take a second, but Court wasn't quite as lively and aware. Just pushed away there by Watson, and I can see he's a big fella, but he's got to be getting those those runs in that Australia seemed so well at stealing Rash. I mean, Kevin really put in the effort there in the first run, turned around just to see Jason just finishing his first run. I think he would have run 2 given the chance.
Yeah, it's a nice shot by Watson, but well fielded by Paul Matthews. And on the cue is Matt. He's gesticulating with his hand straight to the fielder. End of that Muggleton over then. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26 for him. England 149 for 8. 7 overs remaining then.
There's a sight you like to see, Rush, at your home club.
Yes, yes.
Lots of people enjoying themselves, lots of drinks being had. An absolutely fantastic scene for local cricket.
Yeah, big thank you to all who've turned up. There'll be plenty more coming down as well. But a decent crowd here, and they're spread all around the ground, Matt. The pavilion, yeah, that's full. There's plenty of people in the bar.
I think it's as big a crowd as we've seen so far, isn't it, in all the games for me?
I would have said so, yeah. I would have said so.
Just bought 5 tickets in the raffle, and your good wife says it's on, because I said, what's first prize? She said it's dinner with you.
I think that's last prize, TP, isn't it? I don't know if you all heard that, but TP came over to chat to Rash, just put some tickets in the raffle, and his wife said it's dinner with Rash was the first prize. That was a cracking bit of fielding on the boundary there. It bounced up really awkwardly. And I was saying to Owen actually about these, there's been a couple of balls that have just risen up. That's as the 150 comes up for...
There's a
that's got
misfield, and
through,
that's
yeah.
going to go for 4.
That was more
Well,
like it. What a shot.
You don't often see that. That's the Aussie skipper, Peter Judd.
And that first barrier we were talking about, Rash, the 150's up for England, and as I was saying, I said to him, those balls that are just rising will give the England bowlers a bit of hope. I don't know who the new, we said he looked like Rob Gilbert, the new spin bowler with the short hair, the England player. He was getting that ball to turn on that. I know it was the practice wicket, but him seeing these balls rising and turning, ooh, will give him a lot of hope. He's gone.
He's given.
Missed it. That's a bit high for my money. That hit by the hip, didn't it?
Well, that has hit Kevin Watson on the thigh pad as he was looking to play into the leg side. Was back in his crease. I think he can count himself a little unlucky, Kev.
He's shaking his head. I don't blame him. On that replay, Rash, it almost looked like it hit him in the kidneys, and he was right back on the stumps, and the umpire's giving it out. It was a bit of a shock of that for me.
Do you know the other thing with that, Matt? I didn't hear anybody appeal. There must have been somebody appealing, but they certainly didn't shout. They didn't do a Mike Palmer and, yabba dabba doo. And
there was one shout, and I think it was the keeper. And he's got away with one there, because that was never LBW. I mean, it was over the stumps. It stepped back anyway to play the hook shot. He'd missed it, spun himself around, and it almost hit him on the, like I say, the kidney region. So very surprised that was given.
Well, nevertheless, he heard from Paul McFarlane earlier on. We were sitting on the sidelines and we've got the benefit of looking on the camera, but the only person who can give the decision truly and accurately is the umpire. So, Jason Garrick, standing at that far end. And a good innings from Kevin Watson. Batted very sensibly. So the last man in for England, Nigel Moore. 154 for 9. 2 left-handers out in the crease. Can he and Jason Corn bat out the 45 overs?
Yeah, so we're going to have to rebuild again here. Jason Corn's going to have to ask Nigel Moore to step in with him and start another partnership. Again, there's 7-ish overs to go. So plenty of time to get a few on the board. They've made that first milestone we've been talking about of the 150, Rash. Just start again, build a partnership, small steps, and don't do anything silly is what I want to see. Nothing silly and crazy.
Like that.
As he fishes 7 foot outside his off stump. Yeah, here comes the replay. You'll get this one now. Look, guys, bit of fly fishing right out there. Oh, not in many coaching manuals, that one.
39 gone then. England 154 for 9. What England can't do, of course, Matt, it's all right staying there until the 45th over. They've got to look to score as well. So I think with the last man in, the Sheriff, Jason Corn, I think he'll be looking to get after Alan Muggleton. A couple of lusty blows, and you never know.
Yeah, you heard my whinge the other day about just trickling along pointlessly. I think every time Jason Corn's facing now, he's got to have a swing at it. If you swing at it now at this point, in this stage of the game, and you get out, no one's going to grumble, no one's going to moan at you. You've got to go for it. You need to put as many on the board as you can. So if he has a swing and drops it down the fielder's throat now, no one's going to berate him, because if he has a swing and starts getting hold of it, as you know better than us, Rash, he could quite easily push this towards 200 and give the England bowlers a real chance of defending something. Like I said, the new spinner, we were out there early doors filming, and he was really getting that ball to move off the surface. So if he finds a few of these little footholes, it might not be as easy as the Australians think this afternoon.
I think it's a very, very good wicket, but the Australians have bowled to the wicket. They've bowled full, straight, and when the England boys have missed, they've hit. A couple of LB decisions as well, Matt.
And that must have been outside, because it's certainly not as high as the last one which was given, so he survives one. Good little back foot shot there. Nigel Moore would be a spin bowler, yeah.
He was telling me when I was on my break that he used to be an opening batsman. I genuinely have never seen him with pads on. That's a nice orthodox shot though. Straight to the fielder at mid-off, Jeff Patterson, and there's no run. Yeah, he's a very underrated bowler, Nigel Moore. Was on the tour to Australia. Very, very nice chap he is as well.
Just got 2 more to survive here to... Oh, he's had a swing around the corner there. Didn't get anything on it. And I think Jason Corn sent him back early doors, and it's my turn for a rest after this. You're going to have the dulcet tones of young Owen Mason taking you through to the end for the first time. As long as he doesn't get too excited and that sugar rush has gone from that chocolate cake he had. We should all... That's a lovely shot. He's finally got that. So tried it again, Nigel Moore, the little hook off the hip, and he's blasted it down for 4 runs. It's the end of the 40th. It's 159 for 4. No, for 9. They wish.
Yeah, a bit of a loose delivery, that last one from Alan Muggleton, allowing Nigel Moore just to swivel round. Played it very nicely indeed for a number 11. Backwards of square on the leg side for 4. That's him off the mark. His batting partner, the England line skipper, Jason Corn, 39 not out of 51 deliveries. England 159 for 9. 5 to go, as you heard Matt said. So you can see these 5 overs out. This pair. Add another 20 or so, Owen. Get you up to around about 180. I think in the circumstances that'll be a pretty good effort.
Yeah, exactly, Rash. Not a bad effort considering where they were. You look at 98 for 7, and you think, crikey, like how is the race run in terms of for the England Lions side? But they've done well, and I've got to say 159 for 9 now. Does it completely collapse, and they could have been out for 120, completely all out for 120, and then that's a score which Australia, of course, on this Oughtibridge cricket field, they need to obviously get, but obviously they don't have to completely from the off. They don't have to completely go for it, do they? If it's a target of 120.
No, it'll just concentrate the mind. I mean, the Australians will know that they've been out there for 40 overs. I think it's a very, very good batting track. Yeah. Australia have just bowled very, very well. It's one of those things, and sometimes you've just got to grind it out. It's not a given that Australia will stroll to whatever target they have to reach. If the England bowlers, and it's a good England bowling unit, Jason Corn, Kevin Watson, Nick Newman, Nigel Moore himself. Oh, it's a flash at that. We'll wait and see what umpire Garrett gives. And that's good running. Just wait for the single from the umpire. 2 to Nigel Moore. $162 for 9 then. That's nicely played. Quicker delivery from Matthews. And Misfield allows him to come through for 1. Not quite sure what happened there. It was Glenn Pearce. I know he's been struggling with a little injury. Had a back spasm on Monday. He was in the starting lineup for that one-day international, but about 30 minutes before play was due to commence, and started getting some twinges in his back. So as a precaution, he was kept out of the side, and John Adamson took his place. Oh, that's an appeal for LBW. And leg by signalled. 163 for 9 then. 4 overs to go. You've been chatting with any of the locals? Are we? Very friendly, but much they are as well.
They certainly are, yeah. I was speaking to a few, obviously, as I got my cake earlier, the chocolate flapjack. It was fantastic, I'll tell you that. But it was nice to just be able to, everyone's enjoying themselves, and just even, heard a few tidbits from the Australian and the English who were watching on, and Australians very pleased at the moment. They're watching on. And like you say, it's a great crowd forming for a Friday afternoon, just coming up to 2 o'clock. It's fantastic to see, isn't it, Rash, at your local club? Very, very populated here at Oughtibridge. Really, really nice to see here on a Friday afternoon, on the 4th of July.
Yeah, good crowd here all the way around the ground as well. There are little pockets dotted all over the place. Cake stall behind us. Barbecue to our right. More and more people coming down as the afternoon progresses. 165 for 9 then.
So of course, England have lost Tony Burbeck, Martin Watkin, Graham Shaw, Neil Brathwaite, Monty Douglas, Steve Hunt, Nick Newman, Gary Joyce, and just most recently at 150 for 9, Kevin Watson. Jason Court, the captain, currently in with Nigel Moore to finish us off.
Well, it's been a captain's knock. 41 off 54 for Jason Corn. That's a nice shot. Well fielded by Patterson at mid-off. Well, he played that very elegantly indeed, Nigel Moore. He doesn't look like a number 11. He might have been, I thought he was telling Porky Pies when he said he used to be an opening batsman. Very elegant. Very Nick Gaywood-esque, that.
Yeah, just over 3 overs to go then, and like you say, Rash, that's imperative that they just reach the end of their innings. Which looks like they might just do. Be another run on the board. He's looking for another Nigel Moore, but Jason Corn decides to stay at the wicket. That's another one to add to the total though, 166 for 9 then.
Yeah, 3 overs to go, Owen. I think if these two can bat out, play sensibly, maybe take a bit of a swing in the last over. Get to, I mentioned when you were filling your pie hole with cakey bum. We saw you. 180, I think, in the circumstances, England, they won't be delighted, but I think they'll be relatively happy that they've managed to at least post a score that gives them a chance of defending. Okay, it's a nice shot by Moore, just put straight to the man at cover, Alan Muggleton, and there's no run. At least he can defend it. Have a go at defending it. It's a lightning quick outfield, of course, so they're going to have to be on point, as the Australians have been in their bowling effort. Ooh, just floated up outside the off stump by Matthews. Just tempting Nigel Moore. He was looking to just run that through the vacant area at Gully. And that's in the air, straight back to him. And that's the end of the England innings. Nigel Moore, simple catch back to Paul Matthews. He goes for 8. England put into bat by Australia. All out for 166. So Australia, when they come out, 167 will be the target. And the Australian skipper Peter Judd just congratulating his players, and why not? It's a very, very professional performance from them. Got amongst the England boys early doors, Owen, you've got bits and pieces there, haven't you?
Yeah, you know, early, like you say, that early wicket of Tony Burbeck, 19 for 1 was when he was bowled out. Then it come to, you know, it's quite a bit of a spell there. Then it was Martin Watkin, then Graham Shaw, within about 3 runs of each other, 25 for 2 and 27 for 3 for Graham Shaw. Of course, that late replacement was Shaw on Sanjay Berry, wasn't it? Obviously, that late replacement couldn't hit the heights of what we saw, you know, last week. Then Neil Braithwaite at 45 for 4. And Monty Douglas had a good hit, but it's a shame for him in the end, 85 for 5. And at that point, Rash, you know, they hadn't even got to 100 runs. They then lost Steve Hunt and Nick Newman. He looked like curtains at 98 for 7, didn't it? And that's, you know, fair play to England. You know, got to about 112 for 8 when Gary Joyce was bowled out. And then it made you think, what target can they realistically pose here? And they had a good hit with Kevin Watson and Jason Corn. He was out for 150 for 9, questionably though, wasn't it, in terms of Kevin Watson? One of the most questionable calls I've seen when doing this England cricket seniors over the last year or so. Then finally, it was Jason Corn and Nigel Moore. And about 40, 42, 43 overs they got to of the innings before we just saw Nigel Moore bowled out. And it's, 167, the target to reach. And, yeah, as you say, they won't be overly pleased with that. But from where they were, Rash, crikey, it's quite a decent target that they have got to in the end.
Well, they got there and they nearly got to the 45 overs, and as you said, 7 down for less than 100. You didn't think a score of 150 was possible. But credit to the lower order, battered sensibly. Look, it was just a couple of decisions that probably looked harsh, shall we say. That probably went against the England batsman. Monty Douglas was the big one for me. He was looking in really good touch, and we've said he needed some runs, but he was looking in good nick. You know, unfortunate for him. Tony Burbeck opening up, I think he looked a good delivery and a good decision. I know Tony may think differently. Martin Watkin, he got a good delivery. Graham Shaw's was a funny dismissal, but 3 down and, you know, you're scratching about. It was always going to be an uphill task to post a competitive score. I don't think the pitch holds any terrors whatsoever. I think Australia just bowled good lines, good length, and when the England batsmen missed, they hit. But a good effort all in to get up to 166. We're going to have lunch now, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes, I think. So what time is it now? It's just approaching 2 o'clock, so somewhere between 25 to 3 and 2:45. Myself, Rash Mahmood, Owen Mason and Matt Evans join us to see how Australia get on in their pursuit of 167 to win this match between the England Lions and Australia.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's just coming up to 25 to 3 on this, the 4th of July, at Oughtibridge War Memorial Cricket Club, just on the outskirts of Sheffield. It's the England Lions versus Australia, and if you joined us earlier on the live stream, thank you for joining us. You would have seen that England posed a target of 166. Australia, now in their innings, have got to reach that. And at times, and we mentioned it in the briefing just before the break, that at one point England were at 98 for 7, and it was unsure if they would even reach the likes of 130, 140, even that 150 run mark. Rash Mahmood is back alongside me. Rash, it was a commendable target in the end for England, given where they were. But from this Australia side, it was a fantastic fielding performance, wasn't it?
Afternoon, Owen. Afternoon, everyone. Yes, it was. Professional is the word I would use. The pitch, I don't think is holding any terrors. It's an absolute belter of a strip that the groundsman here, Roger, has prepared. But what they did do is they bowled good lines, good length. And they really didn't give the England top order much to hit. And taking those 3 early wickets, of course, helps massively. But I thought it was a very, very disciplined bowling performance. And if you bowl wicket to wicket, if the batsman misses, then you invariably hit, or have an opportunity to wrap the pads. We saw a couple of LB decisions. Yeah, England, 98 for 7, as you say, Owen, to get up to 166. I think that's a pretty commendable effort. And they know, they've seen it out there. If they bowl full and straight, they're going to ask these Australian batsmen some questions. Be interesting to see what Australia do with their batting lineup, however. The Peter O'Reilly, radar, not playing today. Doug Murphy's out there, but just looking to my left as the umpires are out in the middle. Noel Ford from Australia on the left of the screen, and Jason Garrick, who umpires here in the South Yorkshire League, a Kiwi. Didn't mention that to the Australians at half-time. But it is going to be Doug Murphy, number 1 on his back. And Alan Muggleton, 195 on his back. He's going to the non-strikers end. Looks like it's going to be Yorkshire's Kevin Watson to open up from the far end. So we're just about set here. See how Australia get on in their pursuit of 167.
Yes, as you say, Rash, Doug Murphy, Alan Muggleton to get us underway then. Here at Oughtibridge, been a great afternoon, morning and afternoon of it here. And a lovely, lovely club. Another one ticked off. And it's, again, the hospitality scene here. Cups of tea everywhere from everyone. They've been so welcoming. Lovely cake stand. Fantastic. There's a bit of a barbecue going on now as well. Benny, one of our camera operators, done himself a burger. Fully recommends it. So yeah, great, as you say, Rash, your local club, but it's just nice to see the local community is really filling out now, isn't it? And it's only going to get a bigger and bigger attendance as the afternoon rolls on.
Yes, a heartfelt thanks from myself to all the people in Oughtibridge who have really chipped in. It's a really proud moment for me and my wife Mel to have the England national team and the world champions play on our local pitch, but everybody has chipped in and made sure this has gone off, I would say without a hitch, but we couldn't get the national anthems on this morning. That causes a slight bit of consternation. But here, post-match, the presentations, and then up to the local pub, the Cock Inn at Oughtibridge, where we'll be having a hot meal and karaoke and raffle. So yeah, everybody's mucked together. So here we go then. First ball of this Australia innings as Kevin Watson comes in. That's a full toss, and Doug Murphy, cool as you like, just chips that through the vacant mid-wicket area. And Australia off the mark. First ball, 4 to Doug Murphy.
Yeah, just as we expected from Australia. First ball, fantastic really. 4 for the loss of No wickets, and as you say, Dudmurphy of the first delivery gets the first boundary of the day for the Aussies. And they come again. Oh!
God, he's got him.
Wow!
Tony Burbeck.
Wow.
Well, 4 and out for Doug Murphy.
Wow.
Kevin Watson strikes. Well, he's just looking to cut that Murphy. I think it was a bit fuller than he appreciated. Dick Edge flew very, very quickly to Tony Burbeck, but safe pair of hands. So, England strike. Doug Murphy out for 4. After 2 deliveries, hit the first ball he faced, through mid-wicket for 4. Out the second ball. Breakthrough for England.
That's a juxtaposition of balls if I've ever seen it. 2 deliveries, 1 boundary, the next he's out. Fantastic for an England persuasion. Just the start they needed, isn't it, Rashford Lions? Just a boost really early on. As you say, you know, how successful Australia were in that fielding performance. England will be looking at that and going, well, hang on. If we start well, just, you know, second delivery, then we could have a bit of a game in our hands. It's early doors, but that's a very, very good start, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Good catch by Burbeck. Went very, very quickly. And he's not all that far away from the batsman. It's a safe pair of hands. Brings the England skipper out to the middle then, Peter Judd. But plenty of encouragement from his England teammates to Kevin Watson, and there's plenty of encouragement from this crowd. That's got him warmed up. As Watson comes in again, he bowls. Just played out into the offside by Peter Judd. And there's no run.
Yeah, interesting to see how Australia do these next few, you know, the rest of this over and the next few deliveries, because quite a unique position. We haven't really seen Australia have to deal with an early wicket like that before in our recent games that we've covered with them. As early as that anyway. They've had a few early wickets, but not second delivery. And even the best of teams, Rash, if something happens like that, the momentum and the feeling, I say that just as another great boundary for Australia.
Yeah, nice shot by the Aussie skipper Peter Judd. Backwards of square. On the offside, raced away over this lightning quick outfield for 4. So he's off the mark. Oh, great stop by Burbeck again.
Really good.
Yeah, rinse and repeat from Peter Judd, but that time, excellent bit of work by Tony Burbeck. So the end of a very eventful first over. Australia 8 for 1 in their pursuit of 167.
Yeah, Burbeck really impressive. Claiming that first wicket on the second delivery. The loss of Dud Murphy after he just got a boundary himself on that first ball. And well fielded to perhaps prevent another one from the Aussie skipper Peter Judd.
So it's England skipper Jason Corn from the Waterside Gardens end. And Alan Muggleton, the left-hander, on strike. And Jason Corn, normally very, very reliable. He does usually bowl wicket to wicket. And that first one just played out to Neil Brathwaite at point, and there's no run.
Yeah, well fielded by Brathwaite.
One thing for our viewers to watch is the man behind the stumps, Gary Joyce. He's always fidgeting and fussing, but he's an exceptionally talented wicket-keeper. He'll be keeping the batsman honest any chance that he can to whip those bails off. There's a man comes in close in the offside then.
Yeah, they go for that run, and they will claim a single. 9 for 1 then, and that's Muddleton off the board. 1 off 3 deliveries. Call us a free then here at Oughtibridge War Memorial Cricket Club, home ground of one of our commentators, Mighty Rash Mahmood. As you say, a proud moment for him. In comes Jason Cornt again with a delivery.
Is it that one, AOOC HUBN?
Well, Tony Burbeck has just moved around a touch. And so he's got Graham Shaw at slip and Tony Burbeck at gully, but he's very, very fine. Man at point, cover. Short extra and mid off. It's Cornton again. And Judd just watches that. Outside the off stump. Not a bad start for the England skipper. Just a single coming from it. 2 overs gone here then. Australia 9 for 1. The man dismissed Doug Murphy. Second ball after hitting the first ball he faced. Through mid wicket for 4. He was caught by Tony Burbeck off the bowling of Kevin Watson. Australia chasing 167 to win.
Yes, continues a busy schedule for Australia as they prepare for that second one-day international in the Grey Ashes against England on Monday, July the 7th at Fairburn Cricket Club. Yeah, about 3 games in about 4 days for them as they face a side at Loughborough Cricket Club, Midlands 11, and then at Stratford, the third and final Lions game against Australia. We said it last week, and it's, you know, again, for the Lions and for Australia, for both sides, it's a really good metric, especially Australia. Peter Judd said post-match at Cheadle Hulme, when it was only a 9-run victory in the end, you know, the Lions really put them close to the sword. You know, what a test it is for both sides. You know, the Lions coming up against, you know, the best side in the world champions at the moment. But for Australia, really provides that test before the Grey Ashes, and, you know, in between the Grey Ashes games.
That's nicely tucked into the leg side by Muggleton. Neil Brathwaite, good chase from him. Yeah, Peter Judd alluded to it. I mean, didn't he? He wanted that competition, and he said it very well indeed. No disrespect to the county sides, if you want, the Midlands 11 and the Northern 11, Hammerwich and Grappenhall respectively. But they've got a real good workout to go against those England Lions on Friday. And we heard from Ed Gordon-Lennox, the England skipper, on Monday. That just pops up. We'll just wait for the signal from umpire Garrick. Off the pads, it certainly was. 1 more to the total then. Yeah, arguably a game that England should have won, but it was a real workout for the Australians, and it's exactly what they needed. They know matches against the England Lions and the England senior team, they're going to be competitive affairs. But they were under the pump on Monday for a very bizarre 20-minute spell. Saw them get back into the game and ultimately run out convincing winners. Well, a steady start from Australia here then. 3 overs gone, 11 for 1. Very interesting, and they've switched the batting line-up and given people a rest though. Alan Muggleton, new into the team, comes with a very good reputation, good striker of the ball. We know Peter Judd's qualities. Can England manage to make another breakthrough? His Corns in, he bowls, that's just wide of the off stump, and it will be signalled wide as well by umpire Ford.
Yeah. As we keep mentioning the hospitality here at Oughtibridge, another hot drink delivery from the ladies in the bar. Thank you again.
Beautiful.
Everything's been spot on from Oughtibridge. Just like Rash said, it's going to be a big family welcome. It certainly has been that here at Oughtibridge. Really, really, really welcoming club, and it's great to see, as we keep mentioning, but you know, it's just so nice to see a big crowd forming all around the cricket club. Look at this. It's yes, the hours go by, Rash. It's going to be turned into quite a spectacle. $13 for 1 then, 4 for Australia, as they in pursuit of 167 here at Oughtibridge. Big thank you to everyone joining us here on the YouTube channel. Always a pleasure to be streaming live across the world. All of the Australian viewers that are watching in.
Oh, beaten.
That's very good. Great cheers from Terry Betts on the sideline as another boundary comes from that.
Well, he was looking nervously behind him, Alan Muggleton. That was not far away from Graham Shaw at all. Would have been a hell of a catch, but a genuine edge. 4 more to the total then. Australia move on to 17 for 1.
I just spoke to Alan Muggleton just before we came back on air. We asked him, was there any reason for the number 195 on the back of his jersey? And he said that there is indeed. His father was born on the 1st of the 9th, 1st of September 1919, and his lucky number was the number 5. So there you go. If you're wondering why his number was so large compared to everyone else, there you go. Great bit of sentimental value to that. Gives him a look. 6 for 10 so far for him.
Oh, Watson strikes again. It's the only replay. Peter Judd. No, he wasn't particularly far forward. He struck him just below the knee roll. But Kevin Watson strikes again. This time it's the Australian skipper out for 4 off 13 deliveries. LBW. Well, Kevin Watson, Australia lose their second wicket with a score on 17 in their pursuit of 167. Well, I did say bowl wicket to wicket, full and straight, and that was definitely full and it was definitely straight. And umpire Jason Garrick standing there at the far end. No hesitation. Giving Judd out LBW. Well, folks, number 7 on his back, Glenn Pearce, the most fearsome strikers of a cricket ball that I've seen. Put in some man of the match performances when the Australians played their series against New Zealand in March this year, I think it was, February and March. Came into some sticky times for the Aussies, but his power hitting ensured Australia won that series against New Zealand 3-0. As he's in to face his first delivery, Watson just plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, interestingly, Rash, obviously I can't remember where England were in terms of overs when they lost their first wicket, but Tony Birbeck was lost at 19 for 1. Australia currently at 17 for 2, and they will get a few more on the board here, possibly 2 runs, and yeah, they will. That's an interesting point in terms of, as you mentioned, about the outfield. It shows, isn't it? Quite a few early wickets here today from both sides. Lost, I mean.
Oh, Glenn Pearce goes for a big swing. Thick inside edge. Squirts out backwards of square on the leg side. One more to him then. 20 for 2, Australia. So as Kevin Watson finishes up, I'll be shifting out of the commentary area. Yeah, that's nicely played by Muggleton, just leant on it. It's a long, long chase. I think it's Nick Newman, it is. So 2 off the final delivery. Australia 22 for 2. I'm going to take a walk around the boundary, and after a word from Owen Mason, it'll be Matt Evans.
Once again, Rash. Yeah, Australia ticking along then as we hit the 5 over mark. 22 for 2. Now, as you can see, the crowds really enjoying their Friday afternoon here at Oughtibridge Cricket Club. And we'll just take this moment to thank our fantastic sponsors for the England over 60s side, who, as we say, without them wouldn't be possible to be able to stream on YouTube. Stonehill, Sporter Tours, MV Play, Matt Tech, The Tube and Clean Cloud. A big thank you to all 6 of those sponsors. Massive thank you for everything that you do for the England over 60s side. Jason Corn then comes in once again, and that's a cracker of a shot again. Glenn Pearce and Alan Muddleton in the moment, after, of course, the loss on the second delivery of Dud Murphy, and the captain, Peter Judd, at 17 for 2. And as Rash mentioned, joining me in this revolving commentary door is Mr. Matt Evans. Matt, it's been an interesting start, almost fairly similar to how England started. 23 for 2 now, the Aussies.
Yeah,
well, soon to be 27, I think.
He just gets a little edge there. Muggleton running down to 3rd man for a 4. But yeah, I think this pitch is doing a bit. We sat and had lunch with Terry Becks, and he said there was a couple of balls that really surprised them. And then I said that certainly the spinner who we didn't recognise this morning here for England was definitely getting all sorts of movement. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was a closer game than we think. I think Australia probably got enough in the tank to get this done. My main take is missing the first session of commentary is definitely the way forward for a man of the larger variety like myself, because you get an extra 5 overs after lunch to enjoy some more cake and sandwiches, which were absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Oughtibridge War Memorial Cricket Club.
Yeah, cracking spread, wasn't it? Put on, as well as the cake stand, and burgers on offer as well on the barbecue. Fantastic to see. Really community feels this club, and it's just slipped past again. It's going to go for 4. It looks like if Kevin Watson can just about
No, he's
beat
gonna
it.
stop
Well
that,
done.
Yeah.
Kevin Watson strikes again.
Has he
Prevents
got
that
touch on
boundary.
Or was it? Oh, try to steal one there. Did he get a touch? Or was that leg byes? I think he's got a nick on that because the umpire's not signalled leg byes. Yeah, I might want to go home at this rate. All the food we're getting and the hospitality we're receiving might just park up the camp for the next 30 years.
Brilliant. 31 for 2 then. Yeah, it was 3 runs off that then, Matt, for the Aussies. 4 off 4 deliveries for Glenn Pearce and Alan Muddleton. 15 off 14, and they're well on their way with the run rate to try and reach 167.
Yeah, that's the first thing that caught my eye when I sat down at the desk, Owen, was the run rate of 5.64. Yeah. If you remember, we commented at the start of the England innings that they were down, I think, 2.64, which is the lowest we've seen all summer. So they started off really slow. I think 8 overs before they ticked above 3-ish. Yeah. So already, and with such a low total of 167 to get, due to some cracking Australian fielding and bowling, you know, at that rate, they're going to get the job done quite easily, being as the... oh, we've got a kid on the pitch here trying to retrieve his cap that blew off his head. Can't quite see that in your shot at the moment. We're looking from behind the umpire. Yeah, so the run rate required is 3.43, and they're currently going at 5.65, so I'm sure there's not a lot of panic in the Aussies, and that's another wide down leg side, is it? Oh, that's why he doesn't get picked for the over 60s there. Went through his legs, nearly fell over, and then he's missed it completely. But watch this throw back in. Oh, nice little underarm job. Nearly took the bloke out in front of him. There we go.
Yep.
Eventually we got the ball back. A bit of action down in that bottom corner, isn't there? Kids running on the pitch and old fellas throwing cricket ball. Oh, we're just watching it back on YouTube Live there. We got any comments? We've been a bit slow on the YouTube today, just for our setup issues and stuff, and nothing to do with the broadcast, just ourselves. So Owen's going to have a little troll through. Apologies if we've missed you out, but start of the second innings here for Australia. Do get in touch. Do give us a mention of where you are, and apparently we've got to get the old what's it, the Nutbush dance on there for? Yeah. Is it Cheryl? Not Cheryl. I'm thinking of Carly. Yeah, it's Cheryl, isn't it?
Yes.
Cheryl, the Aussie lady, doing the media. I can only assume it's the Diogo Jota is the only thing. Diogo Jota is the only one I know of. I didn't ask, actually.
There was something that came on.
Oh, you don't know?
Feels all right. Veterans Australia.
Oh, Terry.
Wickets.
Was on your group. Was that?
Somebody's been.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, great question actually, and Terry Beck's just kind of helped us out. Vale Gill Chapman, Cricket Australia Masters President. Sorry, Murray Harrison, Cricket Australia Masters President. Sadly, Cricket Australia Masters has lost one of its greats in the past few days. Below is a rundown of Gill's legacy from Rod Rice. So Owen's just going to read up on that and get it straightened. But yeah, great. I didn't even spotted that, to be honest, and I thought it was Diogo Jota, the Liverpool player who
Kevin
sadly perished. Sorry, Owen.
That's all right. Yeah, Kevin Ford. Yeah, great question there. And we can just read a statement. Yeah, it was Vale Dill Chapman. Cricket Australia Masters is indebted to Gill for his tireless contribution both on and off the field over the years. In formative years, it was the work of people like Gill who laid the foundation for the wonderful experiences that we all now share in the world of Masters cricket. You'll be sadly missed, my friend, and on behalf of all of us, may you rest in peace. That was from the Australia Masters President, Murray Harrison. There, that was the quote there on the sad passing of Vale Dill Chapman there. That's why I would presume they are wearing the black armbands there. It's a great spot, Kevin. Even we didn't know sound commentary, so thank you very much for that. Thank you very much to everyone watching on the live stream. Always good to get in touch. Let us know where you're watching from across the world. It's great to hear, isn't it? All the Australian families getting in touch from back home.
Yeah, that's why we like the interaction with YouTube and you letting us know where you're listening from and what you're doing. And like I say, things like Cheryl giving us the Nutbush dance later on. We'll have to liaise with Benny through Ivor in the van because they've asked for a dance on the camera. So I'm sure between the three of us, communication, we can get her on camera before the end of today. Apparently it's a bit of an Aussie tradition. So it's 7th over, 38 for 2. Muggleton's making a great little effort here, 19 off 18, digging his heels in after a bit of a wobble by the Australians at the start. Pearce on 6. You've got Kev Watson coming in from the Forest End, as I've named it. We should really message ahead on these occasions, shouldn't we, and get the locals telling us what they really call these ends as all. Hello.
There probably is some historical names every time we go, and I think we must end up missing them every time. But it's
that woke Benny up, the dog squealing. Here comes Watson. Oh, he's absolutely clubbed that. Straight down. I thought I was an England player then, but it's someone wearing the same kit. He's just picked it up on the boundary. Yeah, superb. Muggleton smashed it over mid-on for 4 runs. No messing about there. Well, actually be mid-off because he's left-handed, isn't it? So.
Rishant Diamaya asks a good question. Can England Lions win? Well, they've got to have a very tight fielding performance, haven't they, at this rate? Because Australia starting to really cut with gas now after losing those first early wickets. 17 for 2 was the loss of Peter Judd. So they're doing fairly well, 6.5 overs in.
Yeah, I'm ever the optimist, so I never say never. You know, strange things have happened, and
We
like
saw the other day.
Yeah, like you said, some of these deliveries are just jagging around and hitting a little foothold and popping up and stuff. So, just as the odd balls coming in.
Yeah, we can just take a moment to thank the Australian over 60s sponsors. Those are Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours International, Solomon's Flooring, and National Tiles. A big thank you, everybody, for your continued support of the Australia over 60s side.
Yeah, as I was saying, there's a few deliveries just popping up, jagging sideways. So, never say never. My personal feeling is that Australia got a little bit too much depth in their batting. I mean, Muggleton's got his eye in now and has swiftly moved to 23. It's only going to take a couple of 3 of them to get half an innings going, and 167 isn't the highest total to chase down.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. It's a good, even despite this now. Oh, it's up in the air, and that's brilliant. It's going to go for 4 again. I believe, yeah, just about.
Yeah, he's cut that straight over point. It was a high shot, but he knows there's no one out on the deep, and a very clever shot there from Pearce.
Yeah, brilliant. Even just for Peter Judd, even though he'll be a bit fuming, he's gone out at 17 for 2. But this will be a good sight. This will be a good time for him now to look at a few more batters. Because it's as we said, he's rotated a little bit. Games are coming so thick and fast for these Australian players. In terms of this. For them, it's just really seeing, as we've said, it's a tight squad. 16 have made the journey over from Australia, and they've got to be careful there. Yeah, he's out. It's a great wicket took by England, isn't it?
Too risky.
Thought it was a bit ballsy trying to go for that.
Great fielding, straight over the stumps.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, well out. Yeah, good glove work, like Rash mentioned. Great throw in from the field. Didn't quite catch it was, and unfortunately Muggleton, who was just saying, is getting his eye in. They've just taken one that's too risky there, much too risky. That just wasn't on, obviously.
That's been we've always praised Australia for doing so, Matt. But that looked looked a bit too risky there. You think, well, you're only 7 overs in for a target of 167. You don't need to be taking risks like that, do you, Matt?
No.
Really, because that's a wicket loss when they really didn't have to lose one there.
Yeah, we praised them, didn't we, when they were just taking those really cheeky little runs when just a bit of sloppy fielding. And to be fair to England, though, that was a class bit of fielding, you know. Didn't quite see who threw it in. I'm sure Rash will let us know when he gets back. But it was picked up, thrown in straight over the stumps. All the keeper had to do was drop his hands down on the bails, and it was a good night Vienna. So yeah, take your hat off to the fielding, really. From an Australian point of view, Theo, I think they look at that and think, oh, we've run those all holiday so far, all tour, it's not holiday. So let's do it. And then there's just a bit of sharper fielding came in on that, which caught them out.
Yeah, it is intriguing that. In comes another one now who's looked very, very bright on the UK tour so far. Stephen Butler.
Rishant.
Yeah.
Rishant's messaged in, Muggleton has to go soon. Well, commentator's curse, Rishant, he has gone.
Great comments there from David James and Rishant Dimaya. Great commentary, tremendous commentary, gents. Thank you very much, both.
You haven't got the lottery numbers for tonight, have you, Rishant? So, they lost another wicket there. End of the 8th. 46 for 3. I've got to start rebuilding again. Only 4 off that over with the wicket. So, lovely over from Jason Kant. And Kevin Watson, as they have a little bit of a conflab in the middle there, as you can see on your screens. Just a bit of a discussion. Obviously, there's a bit of pressure in this fielding performance because the total's so low. But they have got a couple of early wickets. They've got 3 wickets. I don't know how to work Rush's laptop here to get those little... no.
Another delivery in from Kevin Watson. They will go for a run. Less risky this time. And they'll only take the single smartly to down to 47 for 3.
Yeah, just pushed off his hip there. Into the leg side. Simple enough single. And that's the problem with this target, Owen. You look, the run rate required is 3.27. They've only got to run half the balls and over, so as soon as there's something loose or in the gap like that, they can drop the ball. I mean, if you look at the middle of where the other wickets are cut, they drop the ball in there, they're going to make a single before anyone's got to the ball. So they need to be aggressive, England, in the bowling, because they need to take wickets. I don't think they're going to defend this total without getting people out. That's gone down leg, whether it's clipped or a wide or leg buys. It's 4 signalled by umpire, and he did clip it. So good shot there from Butler to get him off the mark. 2 balls face, 4 runs made, and that obviously brings up the Australia 50 off 8.3 overs, 35 minutes. 50 runs up for Australia was the smattering of applause from the balcony. Obviously quite an English, partisan English crowd here, being the away team. Oh, and that took a horrible little bobble there. There's been a few of those all around the pitch. It's very, very dry though. We've had 1 day of rain in a month, according to Liz behind the bar. So we're seeing a few little funny bounces.
Yeah, we've been up this part of the world for a few days now, man. It's been quite nice sunny days, but quite windy as well. Quite a bit of a blustery wind, as we've seen that again today here in Oughtibridge. That's a cracker, isn't it? Cracker of a shot, and that's another boundary.
Oh, that's woken the scorer up. Smashed into the wooden shed. Yeah, I've been up here a few days. It seems like months now. I miss my bath and my mum's roast dinner. There we go. Another week to go. Yeah, and we've only had that one. We had that one morning of rain in Manchester, didn't we? Shock horror, Manchester rain. Who would have thought? We woke up to a bit of rain, and that was it. Really, we've not really had anything since. A slight drizzle one morning, and like you said, there's been a constant wind there, so I'm not surprised at the dried out conditions. And this is certainly dry and dusty and bouncy and awkward out here. We've had a few little bobbles off the pitch and stuff. So 9 overs down. Pearce is on 11, having faced 13 balls. Butler on 8-5. Kevin Watson's had 5 overs, 29 runs, 2 wickets. And I think, yeah, the skipper is going to have a 5th over this end. He's only had 4 so far, 24, no wickets. Run rate of 6, which is a little bit high for when you're defending that total. They only need 112 to win already, Owen, so ominous.
Yes, certainly ominous.
Oh, that's just nudged off his hip there to square leg, well fielded.
Yes, good from England, from Australia, sorry. But yes, we're just in this 9th over. At the end of this over, Rash Mahmood will be rejoining us in the commentary desk. As I mentioned, the revolving door of commentators as we look to get little tidbits of information from around the ground. It's this ever-growing crowd. Rocky the Roo's looking quite popular over there now, which is nice to see.
I don't think he's popular, he's just tied to the same spot. Surrounded by English. Duff him up, but he's looks like he's fighting another victory, Owen, and a continued unbeaten summer for the Australian over 60 side.
Yeah, I've been really of them over this past week and a bit, about the last 10 days or so. We've just had a comment from Sam Davis. Rash, unfortunately, we've just got into our hotel in Manchester after 23 hours travelling from Perth. Looks like a good bowling effort from the Aussie boys, so we won't get to today's game. That's a hell of a trek. It's a hell of a trek anyway, isn't it, Australia? But 23 hours. My goodness. That's a tough one to say. That's another wicket lost.
He's had a big swing there, Pearce. A little bit aggressive, too aggressive, my liking. He's swung himself off his feet, you'll see from the replay. And he's clipped it, and the wicket's taken it. Very good glove work, exactly as Rash predicted. Great glove work there. Pearce gone for 12. Caught Joyce, bowled Jason Caunt, the England skipper. And that was a bit of a wild one, wasn't it? Owen, he had a real swish at that.
Yes, certainly. I tell you what, as well though, Matt, similar position, maybe even arguably a bit worse in terms of runs on the board for Australia so far. And you know, you look at it now, Matt, this game isn't over yet.
Well, I'm just waiting for Rash to get back in his seat and show us that the worm graph. He's the only one qualified to work the machine. Yeah, and I think it's gonna be close when he gets the facts and figures up. I think that worm will be, the runs will be higher, but I think they've lost.
Well, they've lost
wickets early, haven't they?
Yeah, Neil Braithwaite went at 45 for 4.
Yeah.
So, you know, it might have been a few overs more on the board in terms of England's, but yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? 57 for 4 then.
When Rash gets his worm graph up, we'll have a look, but it's going to be, no, it's still game on, isn't it? Oh, hello. It's still game on for sure, and like we said, anything can happen in this funny game of cricket, and they're not running away with it as we predicted. Australia, they're being tested by this England bowling lineup. As Caunt comes in again, just throwing down his 4th delivery. Oh, just got an edge on that. Did Pavey, just to skew it out to point area. Graham Pavey coming in after the last wicket fell. And Caunt charges in again. He's just cut that again. Straight to point, but he just knocked it down into the ground. It pounced up. Fielder there at City Madon has just City Mid Offstrays just fumbled it a bit. You can see from your pictures how close up the wicketkeeper is. He's obviously fancying this, with Jason throwing him down at the Housing Estate end. There's been a little bit of movement off the seam, and that's the end of his over, and we're going to say goodbye to Owen Mason. It's 57 for 4. As we have a little reshuffle due to the chair situation. We welcome back Rash Mahmood.
Thank you, Matt. Afternoon, everyone. Ooh, game on. Game on. Dangerous, dangerous Glenn Pearce. Removed, and that's over. England skipper striking. But out in the middle, Stephen Butler and Graham Pavey, two of the quickest players in seniors cricket. We saw them to good effect on Monday, Matt, didn't we? Batted very, very well indeed. Going to be a change at the far end. Kevin Watson, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29 from that far end. He's going to be replaced. Looks like it's going to be Nick Newman. Just can't quite see. There's a gaggle of players in front of me. Yeah, I think it is Nick Newman, left arm spinner.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we were just saying, Rash, if you've got the skills to get that worm graph up that we saw the other day, I think it's going to be pretty close. I think Australia will be ahead on runs, but they're definitely keeping up on wickets taken here, England. And like you said when you came back to the desk, it is defo a game on here. We've got a game on our hands, and if the England bowling can keep this tight and the run rate down, we're going to have a very interesting afternoon. And it is, in fact, Newman, as Rush predicted. Nice little dot ball to start with. Yeah, so they've accelerated the runs about there, but they're both on 4 wickets, so, you know, a couple more tight overs, and oh, we need to take that one as well. And as you said, Rash, we said a couple of times while you were away, great glove work behind the stumps. 2 of those wickets were fantastic glove work.
Yes, England blessed in that department, Matt. Gary Joyce, Steve Aston and Simon Routh, of course. You've also got the likes of Alan Lees, John Goldthorpe, quality wicket keepers who can't get in the side. But it helps enormously. I just, you know, club cricketers and young lads, but it takes its toll, wicket keeping, when you're a certain age, and these boys make it look very, very easy indeed. And Gary Joyce is always fidgeting behind the stump. He must be a nightmare when you're a batsman, because he's always looking. He's got a helpful word or two to the batsman.
Yeah, Rishant's just messaging, wicket keeping is so good, and as Rush explained, we've got a dearth of talent in that area. Sam Davis was messaging. I don't know if you know Sam. Rash.
Yeah, Sam.
Said Rash. Unfortunately, we just got into our hotel Manchester 20-hour flight, so they're not gonna make it today. But no doubt they'll catch up with you over the summer.
Yeah, Sam Davis, just a wonderful, wonderful cricketer and an even better human being. Great pleasure meeting Sam on the tour down under in November, December last year, out in Western Australia. He was going to try and make it today, Matt, but obviously trials and tribulations of travel from down under takes its toll. Rest up, my friend. We'll see you no doubt at some point during the tour. Oh, he's dropped him. He's dropped him. Oh. He had it. Oh, my goodness. Well, Pavey going for the sweep. Fancy that was a bit of glove. Sort of looped up in the air, and Gary Joyce, good anticipation, got there, got both gloves on it. And just as he tried to bring his hands in, he spilt it. How costly will that be? End of that Nick Newman over then. 11 gone here at Oughtibridge War Memorial Cricket Club in the north of Sheffield. It's a game between the England Lions and Australia. England losing the toss, pulling to bat 166 all out. Just a couple of overs shy of their full allotment of 45, and in reply, Australia 58 for 4. It's a good contest. And we saw how tenacious and spirited the England Lions were last Friday, Matt, at Cheadle Hulme. And then same characteristics here today. Oh, that's in the air as well. Two's the shout. These are very, very quick. And they get there. It's an aerial from Butler. Exactly where he intended it to go. Squirts off the outside edge. 2 more to the total then. 60 for 4.
Nice. Saving it, yeah. All of them are above 60, Rishant, as you say. And I know my friend, just saying what Rashi said, my friend's a wicketkeeper and he's about 42 years old now and his knees are absolutely shot. So these boys diving and rolling around behind the stumps at this age. Claude Orlando and the like are doing an absolutely cracking job. Has to be said. Oh, Rishant's called wicket alert again. If he gets this right, you're definitely giving me the lottery numbers, Rishant, because you said it last time. There was a wicket, but let's hope so. From an England point of view, it's 60 for 4 here in the 12th over. Just 2 runs off the over at the moment. Jason Cont bowling very tidily. He's 1 for 28 at the moment, which is not too bad at all. Just a tick below 6 and over, which is more than respectable. They'd like to drop it. The run rate's currently 5. And the required is 3.24. So like Rash's worm graph was showing us, they're well above the run rate. Wickets fallen, they're about even. So a couple of little cheeky wickets here would really give us a game for England. Like they always say, add 2 wickets on, it looks like a different game. So that really does count for this game at the moment.
Yes, very evenly poised at this moment in time. But these 2 out in the middle for Australia, very, very dangerous. Can accumulate runs very quickly due to their running between the wickets.
And what sort of delivery are we getting from Newman here? Haven't seen him more than us. Rash, it looks a little bit quicker and longer than basic spin, or is it?
He's a slow left armer, Nick, but he does vary his flight, as you saw there. His flight and pace. Very, very intelligent bowler.
Well, that was flatter, wasn't it? And then the batsman got the top edge on that, so looks like he's mixing it up. They could do with a couple more drop in. Yeah. Oh, that was in the air a little bit longer than they wanted it to be. But that's the idea, though, isn't it, Rush? Just keep the batsman guessing at this point.
Yeah, he's mixing up his deliveries, but he's got Tony Burbeck in close and the offside, and he's wanting Pavey to try and drive that ball through the cover area. That time Pavey just watchful. Well in by Brathwaite, good fielding. Yeah, he's wanting him to drive Nick Newman, so he will continue to bowl deliveries like that.
Yeah, and that was lightning quick from Brathwaite. You've just seen on the replay there. He was in there like a whippet picking that ball up. A bit more of that. We've seen that sort of fielding from the Australians a lot. You want to see a bit more of that from England. As the wind just kicks up, which never helps the batsman. Oh, he's dropped it. He's edged that to first slip and he's put it down. You'll see from your replay here as it goes past the batsman. I'm not sure Benny will get the catch, but he's got a little nick on that. And then there you see, just put it down. That was Monty, was it?
Yeah, well, 2 lives for Pavey now. Dropped twice in the space of a couple of overs. And I say it was a pretty routine catch to first slip, Matt. Got to take those chances when they come your way. So, Pavey yet to get off the mark. 10 deliveries he's faced. Australia 60 for 4. 13 overs gone here. But, oh, he's a lucky, lucky boy.
And that was a maiden there for Newman. 2 overs, 1 run. So it would suggest, well, again, we're not on the right angle to call this really, but 1 run off 2 overs suggests he's probably getting a little bit turn out there. And we saw it in the warm-up. I think he's just giving the Australian batsman something to think about here, as the skipper's going to have another bowl from the Housen Estate end.
Well, it was good bowling by Nick Newman because he 6 varied deliveries. So he's got Graham Pavey guessing. That one was fuller. I think you're right, Matt. I think there was a touch of turn on that. Got a genuine edge. Straight to Monty Douglas. Well, time will tell. We'll see how costly that may or may not be. But England keep on doing the basics right. That's just wide outside the off stump, and Butler just shuffles across his crease, watches it into the hands of Gary Joyce, and there's no run. It's been a good display from the England lines. As I said, impressed with them under the stewardship of Jason Corp. And right on cue. Well, halfway down the track, and Stephen Butler says, "Thank you very much, JC." Hits it to deep square leg for 4. 64 for 4 then. Butler moves on to 16. Off the 20 deliveries that he's faced. His partner Graham Pavey yet to get off the mark. 167 the target then.
Yeah, just replying to Malik on the chat. I think he's saying he's from Australia or Bangladesh, and Australia going to win. Yeah, at the moment I think Australia going to win, but just because the runs are so low and they're just knocking them off like that. A couple more wickets and we'll have a different chat. But yeah, Malik, just let us know where you're from. If you're chatting to us from Bangladesh, that's awesome. But I think for me at the moment it's still just looking like an Australia win. What about yourself, Rash?
I still think it's in the balance. I mean, 100 more required now as Australia reach 67 for 4. I mean, you need a bit of luck, don't you, to go your way. Graham Pavey, those 2 chances from those 2 Newman overs. You know, you get one of them out, and 67 for, that's an appeal for LB. 67 for 5, and then the nerves will be jangling in the Australian dressing room. I still think it's an even contest.
But what they can't afford is the overs like this. Going for, oh, well, stop. That took a horrible bounce heading towards point fielder. Yeah, Jason has gone for 7 there. That's what they can't afford, you know. They need to keep it down, get it down to below 3.21, which they're not going to defend the total. They need to take wickets, we know that. And I think from what I've seen from Newman, he's got a chance. You see a couple of seasoned old spectators there enjoying the action. And like we said before, I mean, this has been a fantastic venue. Holmes Rash Club, great hospitality, the biggest crowd I think we've seen. Well, it is the biggest crowd by easy what we've seen. But any more fixtures coming up, if you've got time, get yourself down here today and have a look at the other fixtures that are coming up, because it's a cracking day out with a really, really top standard of cricket, and this is going to be interesting to see if England can get the job done here.
It's been interesting walking around that. People I've known in English for years, but they really are very, very impressed with the standard of cricket and what they've seen. And quite rightly too, seniors cricket, it's getting bigger and better year on year. 4 divisions of the county championship, of course. In the 60s, there's the 70s as well, at the 40s and the 50s. And if you get nominated by your county, you can still play at a very, very high level. Oh, he's out! He's got him! Butler's played on.
Watch this
Right
replay,
on
Rash.
cue.
That's a perfect replay. That's so unlucky.
Oh, I think it bounced off his foot as well. Oh, Stephen Butler. Well, a vital, vital wicket for England. There you go. 67 for 5, Australia. Stephen Butler out for 19 off the bowling of Nick Newman. 23 deliveries he faced and 3 fours amongst that total of 19, but definitely game on now.
Arnold, you spoke too soon. Easy win Aussie. Rishant's guessed 70 for 5, so he's definitely going to send me those lottery numbers soon. And yeah, game on.
Certainly is, Matt. Well, from an Australian point of view, You want someone you can rely on and depend on. Mr. Reliable walks out to the middle. Bill Blair, the Australian vice-captain. So he played a wonderful innings last Friday at Cheadle with Darren Smith to get Australia up to 204. 30 off 15 deliveries at Littleborough on Monday, Matt. That enormous 6 that he hit out of the ground. But slightly fortuitous wicket for Nick Newman, but having had Pavey dropped twice in consecutive overs, he'll think he was due a bit of luck. And that stirred the crowd to my left.
Yeah, and I think it was due a bit of luck, to be fair. I don't think we're being biased in any way. Unlucky not to take a couple, and he's been chucking down some absolute gems. He's 1 for 1 now. Yeah, so Rashant prediction coming true. So, Newman's going to bowl his third delivery here. He's gone dot wicket. Blair's facing his first one. I think there's a bit of turn on this. Wide. That's a shame. So, just before I leave the scene, we've got a beautiful interview. I had a chat with Darren Smith in the clubhouse just before lunch, which was really enlightening, and a great convo with him. So I think when drinks comes up, we're going to play that VT for you. It's a really interesting, and see how inspired he is by seniors cricket and how much he wants to promote it and make it work, and how much the camaraderie and sportsmanship on this tour. Even going to Scotland, Rash, you'll know more about this, that they were saying how grateful they are to the England setup, and especially Paul Bradley, who actually got them ICA accreditation by helping them have games and stuff. So despite all the rivalry, sportsmanship shines through. And yeah, give it a little watch at drinks, because it's a lovely little chat to Darren Smith, who's been more than helpful giving his time to the media team since they turned up. And I'm going to have a break and welcome back Owen Mason, and hope this England bowling gets the job done.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, always worth listening to Darren Smith. Speaks with a lot of passion, and I'm sure that'll come through as we play the interview at the drinks break. Oh, it's out! Oh, he's dropped him. It's another one. Difficult chance. Fielder diving away to his left.
And that, oh, well, not it's a half chance, it's a good chance. That brings drinks onto the field, and as I said, we're going to have that that VT played for you now from Darren Smith.
Right, Darren, just introduce yourself to the people who don't know who you are.
My name's Darren Smith. I'm 62 years of age, and I come from Sydney, Australia. Actually from Gilgander, in the country boy in New South Wales, central New South Wales. I'm here as both not just only a player for Australia, but also as an ambassador for Australia. So everywhere we go, we try and bring this game, touch people's hearts in such a way that we bring back what the tradition was, what life is all about. Enjoying each other's company and well-being of each other, and to see other people play. So if anyone's listening to this and they play cricket in pretty good standard, I really do encourage you to be able to come along and enjoy it. It's really fun. I haven't stopped ever since that, and I've been on a lot of what would you call tours. Won 2 World Cups, one in the 50s, one in the 60s. And it is just a fantastic place, camaraderie between people, and how it used to be played is so much better than how it is played. So if anyone was watching, think cricket's a bit boring, come and have a look at our games. They're pretty good. Seeing 60s throwing themselves around what they do, it's really good fun. But I enjoy it, have a lot of fun, and that's just who I am, Matty.
And talking about your game, I mean, obviously you've had an unbeaten summer so far. Just talk us through your thoughts and how the tour's going up to date.
Yeah, look, we played in New Zealand for three Test matches, ODIs over there. We've really enjoyed it. New Zealanders were really hospitable, great. we just didn't have enough time to visit anywhere as per usual because we
Yeah.
played so many games of cricket. But the New Zealanders were fantastic, and we really enjoyed their company, and we're probably another state, aren't we? We're that close. But and then now I've come over here. We've got 32 days, 16 games in 32 days, and it really does test your endurance out, the way that we can actually get involved. But seeing so many people and the amount of people that are involved in cricket, just on countryside, just out in the middle of, you'd think, well, that couldn't be a cricket ground there, but there's a cricket ground. And it's just absolutely beautiful, very picturesque, and some wonderful people doing some wonderful things in a community that brings everyone together. It's fantastic.
Who are the bigger rivals then? Us or New Zealand?
Oh, you guys for sure.
It's glad to get
You
that
guys,
straight.
You guys for sure. New Zealand are going through probably a rejuvenation situation. I think they're trying to get some more players, to recruit some more players. They got into the semi-final, so into the Chennai. So they did pretty well, but they just want that.
Well, just a short snippet of that Darren Smith interview. It was on for a few more minutes, but you can just see how passionate he is about seniors cricket. So drinks just about completed here. 15 overs in, 30 overs of this Australian innings remaining. Rash Mahmood and Owen Mason with you at Oughtibridge Memorial Cricket Club.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting. It's got to the point now. I was just having a quick word with Cheryl Blair, and she was quite apprehensive about the next 15 over spell. You look at it now, Australia's still in a good position to reach their target of 167, but with half their wickets lost now, Rash, it really opens this game up somewhat, doesn't it? Because you look at it now. Yes, Australia, as I just said, only need 99 to win this now. 99 more runs out of this 30 overs that are left. But it's all about building this partnership now between Graham Pavey and Bill Blair, because at the moment, the loss of the likes of Dud Murphy, Peter Judd, Alan Muddleton, and Stephen Butler, it's really turned the game on its head almost, hasn't it, Rash?
Yeah, it's a good fight back by the England boys. I was saying while they were off there, Owen, they showed a lot of heart and tenacity, and guts, determination, all the words that you want on Friday at Cheadle-Hulme. They're obviously looking to impress. Obviously disappointed when they went out to bat. But it was in the face of some very, very good and disciplined Australian bowling. And for the most part, the England boys as well. In fact, we have 3 drop catches as well. Could have been a lot worse for Australia. As Mel Dobson comes on from the Waterside Gardens end of the ground. Graham Pavey, the man on strike, yet to get off the mark. Most on Pavey, like 14 deliveries now.
Crikey, yeah. But yeah, 68 for 5 there, Rash. Australia just need to, as I just said, form that partnership at the moment. Pavey just gained his first run off 15 deliveries.
Good take by Gary Joyce. Excellent glove work. He said, made it look very, very simple. I can assure you folks it wasn't. That's nicely turned around the corner by Blair, but straight to the fielder, Nick Newman, and there's no run.
Hmm. But yeah, that's the end of the over then. Only one more added to the total. 69 for 5 then. It's quite a unique position, really, Rush, because they've lost half their wickets now, Australia, but now when it comes to it, they are still in a fantastic position with just under 30 to go. But what would the mindset be of the Australian boys? You know, they don't want to. They don't want to almost go gung ho for it just yet. But they know they've got the overs in hand, so at that point, they won't go. You know, they won't mind a few overs at least. You know, ones and twos. You know, it will get them there. And then if it gets to a point where, with those 15 overs left, oh, that's up in the air.
Catch it. He's caught it.
Great catch.
And you can look at the celebrations of the England players. Well, Graham Pavey took an age to get off the mark. Went for a big swing. Ball, top edge. Looped in the air. Australia. 6 down now. Graham Pavey, the man out. Caught by Stephen Hunt. Off the bowling of Nick Newman. Nick Newman. Second wicket for him. England fighting back, and you can see the crowd there loving it. Big cheer when Steve Hunt caught that ball. It's Terry Becks, number 77 on his back, makes his way out into the middle. Owen Mason with the commentator's curse. You need to keep on doing that, you.
I know, it's quite... It's worked quite for both sides, hasn't it, today, unfortunately? But yeah, it's that's a... God, if we didn't have a game on our hands, we certainly do now, don't we? 69 for 16 overs in. Crikey. This is going to be an interesting spell now, isn't it, Rash?
It certainly is, but that was just frustration by Graham Pavey. We know what type of player he is. He likes to get on with it, hustle, bustle, turning ones into twos, but 15 deliveries to get off the mark, most un-Pavey-like, and then I think it was just born out of frustration. He went for the big shot, top edge, and a well-judged catch by Stephen. As it was in the air, you could hear the crowd to my left going, catch it, catch it. They were all up, they're loving it. But Nick Newman, who was held out of the game on Monday, just tweaked his knee. Showing what a valuable player he is for England. 3.3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 2 so far for him.
Terry Betson in now for Australia.
Are we going to see him chuck a few balls down to Matt then, do you think, in the next coming weeks? I heard a nasty rumour that Evans was boasting about his batting prowess.
Yeah, we're going to try and do a feature with Terry or one of the Australian players in the coming weeks. Like you say, Matt said he'd take one of those deliveries. Might be similar to a Piers Morgan and who was it?
Look at that classic pose by Matt Evans on the sideline. Beautiful, beautiful technique, Matt.
That'll be an interesting VT for us in a few weeks' time if we can get that to you. That'd be fantastic.
It's a bit shorter by Nick Newman. Got away with it though. And Tony Burbeck, who was in close on the offside, very thankful. Wicket maiden for Newman then. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 2. 17 gone here. Australia, 69 for 6. Chasing 167 to win.
Yeah, a few more comments. D. Turan says, go Aussies. Easy win, Aussies. Well, it looked an easy win, didn't it, earlier on? Rishant Dimaya, I said you 70 to 5. How's my predictions? Yes, he's looking very good, isn't he, on the predictions? As Matt said, get the lottery numbers in. But I wonder how these old men are so active at such age, Rishant says again. And like we've mentioned it so many times, haven't we, Ash? But it's, it really has opened my eyes in terms of just cricket in general. But for this age group, it's incredible really how the standard and quality of cricket seen over the last year that I've been commentating on it has been second to none, hasn't it? They provide some fantastic games.
They do. And certainly the crowd here, many of them very, very, very knowledgeable about cricket. You expect being from Yorkshire, but it's opened up their eyes. There's a lot of skill and talent on display. That's a nice shot by Terry Becks to get off the mark. Should get a couple as he plays it out through the cover region. Good chase though. 2 more to the total then. Becks off the mark. Australia 72 for 6. 95 more runs required to win then. And Dobson bowled well last Friday at Cheadle-Hulme. His figures don't reflect how well he bowled, Owen. We were very impressed with him, weren't we?
Yeah, really, really good. Limiting Australia to it. And I've got to say that was the first, for a little while anyway, in terms of just Australia had been almost stuck in a rut because of this fielding from England. But again, fortunate for Australia that they are in a position of just reaching to, of trying to acquire a target such as 167, because at this stage, 17 overs in, if they were, I know it's a different game, isn't it, and they'd probably start, they'd probably start hitting a lot earlier, but if they were trying to reach a target this afternoon, upwards of 200, 250 for example, and you've lost 6 wickets at this stage, it's a completely different game, isn't it? My goodness, it'd be that'd be a lot more panic. But at this stage, yes, you've still got 4 wickets in hand, but you're still in a good position, aren't you, in terms of you only need to get to 167, which is what, 90, 95, there you go. So again, not a bad total for them to accrue over the next 23, no more than that, 27 overs, there we go. Maths coming in again there, but...
your university education shining through, Owen. Well done, lad. Well, Nick Newman's in the middle of a wonderful spell of bowling. In he comes again from the far end. Bill Blair just pushes forward, back down the pitch, and there's no run. It's mindset, we've talked about it, it's mindset and game management. The Australians, yeah, they're 6 down, but they don't have to panic. It's not a prohibitive run rate that they need. That's tossed up by Newman. Just played out into the leg side by Blair. Again, there's no run. They only require 3.5, I think, something like that. Is it 3.5 and over? Yeah, as it comes on the screen, 3.56. So that's achievable. Oh, prodded forward by Blair, just pops in front of Tony Burbeck, who's in very, very close on the offside. Oh, well bowled, Nick Newman. Well dug out by Blair in the end. Good delivery. So 5 dot balls so far. Can he finish with another one to end his 5th over? He can. Excellent by Newman. 19 gone here then. Another maiden for Nick Newman. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 2 runs. Australia 72 for 6. 167 the target. Crowd getting ever bigger, particularly to my left, in the pavilion area, but there's people all over the ground here. Barbecue to my right. Very, very grateful to all the people who have turned up today. I've been banging on about this fixture for months, and I've been sick and tired of hearing about it from me, but from on behalf of Mel, my wife and myself, thank you to everybody who's been involved in getting this fixture sorted.
Regardless of the result, Rash, as well, the Lions again can take really good. You know, in terms of we're almost coming up to the halfway stage of the overs. You've been really just limited Australia. You know, the target of one. As I say, England got that 167. As we said, commendable in the end. And in terms of, even for Australia, they'll be glad for a test like this ahead of Monday, because it shows, you know, as we've said, a lot of these players itching to get into that first over 60 side. You know, it's a bid squad, isn't it, of about 30 odd. And as we say, Timur Allen will be part of that squad after his 90 last week at Cheadle Hulme.
Okay, another good over from Mel Dobson, just the one from it. It's competition for places, but what you have with this England Lions team are people pushing for promotion to that senior side. But it's led from the front. And Jason Combe, he's a very, very good cricketer, intelligent cricketer, but he's a very, very good motivator. And he instills confidence in the players, and these players are playing with confidence. Look, they knew that they didn't put a par score on when they batted. No matter, they've come out full of grit and determination. They want to make something happen, and they've gone amongst these Australians. You know, let's forget the Australians aren't infallible. They're human beings at the end of the day. They can have ups and downs. But England would just got to keep doing the basics right. Wicket to wicket bowling. And take the catches when they come their way. That's a nice shot, but played straight out to Kevin Watson at mid-off, and there's no run. And after this Nick Newman delivery, I'm going to pop out, have a word with some of the locals, get their thoughts. And it will be Matt Evans, who will slide in to take my place. Owen, I'll catch you in a bit.
Thanks once again, Rash. Yeah, it's, as we say quite often, but it really truly is now, at the 20 over mark, finely poised at the moment between England Lions and Australia. As we say, and we keep saying, and I think we're going to keep saying this till the cows come home, but not a massive target for Australia to reach, but they've got to reach it. And it's 167, their target. But if they're prevented from getting anywhere, from these maidens that we've seen from Dobson and Newman, and that's fantastic though, I've got to say, just as we say that, Australia find an opening. That's the first boundary they've had in quite some time, Matt, as Matt Evans rejoins us on the commentary. I said, was that a boundary in the end? It was, yes, it was.
Fantastic shot from Terry Becks. He just whipped it off his hip, down there to fine leg, which isn't there, and past the short fine leg, and it's 4 runs. But yeah, it's getting really interesting. What a game, eh? What a game. He thought it was dead and buried. I don't know what the chat's saying. I'm on the wrong side of the desk, but must be popping off. Again, I still think Australia have got enough in the tank, especially with these two. I mean, they've got 2 powerhouses here, Terry Becks and Bill Blair, the 2 fast bowlers. I think if they get going, they could see this off quite easy.
But yeah, Newman, 4 dot balls, and it was only that boundary that puts that blemish on this over so far.
Yeah, I was literally just wanted to see the run rate when our screen ticks around, because I remember saying it was the run rate's currently 3.7 and required is 3.8. So they brought that down. It was 5.5 really. They've really brought that down with a couple of quick wickets. Yeah, look, 3.67 is the run rate, and the required run rate is 3.75. So at this rate, they won't do it. So it ain't all over till the fat lady sings, as they say. And it's this is what we wanted, there, wasn't it? A bit of a clutch game. We want to see Australia under this pressure, see how they deal with it. And what I'm really enjoying is, for the first time we've called for it for a couple of games, is an aggressive attacking England field. Look how they're in, like Australia started the game, Owen. They're really ploughing down. That's 2 full toss. That's 4 runs. Yeah. Oh, there's a fielder.
No.
They're really crowding the batsmen in and pressurising them, and that's the exact sort of play we see from Australia. That someone's caught hold of the ball, but there's a fielder in the right place, and from a fantastic shot, they just get 1 run. So this is going to be an intriguing ending. If I had to bet on it, I'd still have my money on Australia, but it's looking very intriguing.
Yeah, it certainly is, Matt. Ooh, bit of a call there, but so yeah, 89 required to win now, with 23.4 overs remaining. So we're fast approaching that halfway mark as that wind comes over again. It's been dusty all day here in Oughtibridge. About 25-mile-an-hour winds. I looked last night on my phone. But yeah, it's England can really take stock. I said to Rash just before, regardless of what this game ends up finishing, if it does end up in a Lions defeat again, they can take really good. They can take a lot of confidence from this, because for a lot of the time here, you've limited Australia. Like that boundary from Terry Betts was the first they've had in quite some time. And at the moment, a few maidens. It's been very interesting to see what happens now. Australia need to get going. Not just yet, as you say, we're almost on par with the run rate, but as you say, Matt, at the moment, they won't hit it the way we're going at the moment. Very fine margins though, so they're only 0.4 off the run rate required. But they need to just pick up the pace before that run rate runs away from them. Well, hey, there you go. But if there's a few more maidens in a row though, Matt, that's certainly going to happen. Newman and Dobson have really kept it quite tight in recent overs.
Yeah, there's been some better bowling at the start of the game. If you look now, it's Newman's run rate is 1.0 and Dobson's 1.5, so they've got to keep it there. And it's a new partnership, so it takes time to build a new partnership. But again, I like in this attacking field. England are much closer than I've seen all the games we've seen. Lions games, the England under 60s Ashes, Great Ashes game. This is really attacking, and they're going for the juggler, which we want to see. Gives us a game. Oh, yeah. And Australia at the moment are struggling to find the answers.
And in the same breath, Matt, Peter Judd's looking at this right now, halfway through. Game's not won yet. He's happy for this test at this moment in time, isn't he? He'll be happy come the end of it if Australia have got over the line. But at the moment, halfway through, he wants to see what this Australian side... He knows what they're made of, world champions, of course. But when the going gets tough, he wants to see what they're made of as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows they're made of the stuff that can get this job done, but every game's different, and I like the way England are attacking here and just curbing it, Start of this innings, we were saying it's done and dusted, really, with that low total, but they're making them work for it now, England.
Oh, it's trickled away. Won't make the boundary though. 79 for sits then, as we reach the halfway point. Oh, no, umpire unmoved. There was a few calls there, wasn't there? A few appeals from the England side as we reach the end of that over. 79 for sits. They're needing 4 per over, so that run rate is trickling up ever so slightly. Quite a game on our hands, haven't we, Matt?
So it's going to be Dobson again from the housing estate end, as we've named it today. Blair facing, he's only scored 3 off 21 balls. Bex has scored 7 off 27 balls, so I don't think they're panicking. I think it's very keen, if you're watching the match from Edgbaston today, that Harry Book and Jay Smith are doing a fantastic job clawing England back into the game by just staying in and not losing their wickets. So I think this is the tactic that Blair and Bex have got in their head. That's got to be a wide. That's not going to help the cause. We can do without those. But yeah, 0 for 6 runs till that wide for Dobson off 4 overs is a proper good bowl. And I think that's the chap we saw this morning, isn't it? Chucking him down and get some real turn. I did warn Terry Bex about him, so I might be the mole in the camp if he gets over the line here. Just thinking about it. I gave him all the inside information about what he was doing pre-match and warming up and turning it left and right and finding that, oh, he's gone for that, Owen. That's in our tent. Oh, that's on you, Owen. Oh.
Right on the knee.
Christ. If you heard the bang there on YouTube, the cricket ball's just smacked the table. Cheers, Blairy. He's lobbed one out there for us. And oh, sound's gone and all sorts has disappeared here. I don't know if we got a replay of that, but
well, there'll be a shiner on the old knee in a few hours' time.
last time I gave him tips about the spinner, firing cricket balls, it was like that. Did it hit you, did it?
Yeah, on the old kneecap, I'll be all right.
Excellent.
Oh, that's right.
Oh!
I made my...
Well, Benny, good camera work.
There he goes. You saw me in my blue polo there. Just remonstrating on my patella being hit there. Oh well. No harm done. 80 for sits for England. For Australia, sorry. There we go. Bets on 7 from 27 deliveries. Blair 3 off 25. They want to get going, but England making it quite difficult for them at the moment.
No knees up for you tonight, Owen Mason. The Friday night party you were planning has been curtailed by Bill Blair and his sweep hook shot towards you there. Another little shuffle here. I think they're going to attempt to get one over here now. He's going to float one up here and tempt Bill into the similar shot. What sort of insurance you got, Ivor, on this kit? His iron is up here. No, not falling for it that time. There's a bit over pitch for it. I thought he wanted to float one up, a bit of a dolly to tempt him to sweep out here where they've stuck the fielder in position to take the catch. Dobson comes in again. Oh, he's just clipped that off the pads and turns Bex back for running a single. Yeah, well, bar the wide. Bar the wide delivery. That was a no run scored off it. So decent bowling.
Oh, there it is.
There's your famous Rush Mahmood having a little chin wag with Doug Murphy. Won't be particularly happy with his innings today, but
well, it was it was a shame for Dud because literally first ball gets a boundary. You think, hey, they're on their way. Especially Dud's on his way. Next ball, he's out. So it just shows how up and down the game of cricket can be. That was really quite something there. But no, it's Shame for Dud. Australia not over the line yet then. 24 overs in, 80 for 6.
So it's Newman coming in again. Absolutely stunning figures of 2 for 7 off 7 overs. So he's gone for 1 run and over. Unbelievable bowling. And again, I'm loving this attacking field. You see from your pictures, they've got a silly mid off, wicket keepers up, first slip. The outer ring ain't that far away from that, and there's going to be, yeah, short fine leg has picked that up and prevented a run again. So they've been really economical with their bowling here, and again, run rate 3.29, and it's now gone up to 4.21. That's what you want to see, is the fielding side. This run rate going up and making it harder and harder for Australia to achieve, as Newman throws one down to Terry Becks, who just lets that go past his off stump. No shot played. Now whether that's that they're confident enough to see off this bowling spell, which is the kind of tactic you go for in cricket, Owen. If someone's having a good spell, you want to see him off and wait for the next guy to come on, you can maybe have a dig at. But they ain't got that many wickets in hand. If it goes wrong here, we're down to the lower bowlers. And interestingly, at lunch, if you remember, Terry was telling us that 11, 10, 9 and 8 batsmen for Australia kind of just pick it out of the hat. They don't, they reckon they're all pretty similar standard of batsmen, so they just choose on the day who's going to bat where and who fancies a longer stint. And I know Terry was certainly saying he was fancying it today. I'm not sure he'd be saying that when he saw the scorecard when he came out in trouble. But they've done, again, a bit like the England innings. They've steadied the chip, Owen. Becks and Blair have just stopped the wickets falling. They're not quite on the run rate at the moment, but there's plenty of time left. There's 20 overs left.
Yeah, certainly so, Matt. There you go then. That's going to trickle over towards a boundary, and that's 84 for 6 then. That's a bit more like it for Australia. As you just said, Matt, steadying the ship and now getting the boundaries to show forward as well. Another 4 on the board.
Well, they've got to plug that gap because that's 3 times Terry Becks has played that shot now. And I know they've got the short fine leg up to be attacking. He's either got to go a bit finer and be risky or go back onto the boundary a bit more, because I say that's 12 runs that have been given away there. That very same shot, as we see Becks and Blair have a chin wag in the centre, and there's the beautiful wide angle of the cricket ground. Some lovely shots coming here from Ivor and Benny. See the cricketers on the field, and everywhere you look around the boundary there's people stood enjoying this fantastic day of cricket that's been provided for us by these 2 great cricket sides. So it's 25 overs down, 84 for 6 Australia. They require 4.15 runs per over from here in, so can they do it?
Cricket delivery at time, as mentioned by Matt. But we'll get one more out of it.
Yeah, that was flatter, quicker. I think he was Braithwaite out here on the boundary, just telling the batsman that maybe they're going to lob one up and ask him to hit it. And then he kind of double bluffed, I think, and chucked it in low and flat. But it is this chap Dobson, Mel Dobson, was saw him warm up, and he wasn't off moving the ball off the wicket with his spin. So I'd be really wary of his deliveries, and not getting to the point of thinking you know what it's doing, and you're not going to be comfortable playing against it, that's for sure.
As we mentioned, not panic stations just yet for Australia. 85 for 6. So we've just got under 20 overs remaining. Interesting point in this match. Now, Betts and Blair don't want to go for something too crazy just yet, because at the moment they want to build this partnership up. As we've mentioned so many times before, getting a few runs per over, suddenly you're at 100 runs. Then on your target of 167, it doesn't look too bad. But at the moment, England still providing a stern fielding performance. As you can see, the crowds ever building at Oughtibridge Cricket Club. Plenty of Dodds as well. Rocky the Root got a bit of sweat on his brow now, as the unbeaten record is under threat thanks to this England England fielding performance. $82 required then for Australia to win.
So as you watch Newman come in from his mark at the Forest end, throws one down. Blair doesn't quite get enough bat on it, just stops by his foot. Just misjudged that. He was trying to turn it around the corner. Didn't quite get the flick on it. It's 2 dot balls, and again, Newman's just doing what he needs to do. Keeping the run rate down, stopping the score, and really attacking field from England, as you can see from your pictures there. Blair's had a swing and missed that one. You've got a wicket keeper there, first slip. Sitting it off. Short third man, short fine leg, they're all in there. There's not many people out on the boundary. They're kind of tempting Australia here. The girls are walking behind the sight screen there just as the bowler was coming in. A bit of a shocker there. So he starts his run up again. 4th delivery for Newman. Oh, he's popped off his pad, off his bat, and just dropped to where nobody was stood. You'll see here. That's it, yeah. I think he just came off his glove after his pad, and wicketkeeper was half interested for a little while. As he comes in again, 4 dot balls, 5th delivery. He's going to have a swing at that, and he has clubbed that for 4 runs, and Newman's furious there. That's probably one of the first boundaries Newman's gone for. He just dropped it short. I don't know if we're getting a replay. But Blair just rocked onto his back foot and clubbed it away into the practice nets there for 4 runs. So it's 89 for 6. We've got one more delivery to come of this 27th over from Newman, who's had a cracking spell, Nick Newman. Just 15 runs off, be 9 overs. This is his last over, so bowled him out. And if he doesn't take a wicket here, I'm pretty sure Becks and Blair have done what they were thinking of doing. He's well done the wicket here. There's not, there's an appeal for LB there, but nothing doing. Becks and Blair have seen off Newman, probably the best of the bowlers so far. And that is job done. As you just see, England fielders changing ends. And I think it's still going to be Dobson bowling from the Housen Estate end, who's getting a lot of turn on the ball. And they've seen off Newman. Just need to see off Dobson now, and then we'll see who comes back in at the Forest end.
Yes, I will take my leave, and Rash Mahmood will be rejoining the commentary desk alongside Matt Evans. Intriguing game here at Oughtibridge.
Once again, a mathematical dispute involving Owen Mason. He's just jumped the ship there on 27 overs. I'm not sure how that divides by 5, but there we go. He spotted that cake stand again, hasn't he, Rash?
Yeah, he's angling towards it. He's trying to look aloof.
Yeah, leg bye signalled by umpire. That is Noel Ford, isn't that? And yeah. So just another one ticked off, and as we keep saying, they're probably going to do it, but the economical bowling of England the last few overs, Rash, has been very, very commendable.
Yeah, they have bowled well. Should be a couple there, though. This bowler there just tucks it off his hips into the leg side. Wonderful spell of bowling from Nick Newman. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 15. Absolutely top notch. Well, misfield from Monty Douglas. Allows Blair to go through for a single. He moves on to 11. Terry Beck's on strike. And Mel Dobson's bowled very, very well. Just going for 11 runs. Approaching the end of his 7th over.
That's the chappie we said we saw warming up this morning, Rash. We didn't quite know it was. He was really, really turning the ball off the surface.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky enough while I was on my break walking round, talking to the great and good of Oughtibridge, just stood at the bottom end watching. Certainly, Nick Newman was getting a lovely drift on the ball, drifting into the right-hander, and then the ball was pitching. It was actual grip and turn, and Mel Dobson was getting some lovely flight and drift as well. So they were concentrating the Australian batters' minds. Okay, it's not going to go perfect every time, but they're putting up a good show, the England Lions. 93 for 6 then.
Yeah, no, I've been thoroughly impressed with the bowlers. If I say that, Dobson was the man we saw ragging it this morning off the surface, and he's done what economy? I mean, it's what, 6 overs now, 11 runs, 7 overs, 11 runs, and they've done what they need to. They're sort of the tight bowling pair, Becks and Blair. Just I can see this ending up with England just regretting a few silly wickets, you know.
Yeah, possibly, Matt, but I think we talked about this the other day. You want your bowlers to bowl in tandem, and if one's holding an end up, you want the other one to hold an end up as well. It's no good somebody bowling maiden after maiden, and then the other bloke at the other end's getting counted for 15 or 20. That was good tandem bowling. Great spell by Nick Newman. And Mel Dobson, 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 11. You know, the skipper can't ask anything more. But it's going to be Nigel Moore then. Another spinner replacing Nick Newman from the far end. Bill Blair just surveying the field.
And it's a nervous time for the England bowlers because, as Nick Newman showed, he's bowled so well and just got hit for that 1-4 of his last over, which he screamed out in frustration because, I mean, his figures would have been ridiculous. I think it would have been 9 overs, 11 runs without that 4. But that's where they're at, isn't it? It's so tight that every run is so precious, and that's what I mean. They're just going to... For me, the bowlers are doing their job here, whereas the batsmen didn't in their innings. You know, they just gave away a silly couple of wickets again and made rash decisions. That could be out. That's up in the air. There's a fielder underneath. He's jogging backwards. Has he got it? He's taken it.
Brilliant.
What a catch. Kev Watson, isn't it? Jogging backwards. Tony Blair's lofted it in the air, going for the big one. He's fallen for the bowl in there of Nigel Moore, and it's a great catch by Kev Watson.
No, that's right out of the top draw. Bill Blair just getting a bit bogged down. 38 deliveries he'd faced, normally a very attacking batsman, but he's caught by Kevin Watson off the bowling of Nigel Moore for 11. 1-4. But Kevin Watson, wonderfully judged catch, running backwards, swirly wind. He's had a good day, has Kevin. Bowled well, battered well, and he's taken a very good catch.
Now, Rash, I'm not sure my tenor would be going at the Ladbrokes, I have to say. That one for me has turned it, because that was the last recognisable batsman. I don't know if you heard me saying, chatting to Terry Becks at lunch, 8, 9, 10, 11 batsmen, they kind of just take it in turns at those numbers. They're as good as each other, they say, or as bad as each other, which way you want to look at it. And they just take it in turns coming in that order. So they're obviously international batsmen, so they're not shocking. But Blair going was the last man who could probably wield it and get it done quickly and hit some boundaries. But now, 93 for 7.
Yeah, well, John Adamson's no slouch, as you say. They backed all the way down. It's just, it's pressure, isn't it? And when we saw the dismissal of Graham Pavey, very uncharacteristic from Graham. He gets on with it, but 15 deliveries to get off the mark. And I think it was just born out of frustration as he went to have a big swing, got a top edge, and nicely catch by Steve Hunt. Bill Blair, again, 11 off 38, I think it was. It's most unlike him, but playing the situation, trying to manage the game. And Adamson just prods that front foot down the ground. Orthodox defensive shot.
What I don't like here, Ash, is what I was loving when that bowling spell was on, was the attacking field. That's the first time in all the games I've done this summer that someone had actually put a couple of slips in, a silly mid-off. The field was tighter than the 30-metre circle all round. Now, all of a sudden, for some reason, they've just dropped back 10 yards and offered that space that Australia are so good at playing into, a bit like that. What's the thinking behind that? I mean, they had them on the ropes. For me, I'd just keep putting in those attacking fielding positions, and they seem to have backed off there.
The simple answer to your question, Matt, is I don't know. I don't know what's going through the mind of Jason Corn. I mean, you've got different bowlers as well, of course. Nigel Moore, decent bowler in his own right, but he's a different type of bowler to Nick Newman in terms of the way he likes his deliveries and pitches them. Mel Dobson is going to continue. Bowling his 8th over. Terry Becks on strike. 97 for 7 then, Australia. 70 more runs required to win. Take the drinks break. After this over, give a chance for the Australians to regroup, and then a chance for Jason Cole rally his troops for the final 15. No, that's a bad delivery. That's his first real bad delivery.
No. That was a cracking slide by Braithwaite. He got one hand to it, rolled under his body, Rash, so if you can see, because Benny was in the way. And he still spotted it, got it with the other hand, and it just popped over the boundary road. It's absolutely fantastic effort you see on the replay there. What commitment.
Yeah, fantastic effort by Neil Brathwaite. But with that boundary, the Australia 100 comes up, 101 for 7. 66 more required then.
They've just taken their foot off their neck, as my dad would say. I just that baffles me a little bit. I was really pleased. You know, you got your foot on the neck, my dad says. Don't lift it up. So, for me, they had their foot on the neck. They were really attacking field, and you could see the Australians double thinking themselves. And now they've just all stepped back 5-6 yards. And straight away, I mean, Beck's not played any shots with that tight field, and all of a sudden you can see him just opening up and seeing there's gaps in the field. It just, for me, I mean, I don't know where the game's going yet, but that's a little backward step for me that's just let the Australians off the hook a little bit.
So a dot ball to finish the over. Just a 4 coming from the first delivery of that Mel Dobson over. 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15 for him. Australia 101 for 7. I think they will be taking drinks. Players heading towards the pavilion.
No drinks coming out of the pavilion, mind.
No, I think
Is it Liz behind the bar? She's looked after us all day.
Yeah,
She's done a
Liz.
cracking job, yeah.
the ladies' captain here at Oughtibridge, I think.
Well, you've got a lovely bunch of ladies working behind there, Rash. We've had a cracking day and have been really, really well looked after.
Well, Liz, Jane, Ros, and the rest, thank you ever so much for all your hard work. These fixtures don't happen without a lot of people putting themselves out. They get little or no reward for it, or thanks normally. But thank you to everybody here at Oughtibridge. I'm so pleased that we managed to convince the Maltese Falcon, Mr. Bradley, to get this fixture here. And I'm sure it'll be the first of many international fixtures that this ground hosts. It really is a good setting and everybody is mucked in. It's a proud, proud day for me.
Yeah, nothing says it more than that. Picture you're looking at now as the drinks finally come down the stairs. A full balcony of members and guests and visitors enjoying a cracking standard of cricket. And it looks like we're going to get a bit of a nail biter towards the end here as the ladies finally get the drinks on to the pitch. Final drinks break, entering the last third. 101 for 7 Australia. If we're all honest, really not where we thought we'd be after the England batting innings, but a superb bowling performance for my money in that middle order. They went a bit few runs went at the start, and that's what I was kind of saying, that when I left commentary and we were thinking it was an easy Australia win, they were bowling at they were going at 5.5 and they only needed 3.5. It was complete. And when I came back and that bowling spell of the two spinners like Newman and Dobson, it had totally flipped. They were scoring at 3.5 and needed 4.5, so they'd completely turned the run rate round. And for me, that was attacking field placements, obviously very good bowling. And I just think they should keep that going.
You're right, Matt. While they're completing the drinks break, a big thank you to our England 60 sponsors: Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Jube, and Cleanclad. Thank you for your continued and loyal support. And not to be outdone, the Australian team couldn't do what they do without the support of their sponsors. So, Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours International, Solomon's Flooring, and National Tiles. On behalf of the Australian team and everybody connected with the tourists, thank you for your continued and loyal support. So, just about to get back underway here after the drinks break. Nigel Moore, just a 1 over. But got the vital wicket of Bill Blair. Very good catch by Kevin Watson, running back at long on. Exceptionally well judged.
Just noticed you've got the ambulance in the corner there, Rash. That's how well organised. I think that's the first one we've seen in these games, so you've covered every base. I don't know if you noticed, Owen needed it early when the hook shot from Blair came under the table and cracked him on the knee. So if I'd seen it, I would have waved him over. He made a bit of a...
Oh, he's out! Oh. He's dropped him.
That's hit the batsman, hasn't it? We got that replay? He's driven that straight back at the bowler, and I think it hit the batsman. Did he get in his way there? Is that a bit of interference? It moved quickly, didn't it?
It did. And judging by the reactions of the England fielders, that was a return catch. Yeah, that's not a good delivery from Nigel Moore. He's giving a bit of width, allowing Adamson to chop it out into the offside.
Let's see, those tight overs, Rash. They had a silly bit off there, and he would have stopped that. You know how I like to labour a point. There was a close fielder there. He would have dived on that and stopped it. And I know it's only single, but they haven't got many runs to play with. If I was him, I'll do it again because there's still a massive gap there. I was just going to say that. And there he goes, 2 runs, from which should have been stopped by that attacking field they had. Can't quite understand why Jason Cant's done this.
We shall send our young carrier pigeon on to whisper into Jason Cant's ear. I take your point, man. It's not as if the Australians are flaying the England attack to all parts of this ground. Oh, beaten. Beaten. Quicker delivery from Nigel Moore. Pushed it through. And Adamson looking to play in the offside. That's a slower delivery. That's going straight to the field.
Oh,
He slipped.
It's fallen over.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Benny, don't have that replay. That's too harsh.
I think that.
He's got it. Oh, Benny's got it on replay.
Oh, God, it's Kev. Yes, it's Kev Watson.
Isn't it 500 quid for you being framed anyway? Who's been framed?
Well, he's still down on the ground. I hope he hasn't done himself an injury, because that looked very, very nasty indeed. It just slipped as he was making his way. I fancy the calibre of a fielder of Kevin Watson that he snares that.
Yeah.
But he's, oh yes, he's having a bit of a wince.
He's bending his toes for a bit of cramp. The only thing he's hurt there is his pride. I think you're looking at the ball. Terry Beck said to me, actually, there's a little slope there. Do you remember the catch he dropped in the first innings? He actually had the sun in it. He had the little slope there. He looked to the sun, looked back, and then as the ground just fell away, that's the catch he missed in the first innings. So maybe Kev's suffered the same fate there. But yeah, that was a shock, and that would have been really interesting. We'd been down to 8. 107 for 8 would have really started the drums going.
Well, that was going straight down his throat. He's just moving in. Knowing the type of fielder he is, obviously people can drop catches, but it would be highly unlikely that he would have done. And as you say, it would have really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, but you know what cricket's like, Rash. That's optimism for the bowlers, isn't it?
Nick,
They've done it once.
is he all right?
They've done it once, they can do it again. They've set the field up, and he tossed one in the air, and as I thought, he's not that injured. He's embarrassed, I think, after the little stumble. But yeah, should give the England bowlers optimism, Rash. They've set them up once, they can do it again.
Yeah, he was in the perfect position. He had been moved specifically to that point, Matt. I think that's worth noting. It's a very good observation that you make. There was a big show of deliberately moving him there, and Nigel Moore bowled a delivery that required you to hit it in that direction. So it was definitely a plan, nearly very well executed. So Mel Dobson then to bowl out his final over. Tucked around the corner. Tony Burbeck does the fielding. And there's no run. 60 more runs required to win them for Australia.
And these figures we've seen from Dobson and Newman are as good as we've seen all summer. And you've talked about the squad and the A-team, B-team, and they've got a 33-man squad because it's so competitive. We saw Alam get into the Monday's side from his 90, and very well deserved. I just wonder if these boys will be knocking on the door now, because that is really efficient bowling at a time when it was needed as well. It's under pressure they're doing this, and they're not giving away any runs.
Well, it is, Matt, and let's emphasise the point. This is not a pitch that's a batsman's nightmare. It's an absolute dream of a wicket that Roger has produced here. I mean, no excuses as a batsman. It's just very, very good bowling.
Yeah, and for me, that Littlebrook game, the one bowling that when we had a chance to peg Aussies back was the spin bowl. It wasn't tight enough. It was good enough. They took some wickets, but there wasn't enough, curtailing the run rate. Whereas these two boys here today have absolutely smashed that run rate down, just from very good line and length. And as spin bowlers should do, just keep the batsman guessing. Different flight, different speed.
Well, that is a magnificent spell of bowling from Mel Dobson, and he gets a well-deserved round of applause. 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. 1.7 runs per over. Himself and Nick Newman. Wonderful effort by those two. But now the conundrum. I think you're going to get Nigel Moore, who's going to continue from the far end. We'll see who comes on to replace Mel Dobson. Graham Shaw, possibly.
Big captain's decision as well, isn't it, Rash?
Yeah, it's a massive decision. As we
Fantastic, isn't it? All the people around us, you've seen Claude putting 3 youngsters right over there and what they're watching in the big bucket chairs, and then you saw Cynthia, is it the lady from Australia, the media lady?
Cheryl
Cheryl,
Blem,
sorry,
Mrs. Blair.
Yeah, Mrs. Blair. So the ground is absolutely packed. You must be so pleased, Rash.
Oh, I'm delighted. I'm delighted for Oughtibridge. I'm delighted for the club. I don't know if Benny can... As Claude getting towards that ambulance, what is he wearing? Can you see that? He's got a pair of tights on or something.
Socks on, tights, and his sliders. Catch it. Oh! It was a hard one, but I'm sure it was in the air. Again, I don't think Benny will be able to zoom out that quickly, bless him, but half a chance we'll call that, Rash, won't we?
Yeah, very, very difficult. Hit back at you at... and take a single.
May as well stop though, he had to get round there, didn't he?
108 for 7, 59 to win from Australia. 12.4 overs remaining, so I think we're in for a bit of a nail-biter. How England could do with just getting another Australian wicket to really put them under the pressure. Oh,
Gee, drops. Look at this pop-up on the replay here, Rash. He's thinking that's about knee height, and it's hit him in the ribs. That's the ones I was on about this morning. We saw Dobson producing. That has popped up a nasty little one. That'll give him a lot of hope.
yeah, and he's getting plenty of encouragement as well from his teammates.
And that nearly got some glove and went to the wicky's hands. So, again, some great bowling. If they can bring someone on at this housing estate end, as I've called it, Rash, the next over, keep this run rate this tight. You can see already, look, 58 runs needed, 74 balls left. They are really squeezing this Australian innings. He's got to stop that for a boundary, and he does. Great throw in as well, just for the single. That's prevented a certain boundary. That's Kevin Watson about there, making up for that little trip he had a while ago. So one more ball of the Nigel Moore over, and I think for your benefit, Rash, we're going to try and zoom in on Claude Orlando's courageous outfit. So it's just for the delight of the guests at home. Benny, our beautiful cameraman, and Ivor, the expert. There we go. Just can't see the legs.
Move forward, Claude.
He's got. There we go. Look at those tight socks and sliders. He's too old for that, isn't he?
Max Miller.
Far too old for that.
What a look that is, folks. He doesn't care, does he, Claude?
He's certainly having a good old chin wag with the locals all the way around. He keeps
is.
stopping at every set of spectators. He's stopping for a good chin wag, which is great for the people watching, getting to chat to an Australian cricketer.
Yeah, he's a top bloke. He's Claude Orlando. Has a lot to do with the organising of these tours, Matt. Did a wonderful job when we were in Australia last winter. So, Graham Shaw replacing Mel Dobson. Now then.
This is the game in this over, isn't it? If they can keep the batsman guessing here with Graham Shaw and not hit him around the park too much, we could be on for a really interesting finish. As we've said, 57 required. 71 balls. They're just squeezing that all the time. Oh, he's got hold of that. Where is Braithwaite? He's running in. He hasn't quite got this bounce. Kept it to a single. He's been one of the most athletic fielders I've seen for England. As again, playing for the Lions, he's really put the effort in the field.
Yeah, he's an excellent fielder, Neil Braithwaite. But Graham Shaw's very, very fortunate that didn't disappear into the Don behind us.
Yeah, you can't be pitching it short to Terry Becks. He's got some muscle on him.
Yeah, he's a 3 Weetabix lad, isn't he, old Terry? He's a big old boy. Very, very powerful. Bowled tremendously well today as well. Just thrashes that down the ground.
That's a
Nigel
good throw
Moore.
as well, yeah, what a throw that is. Yeah, he's telling me how much he enjoyed Stirling Cricket Club with the William Wallace Memorial, and you can see the castle through the background. I said to him, "You look a bit like Mel Gibson. You could have had the role in Braveheart." And he was telling me all the girls used to say he looked like Mel Gibson in his youth. So I think he got a bit carried away as a.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
short.
that's well turned round. Yeah, short and wide.
Well, just a single again though, and Graham Shaw, yeah, Mr. Ponder, lucky again to get away with that.
Yeah, we could do with a dot ball here. Short. Oh, well stopped.
So 34 overs gone here. 11 remaining. 54 still required by Australia to win. 113 for 7. The men out in the middle. John Adamson, 13 not out of 14 deliveries. Terry Becks, 18 of 61 deliveries.
Grinding innings, isn't it? It's a grinding. But they needed it. They needed to turn it round. It's a bit like what we've seen at Edgbaston with Brooke and Smith. When they're under the cosh and a few early wickets are gone, they've ground it out and pulled it back a bit of respectability, and that's what Becks and Blair did here. And like you say, it's not a glorious innings, but 18 off 61 have kept the game going, and if he keeps that going, they'll do the job. But this England bowling performance in the second half of this game has been absolutely outstanding. Just a little reshuffle of the field there by the wicket-keeper, and it's young Adamson on strike. That's a bit short. It's gone up in the air. That's a chance of a catch, though. He's under. Oh, he's let it go. He's let that drop. That was Monty Douglas, wasn't it? Again, it looped over his head. He was in all sorts of trouble trying to sprint backwards. And that, Rash, is a couple of catches that could have made the difference. What do they say? Catches win matches.
They do. He never looked comfortable though, Monty Douglas, I'm afraid to say. As soon as that ball was in the air, the shouts of catch it from the great and the good assembled around this ground, but he just never got himself set in a position to really attack the ball.
Don't worry, that wasn't another Blair hook. That was me dropping my phone on the table. Owen's safe. How is the knee? It's all right, he'll still be able to dance down the pub tonight, Rash. His knee's okay. So, oh, he comes in. He's trying to turn that around the corner there, Becks, and I think he's missed it. No wide signalled. Yeah, he was a bit late on it, wasn't it? Again, very alert from the wicketkeeper. Just get a foot to that, stop that rolling past.
Yeah, that wasn't far from hitting the leg stump, Matt. That's a reach for
wide,
that.
Yeah.
Brathwaite's got a chase on. Can he get there?
Yeah,
He
yes.
can. Oh,
Get in.
oh.
Misfield. That's a costly misfield, I'm afraid. And that's a shame because he's fielded really well all day. That's a shame.
Well, he had a lot of ground to make up to his right. That ball was really travelling it's along the ground, but having done so, his momentum just took him over, trying to regain his balance. He seems to be okay. So, the end of that Nigel Moore over, 5 coming from it. 49 more runs to win. There's Matt Evans. Has a break. And Owen Mason joins me in the commentary area as Mel Dobson leaves the field, replaced by Nick Newman. And the gentleman with the glasses in his striped shirt, short sleeve shirt, Adam Ward. He did the catering today, and a brilliant job he did as well. Thank you, Adam. So, 4.9 runs per over required. Doesn't sound a lot really. 49 to win off 10. You think, yeah. Lots of twists and turns to come. Beaten. Pushed through by Shaw. Adamson back in his crease, trying to play a drive off the back foot through the offside.
Yeah, Rash, with 10 overs to go, it's really turned into quite a grandstand finish. I'll look to try and get another run out of that, and they will. 119 for 7 now. 48 off 59 required now. 48 off 58, I should say.
Well, dot balls are king from here on in for England. And if you can combine dot balls with just trying to eke a wicket out, pressure will be back on the Australians. Been a really impressive performance from these England lines. I really have been impressed with their commitment. Hit them.
They will just eke out another single there, Rash. 120 for 7 now. But yeah, over the 2 games, Rash, they've really applied themselves. And even with a target to defend at like 166, they've really done quite well today. You know, who'd have thought coming into these final 10 overs, Australia still require 47 off 57 balls. So it really provides a grandstand finish here at Oughtibridge.
Well, a good over from Graham Shaw, just the 2 from it. 9 to go then, folks. 47 more runs required by Australia. 3 wickets for England to get if they can. But it's been a committed, disciplined performance. Some early wickets, early breakthroughs. But because of the standard of bowling, it put the Australians under pressure. And the spells from Nick Newman and Mel Dobson. 18 overs between them for not very many. Absolutely first class. Jason Corn, whatever the result, will be absolutely delighted with the commitment and endeavour his players have shown. As Nigel Moore continues from the far end. Bex just turns it into the onside, straight to the fielder. Just need to keep it tight, England. That's not what the skipper wanted. Neil Brathwaite comes round. Oh, he's going to have to hurry. He's out.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not given.
Oh, that's surprising.
Oh, no, he was just in.
Wow.
Great bit of fielding by Neil Brathwaite out here. And Terry Bex, oh, he was on his bike. Well, if you ever need an indication of how committed these players are,
Yeah.
Neil Brathwaite had miles to run to his left. Good pick up, good throw. Good take by Gary Joyce. But on that replay, he was just in. Not by much. Been a good decision by umpire Noel Ford. Standing at square leg.
The wind is coming down now, crikey. They'll look to try and eke out another run, possibly might get 2. We might roll towards the boundary actually. It will just be prevented just about, but they will get a few runs out of it.
Well, brilliant effort by Neil Brathwaite. Tekavausa, full commitment, helping out his colleague Monty Douglas. Just needs to bowl a bit straighter, Nigel Moore, I feel. Just giving the batsman Terry Bex a bit of width outside the off stump. They're going to be looking for 2 there again.
They don't
They're
go
going
for
to
it.
get it.
Yeah.
There you go. Slight misfield by Kevin Watson. 2 more to the total. So that's 6 off the over. 126 for 7 Australia, 41 to win.
.41 off 49 then. Well fielded by Nigel Moore. That's the end of another over. More successful over that time though from Australia, but still work to do. 41 runs off 48, 126 for 7. So there'll be a tight finish here at Oughtibridge.
It's probably hanging in the.
Bit of DIY to our right. Matt Evans is bringing the canopy down. Yeah. Yep.
Well, after 2 dot balls to start the over, big swing from John Adamson. Thickish inside edge, rolls out to Neil Brathwaite. Deep square leg, just a single though. Good over by Graham Shaw so far. 40 more required then for Australia. Oh, that's short.
Oh, beautiful.
That's short. And that's got the treatment. That's gone for 6. Well, 4 very good deliveries in the over and then dropped it short. And Terry Becks onto it in a flash. Sails over. Deep backward square leg for 6.
And forgive me if I'm wrong, Rush, that's their first 6 all innings, isn't it?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Just when they needed it, really, Rush, actually.
Well, it relieves all the pressure, doesn't it? Yeah. You don't have to do anything with this this delivery. Can block it out. He's done so well, Graham Shaw, 4 very good deliveries. Oh. There's oohs, ahs, shouts. There's people got their head in their hands. 38 gone then. Australia 133 for 7. 34 more runs required for them. Just the 7 overs remaining.
It just had to be a grandstand finish at your local club, didn't it, Rash? Crikey.
Yeah, from a neutral's point of view, it's absolutely perfect. You've still got a large crowd here. Enjoying the cricket. There's Roger, the groundsman, left of the screen. Wonderful wicket he's prepared today. Oh, that's in the air. But there's nobody out there. Running away towards the boundary. I'm not sure Tony Burbeck will get there, will he? Yes, he does. But they're in 3. Well, positive start to the over from Australia's point of view. 3 there. So John Adams moves on to 21 from 25 deliveries. Terry Becks on strike, 33 of 75.
Yeah, very close. 137 for 7 then. 30 off 40 balls. This will be a fantastic finish to proceedings here, as we've just hit 5 o'clock at Oughtibridge. One more run there. Oh, they will be tight. Oh my goodness. They don't get another run out of that. Oh, Bit of a misfield there, unfortunately, and Brathwaite will have to try and get to it. They're going to go for a third run, aren't they? Oh, yeah.
Well, that's really not what was needed. Throw in at the bowler's end, not gathered, and then Graham Shaw trying to stop it with his foot. The ball just bounced over it. So what happens if you try and stop it with your feet?
Yeah.
And of course Neil Brathwaite then had to come from his position at deep mid-wicket to do the retrieving, but pressure all off Australia in this over. 7 from it so far. 2 threes. Just the 27 required now. England need a wicket.
Yeah, they certainly do, Rash. Nigel Moore in with the delivery again. And at the moment, just that, as you just mentioned, Rash, that pressure relieved at the moment for the Aussies. .27 runs required then. They will go for another run and they're going to get it.
That's too easy. Yeah, that's too easy for the Australian batsman. Terry Beck's just pushing to mid-off. You see the wisdom really of fielding on the 30-metre circle. Bring your boys in. Ask the Australians to go big. So, what can Graham Shaw do? 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 12 so far for him. Terry Beck's on strike. Oh, beats him outside the off stump again. Well, that's the second time Graham Shaw has beaten Terry Beck's outside the off stump. That's straight to the fielder.
.142 for 7 and 25 runs required off 34 balls.
Oh, my apologies, I didn't realise umpire forward had given that first delivery as a wide. Particularly wide, but there you go.
Yeah, still a bit of work to do for Australia. And if they keep it tight here, England, these final few overs are going to be fascinating viewing. Graham Shaw in again then. There you go. That's another wicket. Just when England needed it, Rash.
Yeah, absolutely no doubt about that. That's hit him on the back pad. Oh, vital. Graham Shaw. So often the hero for England with the bat, Owen. He strikes. And it's Terry Beck's the man out. Very good innings from him. 35, steady the ship. LBW off the bowling of Graham Shaw. 84 deliveries, 3 fours and a 6. Gets a warm round of applause from the crowd to my left. 142 for 8 then. 25 required to win. 5.1 overs to go to take you through to the conclusion of this game. I'm going for a lie down. And in my place, my pleasure, Matt Evans.
Thank you, Rash, for your time today at your local club. It's been a pleasure to be at your local club. What a day it's been. And it's going to be a fascinating final 5 overs, Matt. 5.1, I should say. That wicket, the loss of Terry Betts, crucial for England, could be catastrophic for Australia.
Absolutely, I think that's the last recognisable batsman. Although they do say the last 4, great shore over, wide dot, 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 wicket. Yeah, Rash has picked the right game, hasn't he, to set out the last 5 overs. For sure, he's at his own club. He's going to be at that bar with a pint now with his mates, watching a cracking game of cricket with a really stunning conclusion. And here we are, look, attacking field. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. Patterson and Adamson then, tasked with these final few overs.
25 to win, 31 balls remaining. Patterson having a couple of shadow strokes for his warm-up. Ashore runs in for his last delivery. Oh, he's clipped it there. They've gone for the run. No. I thought they were going then. I thought they were taking that run when it was never on. We're losing all sorts of stuff here in the wind. Rash's notes are all over the place. A cracking crowd here now, Owen.
Yeah, loving it. It's just gone 5 o'clock, everybody. Thanks for joining us if you've been with the live stream all day. But yeah, it's a fantastic crowd here in Oughtibridge. Really local community feel. Two proceedings here. Loads of Dodds, loads of kids, loads of families really loving life today as they're watching a great standard of cricket, Matt.
There's got to be over 100 people here, I have to say.
Yeah, there we go, look. There's Rash speaking to a few of the locals he knows all too well.
The handsome chap in the beige jacket. Just talking to the lady in the zebra dress now. That's Rash Mahmood. If you want to put a face to a name. See how busy the balcony is there. With all those people enjoying this cracking end, and they're really thinking about this now, aren't they? England taking their time. It's going to be Kev Watson back on. So I'm a little bit surprised with, because taking the speed off the ball seems to have stymied the Australians a little bit. And again, pushing that field out is a bit negative for me. I mean, you haven't got many runs to work with. No. Not many runs at all.
Just as Betts and Adamson, Matt, you know, for quite some time in that match, were just about steadying the ship. They just about got past, you know, runs required with, you know, with balls remaining. But at the moment now, 25 needed off 30 and only 2 wickets in hand. So that's where you've got to be careful with it, but you've got to go for it as well with only 5 overs left.
Well, I can tell you now the answer to that, knowing Australia as a sporting nation. Yeah. They are going to be really keen to keep this unbeaten summer going. Yeah. I just know they are, and I'm sorry, but I think if I was still betting, it would be on Australia. Mainly because when we spoke to Terry Becks at lunch, like I've said once or twice already, he told us that batsmen 11, 10, 9 and 8, all fairly similar standard. I think he might have been generous and he's maybe one of the better ones, but they just pick and choose what number they're going to have on that day, and if someone wants a few more minutes out there, they'll go 8, and if someone doesn't, they'll go 11. So in that regard, they're not complete idiots with a bit in hand, with a bat in hand. And I think they can, if they're sensible here, and another little powwow with skipper and bowler, if they're sensible and don't do anything silly and crazy, like I've said before, 25 runs off 30 balls is doable.
Yeah, they will just about update, but I think it's 24 off 29 now.
Okay,
don't go down when we need you. With 5 overs to go.
I'm not sure I would have gone to pace. Like I said, Kevin Watson's a fantastic bowler. They just haven't worried the Australian batsmen enough. And as Rash was telling us, this is a flat batting pitch. So when all the quickies, even Blair and Becks in the England innings, just didn't really trouble anything. Or anyone, you know, they just, the spinners on the other hand have really, even for the Australians, have produced a bit and made batsmen think about it and curtailed the run rate. This pace here, shots like that, you see, that's what I mean, bit of pace on the ball, you can just dab that down and take a single, and that's all they need to do to the end of the game, and they're home and dry.
That's right, 144 for 8 now for Australia, 23 off 27, that's Patterson's first of the day. Wow. Very intriguing finish. We're going to be on the edge of our seats here in a minute, Matt.
It's ball by ball now, isn't it? It absolutely is. Watson comes in. Oh, he just dabs that forward, does Adamson. He's 25 of 27, so he's gone at a good lick since he's come in. I thought after that 6 that Bex was going to open his shoulders and just start smashing it everywhere off those spin bowlers, but I wasn't here to see the LB.
Watson in again then. That's better
Shot
from Australia, and that's going to go for 4.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like the choice of pace here, because he's just, the pace of the bowler has just had to put a bit of a swing, you know, just he's guided that down leg side, and it's over the boundary before they could even think about it. I know it's a poor ball. Kev Watson straight down leg, but they haven't bowled amazing, the pace bowlers, you know. I'm just very surprised. I've been surprised by a couple of Jason Cant's choices today. When that attacking field was on when I was last here commentating, he just let it relieve the pressure by taking that field back. And then this here, I mean, I don't know if I'm talking out of turn and all the spinners are bowled out, but that might be the case.
Yeah, 19 off 25 then. 148 for 8 as we approach the end of this over almost. 1 ball remaining from Watson.
Got to keep it tight. Oh, that's nice. They needed that dot ball. Now the replay here from Benny. Good camera work. He's just trying to dab that there and completely missed it. Yeah, you can see the batsman's reaction. That's how important every ball is here now. 19 runs off 24. I know, 19 runs, 24 balls. As a game, we see a vibrant clubhouse balcony. Rash is really proud of the day. The Australian squad all out there. The tension just building. It's fantastic. Just what we wanted to do was commentate on a game ending like this. You see the barmaid bringing drinks out. Exactly what you wanted. And honestly, if you're near any of the other games coming up, get yourself down there. It really is a fantastic day out. So Shaw. Decent figures. Patterson facing. Oh, he's turned that away from the bat, and luckily for Australia from this replay, that's just gripped and turned away and just gone past the outside edge. Keeper had it in his gloves. He did his job. Look at him keeping his foot grounded there, Patterson, to make sure he isn't out of his popping crease. That's 1 dot ball for the England attack. Oh, and that was short and wide. Short and wide, and Gully's had a bit of a shocker there. He dived for it, missed it. They're going to run at least 3. Decent throw in prevents it, yeah, but no misfields. That's a bit annoying from an England point of view as Australia get to the 150. 41.2 overs, 155 minutes. The 150 comes up for Australia, and that'll be a frustrating one, that for England. It was short and a bit wide from Shaw, and then Gully just made a bit of a half-hearted dive at it from our view, whether it bounced funny or not, and it just snuck past him. So another delivery. Oh, he's gone to hook that, and LB swung that. He's tried to sweep that there and completely missed it. We've got the replay. Obviously can't see the line from here. Don't know. Can't really argue from this angle, but he was trying to sweep it leg side. Totally missed it. Wrapped his pads. Umpire wasn't interested. Shaw comes down again. He's got hold of that one straight down the fielder's throat. He's not going to get there. He's got to stop it. Oh, he stopped it well. Very well fielded there. He didn't quite get the catch, but he stopped a certain 4 there. Just stretched his palm out there. You see the replay. Great camera work, Benny again. Stretched his palm out. Prevented a definite boundary and just 1 run. So they're really putting the effort in here, England.
14 needed of the final 20 balls. In comes Shaw again.
Leg side, you can't do that at this time of the
Yeah.
game. Brathwaite's there. Has he got it?
Does well, Brathwaite, to prevent the
Fantastic
boundary.
fielding again.
Really well.
I hope Benny's got that again, because he really has fielded sublimely today, Brathwaite. Look at that, diving on it, put himself at risk, and a cracking throw in, but Shaw cannot be bowling down leg side at this point in the game.
Yeah, another crucial 2 for Australia. 12 off 19 then.
Yeah, they're letting it slide. I see 7 off this
Yeah.
over now. They're just letting it drip away, and if he gets hold of that, which he has, that's 4.
Yeah, there you go.
That's this over's kind of done for them, really. Shaw's not done what he needed to do here.
No, certainly hasn't.
That's 11 off the over, which has pretty much put Australia in the driving seat, I'm afraid. Sloppy bowling at a point in the game where you needed to be a little bit tighter.
Yeah, that could be the decision maker. That could be the moment right there, couldn't it?
Absolutely, I think it is from it. You know, that's 8
of 18.
8 off 18 sounds a lot better than what it was, and you can't be affording to go for 11 runs. Yeah, it's coming down to the crunch here, so. Oh, yeah, so it's 8 to win, 18 balls. It swings back in Australia's favour. So we've got Kev Watson, they've stuck with him. I'm surprised with that. Don't think pace was it. Oh, no, he's saying leg side. I think he's saying down leg.
See the replay here.
I think he's saying down leg. He isn't. He's not too far forward. Oh, the crowd are chirping up a bit here now. The pints of local brew are kicking in. They're giving a bit back to the umpire on these decisions.
It's a dot ball nonetheless, though, isn't it? It's 8 off 17. Congrats, Aussie, says Rishak Demai. It's not over till it's over, but they're getting there, aren't they?
Oh, he's driven that.
Yeah. Oh, there you
it's a
go.
misfield. He's got to stop that. That's 4 runs. That's put pay to that. Fantastic. Yep. And again, what resolve by the Australian cricketers here. Just such a competitive nation. They're not going to allow that summer unbeaten run to just get taken away from them. And from a game where they haven't performed their best, as soon as it mattered at the crunch, Beck's really turned it around. And maybe we should ask the boys on the YouTube who we should interview at the end of this. I guess you've got to try and find Peter Judd, the skipper. Terry Becks would be good, because him and Blair really did turn the innings round. You
know, when it got to a point, you know, when Graham Pavey went 69 for 6, Australia. And as we know, it's not over yet. They need a 4, and there's 16 balls remaining. So they put themselves in a really good position. Now, only lost 2 wickets since then, but it did look desperate, didn't it, for the Aussies? England, a fantastic field performance. Watson, and for the moment, they will get another run out of it. Oh, Bramthwaite went for it, didn't he? But they will just get one single off that, won't they?
That's the pace bowling, see? That's all they've got to do now. This is why I don't understand putting Kev Watson in at this time. They may not have any spin bowlers left, I don't know what I'm talking about, but just this sort of pace, that's all they're going to do now. They've got 15 balls, they need 3 runs, and you've either got to take the field right in and be tight and attacking, and just standing there for me is just middle ground. They're just not, they're not making any decision there. They need 1 boundary. Well, he is now. He's got to bring him in. He's got to bring them all in. 1 boundary does it, so they've got to stop the little singles. It's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Again, like Darren Smith spoke to us all this series, trust your bowling. And it seems like, that's it better now. They're doing it now. England don't trust it as much as Australia do. But they should all be in tight now. If they bowl a bad ball, he smashes a boundary, it's over anyway. So
yeah,
the only chance you've got now is to just stop any single, bowl tight, and you could somehow get it to the last over. You'd get some squeaky bum time, as we call it.
Yeah, Kev Watson in with the delivery.
Bang,
and that's going to go for 4.
That's a terrible delivery. That's down leg side, just when the game was in the balance. He's let it drift down leg. It's been swept away by Adamson for 4 runs. So he must be close to top scoring there, Adamson, on 41. I'm not sure what Terry Beck ended up with, but that's the game done and dusted. It was a fascinating spectacle of cricket. Had an absolutely lovely cricket club that's looked after us all day as Owen tries to run and find us that exciting interview as he does for the end of the game. It's an absolute nail biter, an exciting game, but at the end of it, Australia got the job done. 168 for 8. Patterson ended on 9. Adamson on 41. And he must have been close to top scorer there at the end with those figures. It was cracking game. We thought it was nowhere near going to be that close with the low total that England set. But that period of spin bowling that we talked about in the middle passage of play there from Dobson and Nick Newman was absolutely stunning. The run rate was stuff I've not seen before. Really low. Kept it super low. And you can hear from the reaction of the crowd here that, you know, they've just had an absolutely fascinating day of cricket that has entertained them from start to finish. As you see the two teams shake hands. Peter Judd leads the lineup there. And again, as we've seen all summer long, great sportsmanship, great camaraderie shared between these two teams. Like Rash always tells us, they played each other many times. They're friends as well as opponents on the pitch. But the Australians have really dug themselves out of a hole. And I think Peter Judd's sporting his Australian cricket hat. And he's going to come over here, as he's given his time all so brilliantly on this tour. He's going to come over now and give us a chat with Owen Mason and his thoughts of that result.
Thank you very much, Matt. Yes, we've got the Aussie captain, Peter Judd now. On the close one in the end, isn't it? If we go back to your bowling performance first of all, elected to bowl first. Pleased with that. Oh, sorry.
Hold on, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
The mic not working. Can I just have a look at the mic?
Sorry, Pete.
We'll have a sticky situation there.
Almost the loss we needed there. Don't laugh at it.
Yeah, they stuck at it.
That wasn't in the plan.
They stuck at it.
What was it?
They stuck at it. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not sure if this is still broadcast or not, but we're just having a few problems with the portable microphone. Batteries have gone flat. Peter Judd is stood on the side here, very pleased with that victory. It's the hardest working one they've had so far on this tour. So just a bit of swapping of batteries and sorting out microphones before we hear from Owen Mason and Peter Judd. But yeah, he just said to us that's almost the loss we needed, and I think, all being well, we will have Owen Mason and Peter Judd for you now.
Hello again, everybody. We're back now with the Aussie captain, Peter Judd. So, Pete, it was a close one in the end. Back to obviously your bowling performance first of all. Obviously elected to bowl first. It was a good decision because, you know, really limited England, obviously only to 166 in the end. What did you make of that first of all?
The decision to bowl was purely based on our previous 5 games. We'd always batted first, so just for a bit of exposure at trying to keep England or the Lions to a score we could chase down, and then chase down was part of our plan today. Didn't go exactly to plan, but it turned out, hopefully it's been a good result for us.
Of course, yeah, that early wicket unfortunately lost for you early in the batting, of course, but you know, obviously England, similar to the Aussies, really limited yourself to anything in that. It became quite a tense game in the end.
Yeah, it was one of these typical cricket games where a low score generates a really tough match, and their bowling was fantastic. The wicket was helpful to bowl on, as it turned out. No one knew it was going to be like that at the beginning, but it wasn't necessarily easy to bat on, and then they hit their areas and they kept picking up wickets like we did, so the pressure was always on to get some sort of decent score.
Yeah, and you know, the good thing with a game like this, Pete, you know, going into Monday now, it's giving you that tough test. You've got past this test ahead of the second ODI against England on Monday. How do you see that one going at Fairburn?
Oh, Fairburn will be very interesting. we always have close games. Sometimes you say you learn more from your losses. However, today I think we can take a lot of learning out of this, and there's certainly some things we shouldn't gloss over that we have to do better, otherwise we're going to be in trouble.
That's Peter Judd there, the Australian captain, after a narrow victory against the Lions here today. Thank you very much. Over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Owen Mason, and that's a lovely roundup. Great words from Peter Judd as we've had all summer. The Australian boys have done nothing but give us their time and help us with this coverage. As you see the Australian boys warming down after a tight result here at Oughtibridge. Rash has warned us all summer. It's going to be the greatest cricket ground to come to. We've certainly enjoyed ourselves. Got to say a huge thank you to Benny Martin and Ivor in the bus as always. I hope the production has been good. I've been Matt Evans. You've had Owen Mason and Rash Mahmood, and we thank you for joining us, and we'll see you on Monday at Fairburn.